Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds, Ilya.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. Again, understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Yeah, I definitely do need to make a new intro. I feel like I'm just waiting for Trump to die. Because, like, I don't want to make one now that the whole Charlie Kirk thing is going on. Because, like, there's no right way to deal with that. With the current, like if I mention it in a funny way, it'll be too fucked up. If I mention it in, like, a simpy way, people will be like, really, we're simping for Charlie Kirk? He was a statist, like... If I don't mention it, people will be like, really? Whole new world event, and you just happen to not mention this? Like, there's no right way to deal with this. But, like, once Trump dies, we can, from whatever fucking disease he has, then, we can all kind of, we don't have to be too sensitive about Charlie Kirk anymore. We have a whole new thing to freak the fuck out about. Dude, when Donald Trump finally dies from whatever fucking old man disease he has that's making him cyanotic and shit, I cannot wait to see what the conspiracy theories are going to be. Because people are already like, the Jews killed Charlie Kirk. 100%. There's no doubt. Like, dude, can you imagine what's going to happen when Trump gets killed? I mean, he's going to die from being fat and eating McDonald's and being in his 80s. Like I'm almost ready to die from the flu and I haven't had McDonald's in forever, but it's just I'm fat and I have the flu. Shawarma incoming? You mean like an H-1B visa that's getting deported is going to poison Donald Trump's shawarma? Is that what you're saying? I could see that. I could see like a disgruntled Brahmin that doesn't want to go back to India
That would be a fucking hilarious political assassination. Can you imagine an Indian shooter killing Trump over the H-1B situation? I mean, you guys have seen the online space and the hatred for Indians, right? Like that would, the memes that would come out of that would be beautiful. But yeah, I've been sick for a week. I'm still sick, but I'm good enough to do a debate against fucking Soypill and Buckaroo. Like fucking Admiral Gibbs got hit a fucking trailer with no lights, totaled his truck. So you might see me sick and Admiral Gibbs with a concussion just dog walk a panel tonight. As you guys know, normally I do these 2 hours before. It's 1 hour before. Right, like the panel starts in like 45 minutes. Only because it's like a 2 hour panel and then there's an open panel afterwards. I was like, I'm not doing 2 hours of content sick before the panel. Like, I'm going to save my energy. It's poisonous outside of Indians? Nah. Indian food's pretty good. As long as it's like made in England or America. Like you could not pay me to eat Indian street food. But you know, something made at a restaurant in the West. Yeah, whatever. I've seen effed up things in the kitchen of those restaurants. For sure. Without a doubt. Like I have no doubt that like that's, you know, the average or the median Indian restaurant's cleanliness is not up to the standard of other places. That's what I'm talking about with you baby Tylenol taking motherfuckers. Actually, shawarma is Arab food. It belongs to like 20 different countries. Nobody has like a real claim on it, but yeah, it's Middle Eastern. I just thought it was funny. It made me think of a joke. All he has to do is snorf some Indian air. Did you miss the debate? Yeah, dude, it happened in the first 13 minutes of stream. Over and done with, buddy. See you next time. Oh God, dude. Dude, I'm so fucking sick. I'm better. I'm phenomenally better than I was a couple days ago. But it still sucks. The struggle is still real. I'm gonna light this fucking Grizzly Ghouls Tuscany candle. And I need you guys to know that I'm probably not gonna smell any of it, but just in case. I like to set up my space. Very meditative. And you just started streaming, ha ha ha, glad to be here for it though. I love when I read LOL or ha ha ha. I don't know why. There's a certain joy I get out of like someone typing and me being like very monotone, just being like, ha 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 ha. I don't know why, but I just like reading you guys' typing out something being funny, you know, like LOL, haha, ya, whatever, in just a very straight down the line way. I just find it funny. Scott, if you die, will you give me the channel? Ha 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 ha. Hee ho hee ho. I'm sorry. Hee ho hoo hee. No, I'm not giving anybody the channel if I die. If I die, I'm just not posting anymore. The fuck do I care? I'm dead. And I don't believe in IP, so like anybody can download my shit and use it however they want. Hey, it's kind of funny to visualize your head. I feel you, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate the support. Hypothetically speaking, we can deep fake you. Dude, if you want to make money deep faking porn based off of my face, like hardcore gangbang gay porn, be my guest. I'm dead. I don't care. I only kind of care while I'm alive. Scott, I was curious. Have you heard of that conversation? Conservative political YouTuber Myron Gaines. This is a troll, right? Like, Fresh and Fit is absurdly popular. It's like you're fucking with me, right? But yes, I've heard of Myron Gaines. He's a fucking idiot. I mean, like, he's just a midwit. Like, the dude, I mean, like, the Whatever podcast seems to have followed Fresh and Fit's formula and done it better. And like genuinely, like, the Whatever podcast is the high IQ version of Myron Gaines' podcast. And that's saying something, because the Whatever podcast isn't a very high IQ podcast, right? Like, it's a pretty low-brow entertainment for Red Pill. Just curious what webcam to use. I don't use a webcam. I use a Canon EOS, and then I use a capture card, an Elgato capture card. And then for audio, I use a Shure SM-B7, and that goes into my Studio V3 preamp, which then goes into my Focusrite Solo Gen 3, and that goes into my computer. So I'm using a professional camera and I guess semi-professional audio. You know what I mean? Like, I have a pretty standard podcaster mic audio setup. So like, it's only like my audio setup's only like $1,000. Whereas my video camera setup it's like, I bought a lens. I don't remember what lens I bought, but I bought a different lens for it. So altogether, my video is probably like $800 because I got the camera on a Black Friday deal. But for the longest time, I used this, which, I mean, worked fine. I used a like a Logitech 4K. And that worked fine for forever. Scott, scream and see if your preamp clips. It's not going to clip because I have a compressor because I use so like, even if I scream, it shouldn't clip. Before the preamp, when I had to have the gain all the way up on the Focusrite, that clipped like a motherfucker. Actually, I need to cut the gain down a little bit. I see it popping into the yellow. How's everything been with me? I've just been dog shit sick. I had a fever of 99.6. When did I upgrade? I got the preamp like a week ago. Or like 2 weeks ago. No, like a week ago for like the last stream. And then I got sick as fuck. Because the problem is my Shure SM-B7 wasn't getting enough power draw from the Focusrite. So I had to cut the gain all the way up for you to hear it. Which then caused a bunch of crunch. But now that I have the preamp, I can add like 20, 25. I mean, technically I could add like 60 dBs, but it's not necessary. So I add like 20 dBs to the input, and then I can output it, tune down a little bit, and send that to the Focusrite. And it doesn't get super crunchy. So then that allowed me to like go back into my EQ and like do my de-essers and things like that. You were using digital amp from your PC? No, I was using a digital amp that connected to the PC, but it wasn't given enough power, so I had to get a preamp that boosts like the warm like that, like a tube preamp that boosts the gain on like the warm oh god, range of hertz of sound. That allowed me to do more EQing as well, right? So like I could put in a full de-esser so that I don't have as many problems with my S's and my T's. But still a digital de-esser. So I mean, like if I wanted to really upgrade, I'd get a better mic and then get like an actual de-esser, but that's just not necessary for what I do. Yeah, dude, my daughter went to school and got sick. Anyways, like, share, subscribe. There's 32 viewers currently. We've been bumping around like 28 to like 36. Only 16, 17 likes now. Consider donating war bonds. Hey, appreciate it, Stacey fam. There's 2 more bucks. Yeah, I've just been sick as a dog, so I'm coming back. And I'm coming back because I need the money, boys. I was considering sucking dick in the parking lot of a Denny's. So I had to come back to streaming. But yeah, no, I had to come back for this. I had this pre-planned, and also, you know, it was time to come back. Please do clip, then join the Discord and put them in the stream clips. I noticed that MDMA made some stream clips, and I'll be turning those into YouTube Shorts tomorrow. So if you want to support the channel, but you can't afford to pay or give me money, I totally understand. One of the things that you can do is that you can clip it and ship it by hitting those little scissor buttons in the bottom right corner of your screen or on your phone. You might have to hit the 3 dots to get the scissors to come up. And then you can post those stream clips into stream clips section of the Discord, and I'll turn them into YouTube Shorts, and that'll help the channel out stumendously. So please, Shadow Warden, clip it and ship it, boy. What kind of disease did you catch? I hope it's nothing too serious. What? Bro, I've had like the flu or something. You need to go and find copper. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. I need to find copper. Is living in Florida? Dude, Florida's not a bad spot. I feel like the Sunshine Law gives Florida so much shit, right? Like the fact that everything gets reported, criminally speaking, in Florida makes Florida sound so much more insane than it actually is. Because like you always say, oh, Florida man, right? And it's the craziest shit, but it's just like, Bro, I was like an hour away from the Charlie Kirk thing. I'm sorry that you live near so many Mormons, Jon Snow. Just little hellions drinking Monster energy drinks and pretending like it's not against their religion because Joseph Smith's wife didn't want them drinking hot caffeinated beverages. All right? I'm sorry for you, Jon Snow. I too know Mormons, and they're really fucking nice people. Except for when they're not. What's up, Elliot Castaños? Hopefully I said that right. I don't speak Spanish. To be fair, that could be a Portuguese name, and I'm just like doubly racist. I wouldn't be able to know the difference. Hot caffeinated drinks are against Mormon rules? Yep. Long story short, Joseph Smith's wife got real angry about him and his boys staying up drinking coffee, talking shit all night. So she banned it, and then he just was like, I'm getting a revelation from God. God doesn't like tea and coffee. And like, for whatever reason, some people will use the loophole that it's not the caffeine that's the problem. It's the hot caffeinated beverages. So like they'll drink Monster energy drinks and soda to like stay, you know, like to as like a thing. What's Gucci? Dude, Gucci, remember Gucci Mane? Gucci Mane used to be so much fun. Simpler times. Snakes in the grass, better clip that shit, you know? Here, I thought the magical underwear was weird. The magical underwear is definitely A, weirder, and B, not as weird. The magical underwear thing is really like a commitment thing. It's not like, I don't know, like there's a lot of things that like if you take a literal interpretation, Mormonism is batshit insane, but like so that's also true of Christianity or Islam or anything. If the state and huge corporations engage in aggression, should there be reparations? Yeah, obviously. Of course. I don't know if reparations is the right word. Like you can just say pay restitution, but yeah. Scott, question. If I pay, will you read and respond to a long comment I'll leave in the comments of the video? I mean, I don't like to guarantee that I'll respond I'll respond to any super chat. I always respond to every super chat. But whether or not, like if you give me $2, right? And then you leave me like a 17 message thread in chat, I might be like, bro, you're hijacking the stream. Right? So like I don't make any guarantees, but like I will respond to anybody that super chats. And I respond to most people in chat regardless of whether or not they pay. It's just I can't guarantee that I'll get to it when chat gets going, especially if I'm in a debate or something. Then like I kind of stop responding until after the debate or something, unless somebody pays. But like, I mean, just ask the question, and if it's like super long, I'll know what to tell you. But if you want to guarantee that I'll look at it, then yeah, you can pay a super chat, but like I'll respond to the super chat, but I reserve the right to respond to the level of my own energy and the vibe of the stream, just kind of depending on what's going on. You'll forever remain the GOAT? What's up, Shadow Warden? 17 months. Is 18 months the next coin, or is it 2 years? I can't remember. But you may be 1 month away from a coin. And I think the next coin is it Doge? I think the next coin is Doge because it's a meme coin. Might be a Zulu. When a defense firm buy collateral, or if they got the wrong target, would it be equal punishment for killing off the property owner who owned those weapons? I feel like the question doesn't make sense. When a defense firm buy collateral, or if they got the wrong target, would it be equal punishment for killing off the property owner who owned those weapons? Assuming the defense firm is also the property owner who owned those weapons, then like it would depend, right? So if through like gross negligence they just happened to bomb the wrong person, then like their life would be forfeit. But if they're bombing the right person and there's collateral damage, then they're not the aggressor. The person that's holding them hostage by their presence is, right? So like if I'm going after like a warlord and they're underneath a church, yeah, you can bomb a church, dude. And if you kill people in the church, you're not the person responsible for the killing of the people in that church. It's the warlord that's trying to hide out in the church that needs to be taken out that is the aggressor in this situation. It's no different than if a bank robber is wearing a stolen t-shirt, right? Is it now an act of aggression to shoot the bank robber because the bullet will go through the stolen t-shirt, and now the owner of the stolen t-shirt needs to be compensated for the aggressive act that you did against them? No. Someone else stole the t-shirt. They're the aggressor. The fact that you harmed the t-shirt in apprehending them is not your fault. It's the aggressor's fault. But I mean, it would depend upon the context of the situation. And that's when you get into like objectivist metaphysics and stuff. But I actually did a whole like self-defense conversation with Zulu maybe like a year or two ago. And like we delve into all of that. It was like not long after the October 7th situation with Israel. So like, I would suggest watching that either on my channel or his. Are you Jewish perchance? I am not. I'm an American mutt. I'm everything but Jewish. I'm like 13. I'm like 12.5% black, Scotch, Irish, teeny bit of French, a little bit of German, and a good chunk of Lebanese. So if you're seeing like maybe Jewish-esque genes, I'm part Lebanese and part black, but mostly white. So yeah, I might kind of look Jewish, but no, I'm not a Jew. Kind of sad about that. I wish I was Jewish. Have you watched the Soypill's YouTube content, actual brainwash? I've debated him several times, but no, I've never watched his content. I think I like tried to the first time I met him, or was like gonna debate him, and I was like, oh, this is garbage, and then I just kind of like left. Seven more months till Dogecoin. Okay. However, the 3-year badge looks like an infected wound. You know, when someone's getting close to the 3-year badge, we'll go see if we can find some better cryptocurrency emotes. I think I've got some PNGs beyond that, but I didn't have more room for more anyways. If you were Jewish, you'd be a millionaire from streaming by now. Only if I talked about how awesome trans people are and shit. You can't just be Jewish and get rich. You have to be Jewish, use your connections with your Jewish family, and then also say the right things. Like, it's not like you just freely rich because you're Jewish. You know, like, you have to be, quote unquote, one of the good ones. To be fair, you do like some trans people quite a bit. I mean, I like Taftash. I'm like DMing friends with Buck Angel. So I guess yeah. I DM them both every now and then. Blair White hates me though. I still don't know why. What if I pay you to talk with you? Dude, just hop in the fucking Discord and stop being weird. Like, this isn't I'm not an OnlyFans girl. Like, we don't have to get all weird about the pay to play shit. The money is mostly to like talk to people if they really want to talk and make sure that their comment gets seen and to support the channel. Hop in the Discord if you want to chit chat for like a couple minutes. Now, granted, I got to leave in like 20 minutes, but if there's something you want to ask, just hop in. I'll hop in real quick. It's not a big deal. What element of truth is there in the Jew craze theorists are on? Yeah, so, I mean, that's a really weird way of asking the JQ. I'd say this. I'd say that Jews are a maternal society. I would say that Judaism as a religion has been obsessed with social welfare. I mean, read Judges, like read Amos, right? Like the state of Israel falls apart because, the Jews were not taking care of the elderly and the widows, etc. Right? So there's that. I would say that they have a deep focus on, linguistic learning for their young men. I would say that, many countries, I would read The Stranger by George Samel and the kind of the weird, you mean matrilineal? What did I say? I'm sick. I'm going to say dumb shit from time to time. Read The Stranger by George Samel. They kind of sit in and out of society. Yeah, and they're nepotistic, and their, religion isn't as strong as Read 200 Years Together. If I could guarantee that people could get a good copy of Read 200 Years Together, I would say read Alexander Solzhenitsyn's 200 Years Together. But until somebody can show me a publisher that is willing to publish Alexander Solzhenitsyn's 200 Years Together in a good copy, then like I can't in good conscience tell people to go online and find a PDF. And like I haven't found any like good translations because I don't fucking speak Russian. You know what I mean? Like, and I need like a Russian to like be able to like, this is a good translation, someone that I trust. Yeah, all of those reasons, right? Like I think obviously there's nepotism. Obviously they have a slightly higher IQ. Obviously there's a verbal IQ. Obviously they went into banking in certain industries at first because they were forced to, and then because they're profitable. But this idea that like Jews run the world is just fucking stupid. It's like, yeah, did Jews as a religion and as a culture push evil shit? Yeah. They're more likely to be left wing and they're more likely to be in power. So they tend to be the people that very often push subversive bullshit. But this idea that it's like, it's the Jews, it's like, no, it's fucking not. It's just overpopulated by Jews. It's just what happens when you cling to a univariate analysis. Yeah, I heard you say several times, I'm in the Discord. I gotta get out of here in like 15 minutes now. Fucking Admiral Gibbs is DMing me weird shit. Admiral Gibbs is like, why don't you have a Bond villain outfit on? What the fuck, Gibbs? Gibbs is such a born entertainer. And how much did Jews top-down control the media in U.S. politics? They don't top-down control the media or U.S. politics. They have undue influence. Leftism. They're overpopulated with Jews. Like, it's like, I just don't get it. Fucking Gibbs is DMing me wild shit, and I'm still kind of out of it. Like the stream, boys. Yeah, there's 8 of you right now who have not liked the stream, minimum. What the fuck, boys? What's up?
Hey, how's it going, Scott?
What do you mean, how's it going? You fucking what? What do you want?
Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I brought you in the live stream just so nobody hops in and be like, inward.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I just had like a few questions just to ask.
A few questions? No, we got one question. I gotta leave in like 10 minutes.
All right, got it. Yeah. I was just curious, like, about the whole, like, you know, Israel-Palestine situation. Like, you know, as you
these softball questions I can answer quickly. I just a little curious about this whole Israel situation. Bro.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to ask, basically, what's happening in Israel right now with the whole Palestine situation? You think, like, you know, with this whole situation, this could possibly lead into like a World War III situation?
I think any war in the Middle East, any war with Russia or any war with China always has the potential of popping off into a World War III situation. Will it? I don't see that happening. Now, if it continues and then other things, you know, like new factors pop in, then like, yeah, sure. But like if it stays contained relatively in the state of Israel, I don't see that being a World War III situation. I missed your super chat or I ignored it. Hold on. You gave me $2 when you said howdy fam. Oh, you would fit in with the juice. No one likes them either. Okay, that feels... How did I catch anti-Semitic comment while not being Jewish? Like, that feels fucked up. You know what I mean? Can I at least be a chosen people before I have to catch chosen people comments? Like, what the fuck? That's not fair. Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. I tend to focus on philosophy and not so much foreign politics. And unlike most people's favorite streamer, when like a new war pops off, I don't pretend like I've been an expert on it for 20 years. I know that's what most political streamers do. Like some new thing pops off and then they're just like, oh, fucking I know everything there is to know about Israel Palestine. I'm like, cool thing Loner Box, cool thing Destiny, cool thing Hassan, cool thing every other political streamer that I just can't think of right now that just magically fucking totally understood everything about Israel Palestine. Let me rattle off my Scott Horton talking points.
Yeah, America just needs to go out and invade Israel.
Yeah, like
Take 'em
every
out.
no, fuck no. We need to leave that place the fuck alone and let it burn.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm definitely fine with that.
No, just fucking, just no more money from us. No more APAC. Yeah, you get a cool little office in New York City when you want to talk about UN issues or whatever. And then as far as we're concerned, it's like, yeah, do your thing. We'll do ours. Problem is we need them
Like
to
if they
prop up
screw up,
fucking
then-
the U.S. petrodollar.
Yeah.
So we can't
Yeah, the
really
US
do that. We
petrodollar.
just should. I'm okay with letting the petrodollar collapse.
Same here. Yeah, but I don't want to hold up like your time. Like I just like to, you know.
What about the phones? Yeah. No, I mean, I was hopping in for a second. It's chill. I'm gonna hop out. Nice talking to you, Crod.
Okay, yes, sir. I'll see you later, Scott. Have a good night.
Follow Crod's channel. Crod, post something in chat. Just like follow me or whatever. Follow Crod's channel.
Okay. All right. Yep.
What about the phones? The child's chips. What? Is this fucking like politician talking point roulette? Like fucking MOS phones. Scott, I've noticed that you're always very concerned with the petrodollar. Just curious as to why. Because it means so much more than people understand. It's the number one issue when we're talking about why America is constantly printing money for wars in the Middle East and Africa and trying to like start shit. Is that follow the history of you know, promises. We follow the history beginning in 1913, obviously, and the beginning of fractional reserve banking. But once we go and we make the you know, Bretton Woods, and we make the, you know, the deal to back the dollar on the gold standard, and then Nixon takes us off the gold standard. Like it's a whole thing. I don't have time to get into it right now, but it's like it's the biggest reason why our economy is a fake economy that ships over, you know, manufacturing to other countries, why we're constantly involved in wars, why we're constantly trying to, you know, spread democracy, why it's the thing that supports the US economy and corporate structure that is a fake economy. It's tied to DEI and all that other shit too. Like it's the number one thing to understanding the problems with the US, with so many problems in the US. Shitting on company time feels great. What about Trump's plan to back bonds? I don't trust Trump near any crypto. I don't trust Trump with anything. I don't like Trump's plans are always, at this point, I just look at with extreme skepticism, more so when they're plans that sound like something I might like. I don't trust the state with the economy except to I don't trust the state to deregulate the economy, even when they say they're going to deregulate the economy, because deregulation from the state usually looks like, you know, a sort of kind of deregulating, but only for the players that we choose in the ways that they want it deregulated, so that they can gain regulatory capture, so that they can, you know, benefit over other companies. Is owning Intel better than just giving them money? I mean, how about neither? But I mean, who are we giving? Giving Intel money? Why would we give Intel money? I don't trust Trump with sharp scissors, to be fair. Yeah, I don't trust Trump with sharp scissors either. links don't work in chat, Crod, but people can just see your name and then they can just click your name. It's Crod7435. I don't allow links in my chat. And maybe I should allow links in my chat. I'm just too worried about people coming in and like when I allowed links in chat, I would constantly get bots that would come in and like put phishing attempt shit in links. So it just became it was just a problem. Real talk though, I haven't looked into it because like I've been sick. Is there anything new coming out? Thoughts on Raging Tomato as a debate channel? I don't know. I've never been on her show before. I've like seen clips, but I've never like sat and watched a whole one of her streams. Cause like, man, I do this shit enough. Watching other people do the same shit is like too much for me. You know what I mean? So it's just like, she seems to be like the new Britney. Remember Britney from like, what was it? Not politically incorrect, politically something. And it had like a red circle. And like, and then she ended up trying to go to like the Groypers and like they made fun of her and she was on like Cozy TV for a while. I don't know whatever happened to her, but she seems like very similar to that vein, like filling that role. But again, I don't know much about her. I still love you. I appreciate it. But like, no, is there any new information about the baby Tylenol, like autism link? Or is that just the same shit like as that is like we've been hearing from like the lawsuits against New York, where it's like correlational evidence at best. And it's like not that good. Like, is there any good evidence towards this autism baby Tylenol link? Or is it just RFK being a fucking retarded anti-vax, you know, well, we gotta find out all of the things. I like playing Tiny Glade with my daughter and just building little houses and shit. And that New Zealand YouTube channel made a game, Nice Day for Fishing, and that's fun. So that's my cozy games currently. I just saw Trump say that ADHD doesn't exist because the Amish don't have it. And I was just like, God damn, dude. Like, can somebody shut this motherfucker up? Dude, neither of these are Geek Bar products, I don't think. They might be, though, because the motherfuckers make a new product like every 6 months to try and get around whatever regulations are coming out. Babies can have Tylenol, but you have to supplement their diet with grasshoppers, right? Yeah, it's like the Amish don't have it, and it's like, have you ever seen an Amish person being interviewed? They all are autistic coded because they have no fucking social skills. So of course they can't tell where the autism is because they all act that way. But it wouldn't surprise me if there's something in their food or diet that, you know, or, you know, the validity of the male sperm specifically, that like lowers autism rates amongst the Amish. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But the idea that it doesn't exist because the Amish don't have it is just fucking retarded. And it has been fun, though, watching the left just suck corporate dick and be like, there's nothing wrong with Diet Coke because the right have become healthy. And so like every hippie on the left has either been forced to be a right tradcon girl or to give up on all of their worries about health and medicine and corporations and big pharma because now they all simp for big pharma. It's been fun. I don't know how old some of you are, but like, you know, I'm a 90s kid. Like when I was a kid, if you were like anti big pharma, you were probably like some like anarcho-socialist or some shit. Like you weren't a fucking right-winger anti-vax mom. Like those didn't exist in the 90s. They were all left-wing. Disney brought Jimmy Kimmel back like a couple hours ago. So we'll see. Disney literally caved to the pressure. Yeah, 3 hours ago. From BBC, Disney reinstates Jimmy Kimmel after suspension over Charlie Kirk remarks. Like, they literally caved. Based win for free speech? I don't really give a fuck if the state goes after the state. Right? Like, Jimmy Kimmel has no right to free speech when he's, you know, losing network television money, and he's only there because the billionaire and millionaire corporate donor class, along with BlackRock and Vanguard that own the companies that host him, are, you know, pushing political propaganda that is the preference of like the CIA and NGO activist organizations and corporations working against the American interest to spread lies and misinformation. I don't care if Trump uses the FCC to go after them. Now, my personal preference is to ban the FCC. But like, I'm not going to stand up for the free speech rights of fucking the state. Because that's exactly what Jimmy Kimmel is. He's the state. Jimmy Kimmel wasn't the state, though. That's a bit of a stretch. It's not the stretch to say that operations of the cathedral, such as legacy media owned by massive corporations, pushing misinformation and propaganda at a financial loss, is the state. Like, they're two arms of the same situation. What you just sent me something. Hold on. It's 9:07.
Lois, these eggs are scrambled. I thought for sure you'd be making eggs Benedict Arnold.
Brian, stop writing jokes for Peter. And Peter, you brought this on yourself by putting on those filthy shows.
Oh, Lois, you are so full of... What? No, I can't say in my own house? Great, Lois.
Okay, I'm not going to continue that, but I remember this bit now. All right, boys. Dude, everybody has hated the FCC forever. Like it would be the easiest dub for Republicans to just be like, if they actually gave a fuck about winning and liberty, to just be like, yeah, we're getting rid of the FCC. Literally, Eminem hated the FCC. Family Guy hated the FCC. Everyone hates the FCC. Like, just get rid of the FCC. Like, that would be so amazing. But I got to go take a piss. And then when I come back, I got to go hop into this debate panel. I'll be right back. Arrived. Pwn some of this liberal poon. All right. Dude, why is it doing this again? Oh my god. Like StreamYards is the only I don't know why it does. There we go. Test. There we go. Okay. Sonar Gaming.
Mom doesn't even want to tune in sometimes until open panel. She's like, I don't want this boring stuff. I want the open panel crazy. I'm like,
perfect,
all right,
yeah.
fair enough. Hi, Fabian, welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. I was just telling Big Papa Buckaroo, since she's also new here, the debate portion, try to be a little more stringent on that, a little more on point,
what?
focused, in terms of not being as interruptive. Don't go full hog wild crazy on each other. Save the crazy for open panel if you're sticking around for that. That's where your gloves can come off and you can have a lot more fun. But I want to try to keep the debate portion more locked
I'm recovering
in.
from the flu. So like we're chill tonight.
That's good. I like that. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, so are you planning on staying for open panel?
We'll see how long. I don't know. Like, I'm not going into the wee small hours of the morning or anything, but I might stay for like an hour or two.
Yeah, that's perfect. I was just telling Big Papa that same thing. Usually, if you can get at least a good hour into open panel, because people want to come on and ask questions to you and argue with you. But outside of that, you guys are free to leave, after open panel at any time. I won't hold you hostage, except for Soypill. I hold him hostage with horse videos, and his chat seems to have fun
my
with it.
audience loves it. I hate them for it. They're like, get play the horse, Sarah, play the horse. And they like donate to me, and I'm like, you can't do it if you donate here, but now you're gonna go donate to her, you sons of bitches.
They could if you
If I implemented it,
if you
which I
synced
never
in.
would.
No, if you actually synced in to the StreamYard, then the super chats that come in there, I would see. Then we can read, and all of your chat can have their smart ass comments up on the screen too. But recapture is fine too. I don't mind that. Where's Gibbs? Come on, he just messaged me. Oh, there he is. I guess I gotta stop talking shit about Gibbs now that he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you planning on staying for open panel, Gibbs?
Yes.
All right. As I was telling everyone else, let's try to savor our crazy off the wall stuff for open panel and try to keep the debate portion a little more centered in, a little more on point. Rules of the house, the interruptions, absolute fucking no-go. Please don't do it. It really drives me up a wall. And it's just bad form for the show altogether. And then you just look like an asshole. And then when I chat GPT the speaking times and who interrupted the most, it will call you out.
Wait, so hold on. If there's no interruptions, are we doing like a collegiate form, or like where we have like 5 minutes this person, 5 minutes this person?
If you no, it's not timed, but if you ask someone a question and they start answering it, and let's say you don't like their answer, or you don't like the way they're answering, or you say you're filibustering, that is what I consider an interruption. You can hate somebody's response all day long. Just wait until they're done responding to say that was the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. And I say that because people like Soy, right? He's probably the most guilty here that I know of.
Oh,
No, I'm way worse. I'm way worse.
Oh my god, fucking stupid panel tonight. But here's
I'm
how
way
I'll
worse.
say it.
To be fair, I only interrupt when people like Soypill are not actually answering the argument, or they're engaged in a logical fallacy. which is
I
the
don't know
entire
what
fucking
it
time
is,
he's talking.
Megan.
Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna put it this way.
I'll be
Very
good.
kindly.
I'll be a good
I'm
boy.
going to put it very kindly this way. If you are interrupting and interrupting and interrupting, and then later someone interrupts you, I'm going to let them interrupt you. And when you start pleading to the moderator to get your own time, I'm going to be like, nope, like you're doing the same thing to them. And that's usually how I play it, but I don't say it out loud beforehand. So I'm saying it out loud beforehand that if you are a constant interrupter like Soy, you cannot plead to the moderator later when you want to be able to speak without being interrupted as well. I play fair across the board in that aspect. Now,
Can we
if
plead to
you're-
you when Soy won't stop gish galloping and not answering arguments the entire night?
I typically here's how I put it. If somebody's not answering,
I'm just
the
on your shit,
question,
Sarah. It's fine. I'll go with the vibe.
It's good. Like, I think people call people out all the time for gish galloping, not answering, filibustering, so on and so forth. If somebody's just rambling on, I'll tell them to land the plane, but you got to let me have that opportunity to tell them to land the plane. Now, what the great thing about debate is when you call that out after they're done gish galloping and rambling all sorts of all over the place, and then you can call that out. Right? You can actually say all of these things. You said all of this nonsense and blah, 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 but you didn't actually answer the fucking question. You can say that. Just try not to be pouncing on them, because sometimes people answer questions in a long, rounded way. I recognize it when people do it. I'm very familiar with that style of talking, but you got to give them at least the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm just teasing. I've been doing
I
this for
know.
years. You know what I mean?
I know you. I know. But some people, I just recently had this issue where people start complaining about interruptions, but then they're the ones that are just as guilty, and it cracks me up. So,
I can't think of anybody that would have done that.
I can think of quite. I could. Did you watch the circus panel video?
I didn't see that one, but I can think of a few people. I was just being facetious.
Well, I'm gonna just start making funny music videos about everyone after they do dumb shit here. Anyways, but so interruptions, I think we've made it very clear how I feel about that. Mudslinging, name calling, have fun, children, but let's not make it the entirety of the show. If it just gets to a point where that's all you're doing is just name calling all over the place and making fun of each other, it's going to get old after a while. Get back to the topic, stay on topic. Number 3, personal attacks on people's family, children, personal lives, anything that is not on screen already, please keep it off of my screen. Any personal beefs, if you have, like, I don't know, Soy, Fabian, if you guys had some personal beef prior to this, leave it off my shit. It's not the topic. I don't want to hear about it. Or save it for open panel. Save it for open panel, and I'll give you a little speed date and you can have fun with it.
Wait, Sarah, are you
then-
saying that if like someone's kid does come on screen, we can absolutely insult them?
Or really
I'm just
ugly
imagining like my toddler coming into the room real quick and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh no!" And then him just 10
But that
minutes
baby
of like,
doesn't know about
"Look
the
how
non-aggressive
fat that
principle."
fucking baby is! That fucking piece of shit baby!" It's like you said on screen.
I mean, you could break that down into technicalities, yes. And then, of course, everybody gets 4 minutes. Actually, Admiral, you have the claim. You have the affirmative position here. It's your prompt. I'm assuming you want to go first.
No, I think Fabian.
I'm
You want
going
to go first?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. Then Admiral next. Soy and Buckaroo. You want to go first, Buckaroo? And then
I'm fine.
Or whichever one.
I'll go
You're the one
second.
that dragged
No,
Soy
I'll go
in
second.
here.
Ladies first.
No, I have such a
Yeah, every preference she has now that I'm here and been dragged in is the opposite of what she wants. So
Yes, I concur with that because she she did drag you in.
I did. I really messaged you and him at the same time. Like, let's make sure it's Soypill. Like, I sent him all caps. Like, please.
Aw, what a man. So we'll do 4-minute opening statements. Fabian, you're going to start off. Soy, you have the final word in that. Then we'll go into the debate on the way back round for closing statements. Soy, you will be first. Fabian, you'll have the final word. If I am trying to break it up, please just listen for my voice. I try not to yell, but if you guys provoke it, I'm just going to be a total bitch about it, and you don't want me to be there. Overall, play well, play nice. Any questions?
Yeah, do we say who we are and everything in our 4 minutes, or do you want to do that first? Or
You're welcome to plug in that 4 minutes if you want. I'll do a brief intro of everybody's name.
Okay, well,
But
then we're good,
overall, yes, if you want to say I'm Fabian, here's where you can find me, whatever, that's fine too. Closing statements, and I'm not stringent on the timing, like about 4 minutes. If I see you're going like 4.5 and we're still going, I'll just let you know, hey, 30 seconds. Most people don't utilize more than the 4 minutes anyways. But I'm not like a hard lock asshole about it. So if you want to take that time to plug your name and whatever, that's fine too. Any other questions? Okay. Let me just step away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back, and then we'll kick off.
Oh man, I got a flu. Admiral Gibbs might have a concussion. This is gonna be a fun night.
I do have a concussion.
Sorry to hear that. I thought I might have a concussion last week. I fell down and hit my head.
Just like a
right
woman to
here.
immediately try and one up some shit.
No, I
Actually,
didn't.
last week.
Yeah, I told my car, and she's talking about falling down the thing. You know, yeah, this guy hit a car.
Fucking goddamn,
I
girl.
fell.
You totaled your car?
Yeah, I told her that this
Oh,
this
I'm so
illegal
sorry to hear
alien
that.
pulled out in front of me with no lights on his trailer, and I nailed him. Oh, lo and behold, it was illegal, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, hear me out. If you're an illegal, like, why do you not have your car straight? Like, I just don't understand.
Well,
Like,
so what
it,
happened
like,
was
I'm not pro
he picked up
deportation.
he was picking up another car that was already like wrecked, and he
Right.
put it on a trailer, and he pulled out, and he didn't have the lights hooked up on the trailer to the back of
Right, I'm just saying, like, if I'm not pro deportation, but if you're an illegal and you don't have your shit straight on your car, I feel like you just fucking like that's a Darwin Award. Like, you just like I don't care if you get deported.
I'm
I'm
just
like,
asking
you're
for it.
fucking dumb. Like, yeah, like, come on, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he just gave me plenty of ammo to use in all these deportation debates. I totaled my car because this goddamn illegal was here. In
Just
America.
like the fucking Asians in Ohio, the car insurance rates are going up.
My moderation style is very loose. I'm not here to call out your logical fallacies. I might tell you like that was fucking stupid. I'm here to offer translations and referee. I try to stay out of it. It is your debate to have. But if you are constantly interrupting and just being a butthead, that's where I'll start intervening and being the turd. For the beginning, I'm going to start. I'll put you all backstage. I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Then the intro video will play. Intro is about 2 minutes long. Approximately 30 seconds before the intro video stops, I will put you back on screen. And that's just your cue to know in 30 seconds you will be on screen. Don't pick your nose at that time. Any questions?
Wait,
Final
are you seriously
thoughts?
doing the Pledge of Allegiance?
I started doing it a couple weeks ago. Do you want to say it with me? I put an overlay up.
Of all the
I'm gonna use
times I
the
want to
restroom
pledge allegiance to my
since there
country,
is-
now is the least time that I would like to do it. Honestly,
That's fair. I think I'm gonna actually. I actually think I'm gonna start
ready,
doing
though.
it solo because
yeah. When are you gonna get the military to sponsor us and have the jets fly over to drive up recruitment numbers? When's that happening?
I
that's not
like
a bad
it.
idea.
I like it. I thought about it and I was like, we don't say the Pledge of Allegiance enough, and my chat seems to be happy with it. All right, I'm
Ew,
gonna throw you all
don't say that.
backstage. What?
Oh no, not you. My chat.
Oh. Are you live on your end?
Yeah.
I'm
so-
live.
Normally people let people know. That's
I got a
okay.
lot of libertarians. All right, so you bring up the Pledge of Allegiance, I immediately get a chat of just wildness.
Are they angry?
We got.
Fuck 'em.
We only
That's what
got
I have
two
to say.
slurs. I don't care. Whatever. User
Nah,
timeout.
they'll
There we
live.
go.
They'll
What's
be
the
all
slur
right.
for a pledger? Like what do you
Flag
call
it.
someone who does a
flag it.
flag?
Oh my god.
Also, what
All
we
right.
use for people that have a lot of flags in their bio on Twitter. You can have
Oh
that
my
one.
god. All right, that's fair. All right, I'm throwing everybody backstage. Let's kick this off. Have a good time tonight, and I expect at least a fair fight between all of you. Okay, here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag
she's gonna
of the
say it.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
I thought
and
there might be like a
justice
video.
for all.
This is so boomer coded. I kind of like it.
Generally, you said feminism is neutral. Here's what actually happened.
This is the foundation of all knowledge.
Money.
I'm really mad that
What difference does it make, right? What
Stop,
difference?
stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. You're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology. So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool. Robert. Oh, they're dead? We're very large, you said.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Fabian Liberty, Admiral Gibbs, Big Papa Buckaroo, and the Soypill. Our statement of the evening is socialism, progressivism, and communism are all inherently politically violent. Fabian, why don't you kick us off with your opening statement, please?
Yeah, Fabian Liberty, you can find me pretty much on Twitter and YouTube predominantly. If you just Google Fabian Liberty, you'll find me. Thank you for having me, and I apologize if my voice isn't quite there. I'm still coming off of a flu. But anyways, let's get started. Tonight I have the unenviable task of explaining to liberals that water is wet, or that socialism, progressivism, and communism are inherently politically violent. So let's first establish what is political violence. Political violence is any initiation of physical force, coercion, or fraud by individuals, groups, or institutions, especially the state, against persons or their justly acquired property, aimed at achieving political ends, such as control, domination, or redistribution of resources in violation of the non-aggression principle. All forms of socialism, communism, and progressivism at their core advocate the violation of private property rights and individual liberty in the name of political violence. To avoid political violence would be to denounce these contradictory philosophies completely. One cannot claim to be against political violence simply because they denounce an assassination or an overt military coup when they are also representing a philosophy that inherently violates the liberty of the individual. For simplicity's sake, all three of the ideologies presented I will refer to as leftism. While yes, there are differences between Marcusean liberals and more classical communist philosophies that focus on revolution, they share the same ethical contradictory claim that might makes right. All forms of leftism believe that their preferences, be it their utopian belief in the communist end state or the amorphous religious worship of the sacredity of democracy, justify using the power of the state to forcibly remove rights and properties from individuals. Now, the left will surely attempt to dismiss this critique by stating that my definition is overly broad, encompassing many republicans, monarchies, tribal governments, etc. Let me first say, so what? I don't fucking care. I am none of these, and your weak whataboutisms is not an argument nor justification for your support of political aggression. I have no need to entertain your cope, but I will. When the right embraces political violence in the modern context, it is often mirroring the left. But unlike leftism, it is not inherent to right-wing philosophy. So what even is right-wing? I posit that right-wing philosophies or ideologies are ones that represent the following beliefs or values: the axiom of human teleology and collective teleology, the axiom of virtue, the entropic law of human nature and of institutions, to include the iron law of oligarchy, order-based politics, and low time preference investments. Said in other words, right-wing ideologies are not concerned with violating property rights, but rather with maintaining stability, ferreting out cultural and political decay, and investing in life-affirming long-term solutions. None of these political values require political violence, but many conservatives throughout history have adopted it in order to impose these values. We've seen time and time again that when societies degrade from socialism, the right cuts free the sword of Damocles and uses socialism itself as a weapon against the enemies of the good. They become the very thing they hate because the prisoner's dilemma only works when both prisoners decide to keep their fucking mouths shut. We've seen it in Nazi Germany with classical fascism, and we're seeing it today with Charlie Kirk's death and the right's embrace of a mere fraction of the cancel culture of the left. The inherently violent left has rejected the open hand of conservatives over and over again, and they are begging for the closed fist. In short, political violence is the collective usage of force against individual rights for control and preferences. This tactic is center to leftist ideologies and seen as both correct and morally good. It is true that the right often embraces this quick solution out of fear of decaying society, but it is neither inherent nor necessary for the right. But it is often a response to the inherently violent left.
Perfect. Thank you, Fabian. Admiral, to you.
All right. Thank you so much. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere. All right, let's get started. Although the modern leftist would have you believe that the political ideologies of socialism, progressivism, and communism are these lofty, morally good utilitarian ideas, the fact of the matter is that this is a perfidious deception built upon an insidious foundation of arrogance, manipulation, and overt violence. All one must do to see that this is the truth is to look at the leading historical figures of these movements. People like Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Dr. Joseph Goebbels, and others. These men have claimed to be angels of light, leading men out of the darkness of capitalism, but in reality, they were little more than charlatans and false prophets, leading men and nations to their violent ends. Despite these blatant historical facts, our opponents may try to deceive you, the audience, with the lie that they are somehow more advanced and civilized. Yet modern proponents of these philosophies continue to advocate for the adoption of these evil, inherently violent ideologies from the same malicious trifecta of arrogance, manipulation, and violence that duplicitous forefathers proposed. The only difference being slightly different branding and having more modern media training. Let's examine this further, starting with arrogance. The proponents of these theories think that they know best and won't engage in honest discussion about their ideals because they know once they're examined that the jig is up. Let's start with Marx and Engels. At one point in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels sputter this baby-back bullshit. But does wage labor create any property for the laborer? Not a bit. You heard it, folks, in the discussion. Not a bit. The two pseudo-intellectuals proclaim nobody anywhere knows of anybody working for wages who has purchased and owns a single thing after they get their paycheck. Nobody has ever heard or seen of a worker who saves and invests, starts a business, or improves his economic condition by accumulating property. But wait! I thought I'm sure the intellectual giants that are Marx and Engels would have footnoted this exception. I'll look at the bottom of the page to discover the source of this absurdity. But oops, no footnotes, none. The authors of this spleen-bending screed labeled a manifesto expect you to take their word for it. And you better not disagree because they later assert in shameless arrogance that the charges against communists made from a religious, a philosophical, and generally from an ideological standpoint are not deserving of serious examination. This right here is the founders of these philosophies to secure in their arrogance, basically stating there's no point arguing with their philosophy because they are smarter than you and they know better than you, so you should just take their word for it. Manipulation. Moving on to manipulation, I feel it is wise to look at the father of propaganda, an avid socialist, Dr. Joseph Goebbels. Goebbels was a master wordsmith and was able to take the most evil of ideologies and frame it into an almost laudable light. He once said, to be a socialist means to let the ego serve the neighbor, to sacrifice the self for the whole. In its deepest sense, socialism equals service. He said, in those damn Nazis, why are we socialists? We are socialists because we see the social question as a matter of necessary injustice for the very existence of a state for our people, not a question of cheap pity or insulting sentimentality. The worker has a claim to a living standard that corresponds to what he produces. This was followed up by him helping to craft the socialist policies of the Nazi Party, like peace through joy and many other socialist policies laid out in the 25-point plan. These silken words and policies of uplifting the people, hiding the fact that this socialist redistribution of wealth was accomplished by the Holocaust and brutal persecution of their political opponents. The proponents of these ideas always use lofty goals and feel-good honeypots in order to lure in the general public while using the overt violence to provide. Don't believe me? Let's once again look to the founders of these ideologies. It's obvious from the manifesto that Marx and his pal Engels saw violence to achieve the communist objective as a given. Marx criticizes socialists who do not understand the necessity of revolutionary violence. They naively wish to attain their ends by peaceful means that he says are necessarily doomed to failure. Quoting Dr. Goebbels now, "We are not a charitable institution, but a party of revolutionary socialists." He goes on to say, in 1918, there was only one task for the German socialists: to keep the weapons and defend German socialism. Joseph Stalin, another famous communist, once said, "One death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic." Finally, before I conclude, I think it is prudent to include two quotes from a modern champion of progressivism. Hassan Piker, referring to the capitalist states, "You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting the motherfucking intestines ride on stage." He says, slice them up, and fucking dice them. And another viral video talking about landlords, Piker states, "Kill them, kill those motherfuckers, murder those motherfuckers in the street, let the street soak in their fucking red capitalist blood, dude." Do these statements make you think of the non-violent Mahatma Gandhi or the maniacs with violent proclivities? In conclusion, communists, socialists, and progressives everywhere support revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. They openly declare from a place of arrogance that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions using inherently violent means such as manipulation and overt violence. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Admiral. Big Papa to you.
I asked the audience to imagine themselves discussing political violence with their family or friends and whether they would all see violence the same. When discussing political violence online, brought to mind are images we've seen on the news over the past year, including the killing of Charlie Kirk and CEO Brian Thompson. But is that actually what we're discussing? If you were to ask a libertarian, the violence to which we refer could be as abstract as taxes, regulating marijuana consumption, even upholding freedom of speech itself, as they are all enacted through the state's monopoly on violence. If you were to ask the staunch Republican, perhaps violence is more adequately related to things like abortion, gun crime, or whatever it is they were doing on January 6th. We could go down the list of different political and philosophical ideologies and list out the various perspectives they have on violence, and we still would not have a singular definition of violence itself, but an amorphous glob of vibes. That's right, vibes. And that is what is being placed on socialism, communism, and progressivism, ideologies which themselves actively advocate for better healthcare, education, and community support for every citizen. That is not to say that power in the wrong hands will never do harm, but when we look at the ideologies themselves, we do not see this inherent violence my opponents suggest. In fact, we see something much more interesting. If we were to look at the statistics of people who do and do not support political violence, you will find that in 2023, 1/3 of Republicans believed that true American patriots may have to resort to violence to save the country. MAGA Republicans were 3 times as likely to advocate for violence. Following more recent surveys, independents and Democrats both still measure less likely to advocate for violence than Republicans. When you get down to it, not only are we unable to come up with a singular, concrete definition of what is or isn't violence within this debate, but if you look at the numbers, the people most likely to advocate for violence aren't Democrats or independent voters, but Republicans themselves. The call is coming from within the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Big Papa. Perfect. And to you, Soypill.
I'm going to start off by saying I'm here under duress. I think all governments need some sort of threat of violence to remain a state to enforce laws, but for something to be inherently violent, I expect a higher bar, explicit calls to violence, suppressing dissent, excising undesirables, so fascism, Nazism, etc. If violence is just maintaining any form of law and order, this debate is silly and pointless. Calling any of these ideologies inherently violent is silly and pointless. You might have a strong case against communism, suppressing its peoples, but that's historically society under any of these labels could of course exist in ways that are not violent, just like capitalism could be peaceful, monarchy can be peaceful, as long as they're not doing some major human rights abuses. So we're not gonna do that though. We're gonna debating a libertarian. He's going to constantly remind us that anything that violates the NAP is violence. So funding the military, violence. Civil Rights Act, violence. Taking a percentage of your income so that babies don't starve, violence. So I'm looking forward to the next few hours of headache where we discuss the basic structure of how society works, and then the imaginary libertarian fairyland that doesn't exist. And yeah, and then Gibbs and Fabian won't be on the same fucking page and yell at each other. So let's do it.
Perfect. Thank you, Soy. And to the audience, as a kind reminder, we will get through the debate, then we will move into closing statements, read and respond to your kind super chats, and then, of course, your favorite part, we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Soypill, I hear, is looking forward to the horse video. All right, lady and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Mind if I start, since both intros called me out? Yeah.
Sure.
Well, you both seem to take issue with what you assumed my definition of violence would be. That's fair. But also, since you guys prepared for that, neither of you gave a definition of what would be political violence. Instead, you both vibed out the things that you thought were extreme or the things that you thought were bad, which I kind of called out in my intro when I was talking about you don't get to say that you're against political violence just because you're against the extremes of it that feel emotionally visceral, right? I take issue with this because if you think that I'm being obtuse, do you have a definition of political violence that is coherent, that allows you to be able to then say that your ideologies are, or the ideologies that you're defending are not inherently violent in some meaningful way that other ideologies are inherently meaningfully violent, as opposed to communism, socialism, progressivism? Because
so, right,
it is also your critique.
We pointed out the extreme things
ahead.
is because if we use your definition, which you correctly pointed out in the beginning, it will be incredibly broad, and I agree. I think it is broad. If you're saying that every single ideology except for the fictional libertarian one that currently doesn't exist and never has existed is violent because it enacts some sort of state law enforcement, taxes, or something, yeah, sure, if you use that definition, but it's just so pointless. Like, why even bother calling political violence such a? I don't even think Gibbs agrees with you there. So it's like, why even fight against your own partner and say everything's politically violent in a debate specifically about these three ideologies?
I'd like to know very quickly. Well, I'll just respond very quickly. You said you immediately began with a straw man, didn't answer my question like the coward you always are in these debates, and then called libertarianism fictional libertarianism. But I'm the only one actually giving definitions so far. So do you want to try again?
So you don't like my definition. I could say physical harm upon another individual, for furthering political goals, probably involving some sort of human rights abuse or something of the sort. But I would not include the state enforcing the laws as political violence. But I think you would.
I wanted to let Big Papa chime in because she was trying to.
Hitler never engaged in political violence?
I'd like to clarify. I didn't call Fabian out. I just mentioned libertarianism because, lo and behold, there are more libertarians than just Fabian. Actually, much more educated, much more well-rounded libertarians, I would argue. But hey, we can get to that later. I mentioned marijuana consumption. I did not think that was going to be seen as the most violent idea of libertarianism. I mentioned marijuana consumption, taxes, and upholding the freedom of speech, which, if you are considering the non-aggression principle, I would say if you're talking about political violence that can be enacted by a state, then upholding laws of the state would then be considered political violence, no?
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, okay. So the things that I listed absolutely did fall into your definition of political violence. So I don't know why you complained for so long about what I said.
So she's granting you your
definition. This is too right. So both people are granting my definition. Well, can't come up with their own definition.
Hold on.
And are just accepting. I'll take the dub for the night. Who needs a 2-hour debate?
Hold on. I'm thankful everybody agrees on a definition. This is probably the first for this show.
Well, it's worse than that, Sarah. Let me tell you.
My whole argument was literally that nobody here agrees on a definition. I'm not sure if he wasn't listening for my opening.
You just agreed to it.
So I asked for your competing
one. The majority of my opening was quite literally saying that the two people who are affirmative on this don't agree on what political violence is.
That's not true.
Hold on. The idea that, so you Really?
hold on.
Because everything that you listed didn't seem to be with regards to the non-aggression.
Well, hold on. Well, let's hold on.
I didn't even hear you mention it. I didn't hear you mention
that's cool.
state
That's
max
cool
violence
because
or a monopoly on violence. I didn't hear you talk about the different kinds of violence that are listed by Rothbard himself in the initial paper where he introduces the non-aggression principle. So I would absolutely love for you to explain in depth how your concept of violence is exactly the same as Fabian Liberty's.
Well,
just for the record, she still hasn't given a definition.
Yeah, she's agreed already. First, she granted yours.
Again, nobody listened to me.
Hold on. We listened. It's my turn now. Okay. He just went and put a definition for it. You agreed to it. And then what is worse than that is Soy actually in his opening actually gave away the game even further when he listed all these forms of government. And one of them specifically was the Nazis. This is from the book, 1940 book, German Economy, 1870 through 1940 by Gustav Stoppler, an Austrian-German economist in German. He explained National Socialism was anti-capitalist from the beginning. It was also in direct competition with Marxism following World War I. All right, and so this is his direct quote. The first angle was with moral principle. The second, the financial system. The third, the issue of ownership. The moral principle was the commonwealth before self-interest. The financial promise was breaking the bondage of interest slavery. The industrial program was nationalization of all big incorporated business, trust, by accepting the principle, the commonwealth before self-interest. National Socialism simply emphasizes antagonism to the spirit of a competitive society as represented supposedly by democratic capitalism. But to the Nazis, this principle means also the complete subordination of the individual to the exigencies of the state. And in this sense, National Socialism is unquestionably a socialist system. They're the only socialist system that's worked on a large scale to the degree that we can say was somewhat successful, and they're inherently violent, and they only exist because they pursued political violence, which I think we can even restrict further as, like, I don't know, inflicting law. Like through military force, which is basically what Fabian has put forth. So yeah, I would say I'm in agreement with what he's saying. If you're having an government hold a gun,
you just had to restrict his definition, so you're not in agreement with him. Second of all, I could have said I wish I would have interrupted earlier, because if you're going to spend this whole time saying Nazis are inherently politically violent, I'd probably agree with you based on their ideology. But that is not all social. That is not all socialism, and you would have to apply this definition to all socialism. We can focus as much as you want on specifically Nazis, ignoring the fact that the Nazis specifically put socialism in their name to deceive people into thinking they were the same as the SPD, and then killed all of them on the night of the long knives. But whatever.
And can we also note in April 1919, socialists literally held a strike specifically demanding the full and rapid demobilization of the army? Can we talk about the fact that actually in the fascist movement, they pushed to remove all of the socialists from their movement?
Is Dr. Goebbels the third strongest person in the Nazi party?
Because they were
you just are not speaking historical fact at all.
Because they were explicitly anti-socialist. I'm reading this from War, Socialism, and the Rise of Fascism, an empirical exploration from MIT. If you would like to argue with it, go ahead. Now, to quote, Mussolini
I would love to
refashioned the party as a robust anti-socialist force. You think Mussolini didn't have an influence on Hitler, considering Hitler looked up to Mussolini for a considerable portion
he's a socialist as well.
Of his experience? Yes, and I just read to you about how Mussolini got rid
fascism is a left or right
socialists from within the party. Mussolini specifically fashioned his party to be anti-socialist. That's why it was
North Korea. Is North Korea?
Can I just finish my sentence?
But I just want Buckaroo to answer. North Korea is a fascist or a socialist country.
That's why it became broadly supported by conservatives, because they got rid of the socialists from within the fascist party in the early 20s.
Okay, Fabian, you.
Is just quick.
So hold on real quick. This is to you, Big Papa Buckaroo, or to you, Soypill, or to the audience. Is there anyone that is able to name a single communist country that hasn't gotten rid of competing socialist parties? Just one.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I can't think of a single ideology or government in all of history that didn't invoke some sort of political violence, actually.
So you would concede the point that
it's not
you would concede the point that it's not evidence that Nazi Germany isn't socialist because they got rid of competing socialist parties when this occurred in the USSR.
They got rid of all of the socialists from within their own party.
Hold on, let him finish.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think the doctor's plot was? What do you think getting rid of the Trotskyites was? What do you like? every single communist country has gotten rid of competing and internal political socialists within their own party. That's not
Party
evidence.
held strikes specifically requesting the demobilization of the army.
Oh, you're just going to repeat yourself?
They were specifically antagonistic to the army, to the
you know who
military.
Strauser or Goebbels are, Big Papa Buckaroo?
Yes.
Okay, so then they didn't get rid of all the socialists in the party because Goebbels was one of the most powerful people. Strauser was as well. So, yeah, wrong. You're just wrong. I could keep going through other people that are sitting here that were socialists. Hitler believed he was a socialist. Hess, the modern neo-Nazis based on Hess, he was an avid socialist. And furthermore, you argue about Mussolini. Fascism at the time was even following left-leaning ideology in regards to economics at the time as well. So once again, that's violent. And Soypill just gave away the game.
For 4 years, they did put in one guy that was right-wing, and then they immediately kicked him out after he fixed their
Soypill
economy.
just gave away the game anyway. If he wants to say all governments are politically violent, well, then you just admitted Fabian's correct, and libertarianism is the only way to go. So you, I mean, well, that's your direct quote.
Political violence. The argument is if it's inherently politically violent. So even if
all
I
governments
had,
participated in.
Well, here, let's be clear. If I had 100 men and each of them had committed a murder and I can't point to a single one who didn't, and then you say, are men inherently murderers? The answer is no still. So I just wanted to clarify that. Second of all, I mean, you're naming all these people. I mean, I'm literally reading Mein Kampf right now, and Hitler lays out the plan of how he's going to deceive people into joining his fucking movement by calling it socialism. But you're naming Strasser, who's like the fucking guy that they killed for being like socialist because they wanted to excise all these people. Like, I don't really want to get to the argument of like whether or not fascism and Nazism is right or left wing, because it's so fucking obvious that having the debate is kind of frustrating when it's like, okay, you just have to ignore literally everything the Nazis said. But we're talking about whether these things are inherently politically violent. And you have like the only, but to be clear, Fabian has an actual argument for this because he uses a definition of violence of if you like enforce any amount of laws or taxation, you're violent, which I think is fucking stupid enough too. But no, okay, excuse me. What is your how are these things inherently violent, and also how are Republican ideologies or right-wing ones that you said not inherently, even though they tread into them? Just because you kind of gave this kind of vague.
Yeah, I gave it in the opening statement, but you were really busy talking during my opening statement to your audience.
I was listening to you, but the problem is like
you're listening and talking. Got it.
Yeah, it's called multitasking.
Or their justly acquired property to achieve any political means. So in that regards, I would argue that all laws are initiating or threatening physical force against people and their justly acquired property. And then you inherently violate the liberty of the individual. They all argue might makes right. And then you went on to start complaining about leftists. So my question is, if breaking the law is what justifies violating your rights, then can't I just make any fucking law? And then suddenly if you're breaking it, I can violate your rights?
Yeah, so let's get into this, right? So let's get into this. So first and foremost, it is not a violation of the non-aggression principle. It's not aggressive to, engage in any form of imprisonment, kidnapping, or violence.
Okay, so if I held a gun to you and I said, get in my fucking car, would that not be violent?
Hold on. Hold on. I mean, I find the term violence already to be somewhat coded towards statist beliefs anyways. It really should be aggression, right? Because like self-defense is a form of violence. But nevertheless, I'll use the internal critique of the concept of political violence as being, negative connotation. But it is not a violation of the non-aggression principle to kill a murderer. It is not a violation of the non-aggression principle to put someone in jail for committing a crime that is aggressive against other people. It is not taxes, involuntary taxes, presumably would absolutely be political violence.
What would happen if you didn't? What would happen if you didn't pay? Would you be
if you didn't
imprisoned?
pay, you would
perhaps
you potentially could be imprisoned. Yes.
So that's
taxes
not violent.
Would be
though.
Political. What are you talking about?
So now it is political violence. You just said kidnapping.
Do you think you got me in a gotcha
just by
wasn't
you violence?
Being retarded? No.
Didn't you just say kidnapping wasn't violence?
I'm just going to talk to Soypill because you don't seem to be.
So kidnapping somebody, putting them in jail isn't violence, but
to lock someone up for violating a law, not inherently, but taxation is. That doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense if you have just like a basic understanding of philosophy, right? Like if you lock up a murderer,
True, I've never
right?
read a book.
They don't have like they are the aggressor, right? So they have already aggressed upon someone. They've already murdered someone.
What about
To
the
be more
taxes that are
specific,
being
to
aggressed
be
upon
more
me and my
specific,
property?
to be
I
more
see what
specific, to be more specific, they are stopped from arguing that they have the right towards their body because their actions have proved louder than their words that they are engaged in aggression towards other
Right,
people.
and someone who doesn't pay their taxes is thieving from the state by not contributing to the things that they're benefiting from. So I would say it's not really aggressive to lock them up for stealing.
How are they stealing from the state?
Because they've made an
What does
agreement as part
stealing
of the
mean?
social agreement of living in this
I
country
thought-
that you got to pay your taxes, buddy.
When
Wait,
did they
can
make
we
that
ask,
agreement?
So
I
I'm
didn't make
sorry,
that agreement.
why do you think
want to.
taxes is any form of violence, or that it could ever be considered a form of violence if locking somebody up against their right, like against their will, isn't violence, and that is how the state
This
reinforces
is like, when did you
their
stop
taxes.
beating your
Yeah,
wife?
so I pulled
Like,
up the
that's not-
non-aggression. Hold on, let
that
me
was
let me
not-
clarify
I'm asking
this.
him a question about what he just defined.
I hear what you're saying. I pulled up the non-aggressive or non-aggression principle, and it does say self-defense is permitted. So by locking away somebody who has murdered or done harm, that's part of the self-defense principle. So
this is
therefore,
why
it
we-
is justifiable.
This is why we asked about taxes specifically and not just self-defense, which is why I find it a little shady that Fabian kept going back to the to this like murder argument, because he did
How's it
agree
shady?
that taxes, because he did agree that taxes.
I gave you a definition.
can
You've
be
yet to
wrong.
give one.
And
I'm not
and
the
yet,
shady one here.
You are making the affirmative case. I do not have to make definitions for you to make your affirmative case about your claims. Okay, if you can't make an
I
affirmative
give a
case,
definition,
that's your
and then
problem.
you either
If
accept
you
the
don't like-
definition or you
if
don't. You don't
like
accept the
that I'm-
definition,
if you
and then
don't
you
like-
refuse to
Alright,
give
let's
one to
reset.
contradict.
Let's reset. Go, Gibbs. Did you have something you wanted to add in there?
I do want to add in there. Debate 101 is if you don't bring your own definition, then you have to accept the only definition that's been given, right? And Fabian's won't put forth the only definition. Thus, that
I
stands.
actually gave a definition a while ago. Maybe you
Okay,
weren't
well,
paying
what
attention.
was yours? Well, listen, we can go into yours in 1 second.
In my
We-
opening.
we-
In fact,
hold
my
on.
whole
We could go
opening
into
was
yours
about
in a second, Soypill. But in addition to that, like you're sitting here arguing about the self-defense, and then you're arguing about how, like Soypill wanted to argue, whether they're left, right, or whatever, But the argument here, and Fabian's going to frame this in a way, I'm sure at some point, he's going to argue that all these forms of government, Nazis, fascist, authoritarian, right-leaning, like MAGA, I would even argue that some MAGA actually might fall in this in some cases since he's a populist and not a true Republican. They actually are authoritarian in some manners, and this occupy political violence even. So when I'm sitting here hearing the arguments that you're making on your side, you're sitting here saying, I don't have to prove anything as the neg. No, what you have to do, and since this is the prompt and the topic, are these inherently violent? And then when you have Soypill saying, every government in history has used violence, which is not actually entirely true, to enforce their,
So you
power.
don't agree. So you don't agree with
No.
Fabian's concept of
I
violence.
agree with
after
Fabian.
all.
I disagree with everything you said because you haven't outlawed line of definition. Your partners
Do you
agreed with me
remember my
multiple times
opening?
now. And
Being about how nobody
I do remember
here
your
can
opening. There
actually
was a
agree
lot
upon
of
the same
nonsensical
definition, and that
gibberish.
is actually a part of the
We
problem
already
of
agreed
the
on it.
statement
We
in the
already
first
agreed on the
place.
definition. I mean, the problem is you can say we didn't agree on it.
Wait, do you-
but
wait,
we've
wait,
already
Gibbs,
put-
do you
hold on, we
agree
put
with
forth
Fabian?
one. Yeah, I mean,
They
he put
just
forth
keep-
the definition.
you
Okay, so you
just
think
keep
every
saying
ideology other
Hold
than
up.
libertarian where you don't violate the NAP is inherently violent?
I mean,
That's
it would
not my
depend on-
argument.
Yeah, well, that's not.
Oh my
I gave a whole situation where I said that you guys were going to have
I
this
don't agree with
go,
your framing.
that it was an overly broad definition, and then I explained how that this is not necessarily inherent to right-wing philosophy. Then I
Can you
gave
name
what a
one
definition of
right-wing-
right-wing is, and then I
didn't-
gave, and then I,
couldn't
and then I,
follow.
s-
It was so good and complicated. I was too stupid.
You were
Can
talking,
Give me
yeah.
one right-wing ideology that doesn't tax people.
anarcho-capitalism is a right-wing ideology. Objectivism is a right-wing ideology.
Corporatism.
Anarcho-pacifism is a right-wing
Sorry, that
ideology.
exists in reality.
Well, Prospera
Corporatism.
exists in reality, as
Sorry,
did
that
the Republic
has a
of
state
Kospaya.
that can
Yep.
enact taxes should they so choose.
There's
It's a
corporate
voluntary
states. There's
society.
several islands in
Prospera is a
So no.
voluntary society.
So
You
no.
pay $3,000 to enter,
So no.
and then you
You can just say
agree
no.
voluntarily.
This is so many
Okay, wait, wait.
words.
No,
You
you're
can
just
go
going to
on
keep
and on.
interrupting me. You're going to keep
Stop.
interrupting me to say no when I'm cooking your
Yeah.
ass.
Yeah,
Like,
I've been
stop.
interrupted so many
Prospera
times at this
exists.
Stop.
point.
Hold on,
By both of you.
Fabian, finish. Everybody, give him the floor,
Yeah,
please. So we
and
can
then
finish
let
this.
me talk, Papa.
Yeah. Prospera exists, right? Unfortunately, there has been violence by the Honduras Supreme Court that has reneged on contracts that they've had. So we're, whether or not Prospera will continue into the long term, is kind of up for debate. We have to wait for the Supreme Court to see if they'll overturn their latest case against Prospera. But as it exists right now, you can pay $3,000. You can voluntarily live in Prospera, and it is a fully commiserate with anarcho-capitalist society. Yes, do they have a 5.3% tax? Absolutely, but that tax is voluntary. And again, when you asked me about taxes earlier, I said specifically, assuming we're talking about involuntary taxation. So no, this isn't a fantasy. It exists. You can go move there right now.
What
Okay,
defines
so one,
voluntary?
how is it? Well, no, I don't want to get into that. My second point is, would you then admit that at any point, if any of these, independent communes where everyone voluntarily goes there and lives under a communism and doesn't have any sort of violence because everyone can choose to be in it and choose to leave, therefore communism would not be inherently violent?
Well, that would be against the communist philosophy itself. You could have the same.
Wait, so
Well,
all of these
I
people
mean-
that call themselves communists and these communist communes are against communism?
That's not what I said.
You just said what I just described would be against communism.
No, what you described is not the same thing as people living on a commune, right? Like people could live under a commune and accept anarcho-capitalist or libertarian philosophy and allow
couldn't
other
accept
people to live.
communism?
They could choose. No, they couldn't.
Why not?
Communism is inherently revolutionary, number one. Communism describes the entire history of the world as a movement of peoples through dialectics in which it
Okay,
describes.
wait, would you disagree
Okay,
that
are you gonna
communism?
keep? Hold on.
Well, no,
No,
because
you.
you're going
I'm
off
gonna.
on a
I'm gonna
tangent
answer.
right now. Would
I'm
you
not going
agree
off on a tangent. What I'm doing
would
is
you
I'm
say that
giving evidence
communism is
to
not-
source why
No,
you're so
because you're
fucking
using
stupid.
historical
But you're
examples.
interrupting.
Okay, hold on. Soy, let him finish at least.
He's
and
gonna
then,
give
and
like
then
11
I'm,
books, but okay, let's go.
Well, no, I won't give 11 books. How about just read one book? Socialism, Scientific and Utopic by Engels. There you go. And that will absolutely showcase why it is absurd to claim that libertarians that agree with the non-aggression principle but choose to live under a commune where they share resources is not the same thing as being a communist.
So would you say communism, in the way that most people define it as state-owned means of production and distribution on the grounds of necessity, is not communism because it doesn't involve every single revolutionary who wants to make it happen in the current existence we're talking about now? Because we can say, oh well, look at this little group of 20 to 100 people where they all enact the ideology but don't try to overthrow a government to get there, or don't point guns at people to enforce laws. Like, this is somehow not inherently violent. But if they do it and they're all doing the state-owned means of production and they're following everything that a communist would otherwise do or be defined as, but they're not doing the Marx Engels revolutionary thing, they're not communists. Like, no true Scotsman here. Like, I don't understand how this.
Wait,
is
hold on.
somehow
Well,
not
Marx,
so it's
Marx
not
would say
I'll
it's
answer the
communist.
question very quick.
Marx would say
First
it's
and
communist?
foremost, first and foremost, the definition you gave of communism is not the definition of communism. It's the definition that Stalin gave of socialism. Secondly, what I would
okay, well,
right
hold on.
off the bat,
So
you're
would
wrong.
socialism
And
not
so
be inherently violent then?
secondly, what you would be describing as anarcho-communists, and while there are very, very few anarcho-communists that I've ever jumped into that are actual anarchists, if they are actual anarchists, then they would not be communists. Correct. They would be anarcho-communists that are also voluntarists.
Okay, so to be clear, all three of those things are part of the thing: progressivism, communism, and socialism. So if that is what socialism is, if that's what they're doing on this commune, then this is not inherently violent, no?
Can you not follow your own argument? Like, no.
Because what?
What
Because
are you
it's
talking
now, it's
about?
not socialism anymore. So basically, you're getting me to accept that the definition of communism is inherently violent because the definition implies that you must be a revolutionary and otherwise you can't be a communist. Just to be clear,
Marx never gave an explicit definition of communism, but when he got close to it and didn't say weird amorphous shit like the movement of people through time and things like that, he simplified it by saying that it is the abolition of private property. So yes, that is inherently violent.
Okay, so it's because they would abolish private property that's inherently violent.
Correct.
And that is baked into communism. You can't have communism without wanting to abolish private property. If you go form a commune, which you would call anarcho-capitalism, that's not communism because it's not doing it to the already existing government. You just went and did that voluntarily.
If you are a believer in private property, yes, you are not a fucking communist. That's not a crazy thing to say.
It's not private if the whole commune owns it. unless you want to say, well,
I feel like
because
you
it's
think you
part
made a
of a
point,
small,
but like, go
if you're
ahead.
taking,
Hold
if
on,
you're
hold on,
taking
hold
the
on.
government
You know
and
what he
saying,
just
hey,
said?
give
You
us
know what
this
he just
private land, and now we're private, and even though the
I got
entire
this,
commune
Fabian.
owns it, it's not publicly owned because it's technically, we had to buy this land from the government, so it's a private land that we all share, and we enact communism at the smaller scale. Like, do you see how we're jumping around and all these like minutiae of
So
definitions?
yeah, I see how you're jumping through a bunch of hoops to try and make communism
Hold on.
not
So
inherently
what
violent.
I already tried to
Hold on.
explain how they didn't have a
no.
solid definition,
What's
and they
interesting?
got mad.
Go ahead,
What's,
Gibbs.
well,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
what's
Gibbs.
interesting here is this is the same argument that Soy just made, that people on the left, when they try to differentiate, we'll blame the concussion, between modern democratic socialism and national socialism. They say exactly what Soypill will say, and they'll say national socialists weren't actual socialists because the state didn't own it. But then when you actually look at what the Nazis did, is say Volkswagen, for example, where they nationalized the car industry. Well, when you go look, you can't actually own part of Volkswagen or be part of Volkswagen if you're not a member of the Nazi party, which is basically, oh, we're owning it through a co-op or a community. So basically, okay, if we want to use your definition, it's a violent socialist government, which is the Nazi definition, or it's B, it's the communist, like Fabian's described. So which is Soypill? Which violent government do you want to have?
They say you can't have ownership of it if you're not on our commune.
Well, yeah, if you're not part of the Nazi party, guess what? We kill you and throw you in the Holocaust
Right.
camp.
That's, I'm sorry, I forgot. If I
ownership.
call them all Nazis instead of people on a commune, it is make them Nazis. So I guess.
Well, no, I mean, are you disagreeing that Volkswagen was owned by all private citizens that were all in the same Nazi party,
No, I
and they owned it
didn't
through a
invoke
co-op?
this at
That's
all. I was
basically
talking
exactly
about if libertarian. We're bringing up the idea that you can have this libertarian commune where everyone can enact libertarianism. This does exist in real life. I would say that if you can do this and do this in a non-violent way, that you could do the exact same thing with a commune. So much as that all of the people publicly own the same thing, they all share. There's no taxes. There's no, maybe they don't even have rules. They're all just living peacefully together. You can live in this inherently peacefully, unless you bake into the definition of communism that you must abolish private property. Like we're going to get rid of the people who don't want to join this, even though everyone voluntarily joined this.
Like
You're
trying to
read inherently violent because of the definition of communism, it's inherently violent. It's like, okay,
interesting. If you would listen to my opening,
it's not communism. If I just change the definition of communism to be something to be anarcho-mutualism.
Engels and Marx, the founders of communism, the writers of the Communist Manifesto, said, and I quote, you can't get rid of, you can't have communism without taking over violently private property from citizens. You have to abolish private property. And then he said, furthermore, so that people like you can't reorganize the definition, he goes, oh, guess what? This is exactly what we're doing. Our goal is to abolish public property. So no, you can't be communist without having the abolishment of public property. Or not public property, private property. Excuse me.
I remember hearing earlier that violence is, it includes actions of the state, right? Things like taxes can be considered violence. I would like to also quote Marx and Engels because they also see that the development of the proletariat in nearly all civilized countries has been violently suppressed, and that in this way the opponents of communism have been working toward a revolution with all their strength. If the opposed proletariat is finally driven to revolution, then we communists will defend the interests of proletarians with deeds as we now defend them with words. Because really what they were talking about is defense against the violent suppression of the proletariat. In fact, self-defense against the violence of the state. And therefore, I'm not sure if you could even be considering this unjustified violence now if you actually looked at what Rothbard
Which
wrote.
one was
Again,
the
Rothbard. Again, Rothbard being, why are you asking me questions while I'm speaking? Rothbard being the person who introduced, Rothbard being, I didn't hear it, I was talking. Rothbard being the person who introduced the non-aggression policy to the modern zeitgeist. Now, I didn't say he created it. I didn't say he coined it. I said he introduced it in War, Peace, and the State. He specifically describes vertical violence, but specifically violence in defense of the individual. And he talks about its justification with regards to the non-aggression principle. And yes, when we're talking about people being violently suppressed by the state, I would say that that is an attack on the principle.
So you think communism is an individualist or collectivist philosophy? Number one.
I didn't say that. I said that they were being violently suppressed, and that I thought,
Right, but you
I thought it was
hearkened.
defense of the individual.
Right. The problem
proletarians.
is that you hearken to Rothbard, right? You hearken to the concept of in defense of the individual, defense of the individual's rights, and obviously Rothbard is talking
Right.
about private property rights here. So you're kind of taking out,
Including
right,
the personal, including the individual
right.
themselves and their physical body.
So
Yes,
you're
And
trying
that's
to
why I
use
was talking
Rothbard's
about this
definition of the
communal-
defense of individual rights and private property.
The one that you follow?
Take out the private property kind of stuff. Let's not mention that, and then just kind of sneak in that it's in defense of the
Well, my
individual.
body
You
is my
fucked
private
up.
property. My body is my private property. So I didn't actually think it was
Well,
necessary
no, but
to
I don't wanna
describe.
get into that distinction.
I thought somebody who subscribed to the non-aggression principle would agree that your body is your private property, and therefore you can defend
You've
yourself
only
as an
just
individual.
figured out in the last 10
What?
seconds that it's the non-aggression principle and not the non-aggression policy.
No,
so
I
maybe
still
defer
call
to
it the
me on this one.
non-aggression policy. That's a lie. I still call it the policy because I don't know why, actually. I just keep calling it a policy. I'm working really hard, like consciously, to say
Communism
principle.
is
I
not
don't know why.
self-defense.
No matter
Is
how
not
many times I read
self-defense
it,
of the
it's a
individual,
policy.
especially the individual's private property
Well, the
rights, as
proletarians,
Rothbard is
as
discussing.
described, the proletarians as
Like, that's
described in
insane.
the manifesto are all individuals. Last I checked, a community is actually made of singular people who are in a group.
Yeah, yes, it is true that a collective
So you
is
can
made
actually
of
defend
individuals,
yourself,
but that's
as a
not an argument against
collective,
what I'm saying.
and that could actually be an attack on the individual because it is an attack on the collective.
You're hearkening a definition. You're hearkening an argument.
A definition that you
are
ascribe
har-
to,
Hold on.
that
You're
I'm
hearkening.
challenging,
You're
and
hearkening
you are
to.
upset about it.
You're
I
hearkening to.
understand.
You're hearkening to an argument from a libertarian Rothbard about the rights of the individual. And yes, the individual can collectivize those
I
rights, but
understand.
the right, no, you don't. The rights
I
of
do.
the,
I just don't
the
care about your
rights
argument.
of the right.
think
I know
it
you
is
don't
not
care
good.
because you're going to
I
talk
think- I
over
don't
me
think it's a good
because you're
challenge.
being lying and you're
let's
being
stop.
slimy by trying to use a libertarian's argument about the defense of private property rights and the rights of the individual from being coerced by the state, and then make that one-to-one with communist revolution against the concept of private property. These two things are obviously contradictory, and to try and use them in the same argument is batshit.
I don't think it's batshit if you're subscribing to the non-aggression principle and you are talking about how violence can be enacted by the state on individuals. And I'm assuming you would agree that communities are actually made of individuals, and therefore an attack on a community would be an attack on each individual of said community. So the community can communally defend themselves against the bourgeoisie, which
have
at
to explain
times
the
is
stupidity.
also the state.
No, listen. Yes, an individual can have some form of aggression done to them, and then a group of individuals can have some form of aggression done to them. They can choose to
Wonderful. We're in
collectivize.
agreement.
Stop, Big Papa, please. You're not understanding. But that is not the same thing as a collective demographic having rights. It is not the same thing as a collective demographic being an entity in and of itself. That is the difference between an individual collectivizing versus a collective. It's the difference between saying, yes, this black person was unfairly treated by the police versus policing is a system of white supremacy against blacks, and all blacks are victims by nature of the system of white supremacy. Like there is a difference between the individual.
Are there not
rights
people who believe
being
both?
Well,
I think
they
there
believe
are,
in
right?
contradictory things, and when you believe in contradictory things, then your argument falls apart.
Well, see, this is why I challenged what you said with something that directly.
Well, let's talk about what
challenged
she
you said.
challenged.
no
you. Hold on,
definitions.
I gotta get it. Hold on. Let's
No
get into
definitions.
let's
Go
get
ahead,
into
Gibbs.
what she challenged you with, right? So, she first of all, she talked about self-defense. First of all, I would argue that if you're living in the status quo, and the status quo is one thing, it's hard to classify anything. Status quo, that's oppressing me. That's violence. If you're just living in the status quo, that doesn't mean it's inherently violent. What is inherently violent is something to quote because from Engels and Marx once again, because she's quoting this and she's kind of quoting it out of order. This is interesting. He says the proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degrees all capital from the bourgeoisie to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat, organize the ruling class and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. Can centralizing all instruments of production in the hands of the state be achieved peacefully? Some may think so, guys, but Marx did not. We're going to read on further. Of course, in the beginning, this cannot be effected except by means of despotic inroads on the rights of property and on the conditions of bourgeois production by the means of measures, therefore, which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which in the course of the moment outstrip themselves, necessitate further inroads upon the old social order, and are unavoidable as a means of entirely revolutionizing the mode of production. That word salad basically means we'll kick the shit out of a ton of people in order to get the job done. That's what it says. That's the creator of communism. He's saying this. So he's saying that you're full of shit, Buckaroo. And then that's why when I examined what Soypill said earlier, he's like, oh, we're going to try to paint what Fabian has as some socialist version. No, that's not the same. What Soypill actually described was national socialism, where you all have to be a member of a party, and then you have create a co-op or you create a business, and that's what he described. That's not what Fabian is describing. That's not against non-aggression.
Just to be clear, again,
in his I have a direct response before this.
There's only one party, the Socialist Party. There's only one party, the Communist Party. That's why you're wrong, because it's inherently violent. And if you are a non-communist in a communist country, you have no rights. They kill you. That's how it works.
In his 1872 speech in Amsterdam, Marx explicitly states, we know that one has to take into consideration the institutions, customs, and traditions of different countries. And we do not deny that there are countries like America, England, where the workers may attain their goal by peaceful means. This was actually in one of his speeches. So while I understand you're quoting one thing, I mean, Marx himself said otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, he was also pro-nationalism for Poland and pro-nationalism for
could
Ireland,
I actually get a
but then explicitly anti-nationalist. Like I do agree that if you grab
it's the Communist Manifesto.
If you grab an actual citation, like where and when. Thank you.
Yeah, like
I don't know if the
agree
ChatGPT has that. It depends on the book.
Well, I don't. First of all, here's the cool thing about ChatGPT. You would have to use it for it to work for you. I've never used ChatGPT. I'm too old school. I'm too dumb. The only thing I've ever used ChatGPT for was to make a graphic. But good try there, Soypill.
Sorry, it just sounded like
you might want to try. No, I was reading direct quotes from the Communist Manifesto. I'll find the page number for you in a brief moment. I got to pull up my note page. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. You might want to start using ChatGPT because, like I said, you described Nazism and basically emphasize that, try to pass it off as libertarian.
No, yeah. So like 100 people going and forming a commune where they all own the the farm equipment and all that is Nazism by your definition. That's a very interesting one. I've never heard that before. But hey, you do you, buddy. I think what's crazy about this is you have yet to really establish why any of these are inherently violent, only insofar as, well, I've picked communism and I picked that these people who are writing these books are specifically the ones who say that if we want to implement communism on a statewide level, we have to get rid of private property, which is true. What is not taken into account, one, that you can do this on a level that is not statewide. Two, that there are two other things you would have to say are still inherently violent. So socialism and progressivism, which we haven't even covered yet. I just, we're bogging down on well, I read the quote from the guy who made the Communist Manifesto, who said that obviously if I want to abolish the thing that already exists, I would have to use violence, which, yeah, of course. But if you're baking that into the definition of communism, even if we see that, you still have to say, well, okay, now I have to differentiate socialism and the fact that I could privately own enterprise but still have private property, or if you don't even call it that, somehow that progressivism is also going to be doing these things, unless you think progressivism and socialism and communism are all the same thing. I have a headache.
Well, also, just real quick, since I was asked for a quote, a citation, it's chapter 2 of the manifesto. I don't know which paragraph. You can scroll on in there, but it's in the thing. Now, I haven't asked you for any paragraphs, but if you're going to get needing more of a citation other than chapter 2 of the manifesto, and I give you the date, that's ludicrous. They don't even require that for MLA format most of the time. But good try, though, for being that.
Sorry, when I said when, I just meant when in the paragraph.
Yeah, so I'd like to respond to Soypill, right? So first and foremost, your argument is if people do it voluntarily and localize it, then it's not a problem. And I don't disagree with that, but it's just not communism, right? I think it's kind of an insane take to try and defend communism as not inherently violent by trying to redefine communism as something that is voluntary and localized amongst a small group of people, as opposed to workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains, right? It is like the announcement of communism is for a revolution across the entire world, regardless of the desires of other people, and paints voluntary exchanges in terms of the capitalists and the ability to use capital accumulation to create the means of productions is in and of itself, exploitative, and therefore it is justified to use violence against the capitalist class. Like the idea, that's
I agree with
like
you,
it's a
though. So, like, if
silly
you're-
point. Really, come
right.
on.
Well, I think it's silly that if you're saying communism must include the part where they're doing the revolution, then yeah, obviously a revolution is going to be violent. Let's talk about then, I guess, socialism and progressivism. But like, if you don't want to move off the point that communism, as I defined it, is inherently revolutionary, and thus, like the prompt itself is silly that to even question at all. I mean, you said at the beginning, water is wet. It's funny, water is technically not wet. I mean, this is up for debate. Water makes things wet. But the point is, like, yeah, taking it into your definition that communism is inherently violent, therefore, like, we don't even have to debate it because look, they're revolutionary and you can't do the same thing but on a smaller level. Then okay, then let's talk about the concept of socialism before we walk in circles because the definition is baked in.
Yeah, if you're willing to cede that communism is inherently violent and you want to move
I'm
on,
not willing to cede it, but I'm willing to talk about the other two things because
so
you
you're
guys
not
won't
willing to
let it
cede
go.
it, so we can
Hold on.
continue
Well,
debating.
you don't have to.
Like,
You don't have to
come
see
on.
it because Buckaroo asked me for another citation. But let me just give you the second to last paragraph in chapter 2 of the communist paragraph of Communist Manufacture. It said, hold on. Well, I'm going to give you a second one because it's the second to last and the final word on this topic in the second chapter of what the quote that you said. And it says, when in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class from oppressing another. If the proletariat, during its contest with the bourgeoisie, is compelled by the force of circumstances, that's peacefully, as she put it, to organize itself as a class, if by means of revolution, as I described it, hold on, well, it is what you're describing, though, if that's what he describes in the earlier paragraph, but hold on, let me finish. It makes itself
You're just
the
lying
rule.
about what I said.
No, I'm not
on.
lying. I'm educating you because you were wrong about the statement, and this is the final word on it because he describes this.
I gave a different statement.
By force of circumstances is describing the peaceful means in certain select countries like the United States. That's what he's referring to in this paragraph. Now, let me finish. By means of revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and as such, sweeps away. This is after either under the peaceful or by revolution. This is the next thing he says: sweeps away by force the old conditions of production. Then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and there will have abolished its own supremacy as a class. So not only either you're lying now and saying that, oh, you didn't know what happened, or you're just factually incorrect, because he's saying communism, either if they take over peacefully, hold on, and I quoted him too, if he takes over peacefully, then guess what? What's their in power peacefully, which is the other circumstances described in the special select countries like the United States? They oppress them by force and abolish it. And that's what it says. So either they do it peacefully by force, or they do it later by force after they're in power, or they do it initially by force. But either way, they're inherently violent as communism. So at least we have 1/3 of these. I guess we can move on to focus on just socialism and progressivism, because at least Soypill.
I'd just like to know. I'd just like to
America
know.
all voluntarily said, let's all be communists, and they all just agreed forever they're going to do it.
Can
would
I
that
just
still be
say-
violent?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, let's just say everyone in
I was
America.
not.
Like,
Can you
this is
be
a
quiet for a
hypothetical,
minute? I
obviously.
was
Hold on,
not.
wait, I was-
No, just be quiet for a second. I was not lying when I quoted Karl Marx. I
you
don't
just
know
didn't
why
understand
why you're accusing me of lying because I quoted something different than you.
Well, you
I
quoted something earlier
understand-
in a duplicitous manner. That's why I called it a lie.
I understand that you are upset that I asked for a citation and therefore you had to read an
No, I was happy
citation that
to
you
give
could
you the
point
citation.
to, so that you could, I don't know, make claims about me.
No,
that
I'm actually
aren't-
happy.
aren't
Hold on, I
true,
gotta
and
respond to
that
this.
any of the viewers could go
I-
back
Go get
and
water.
see we're not true.
I'm so happy actually that
Let
you
this
asked for
fizzle
a
out.
I would
citation.
appreciate
No,
if you
well,
did not explicitly
Okay.
lie about
Well,
me,
listen,
about
okay.
the
Hold on,
claims
Gibbs.
that I've
Hold on,
made.
Gibbs.
I have
Oh.
not made any statements about accusing you of being a liar or lying about what you're saying or accusing you of not reading. I haven't done any of that, okay? I've just made my argument and I've read quotes Okay, if you have a problem with that, I don't know, close your ears until I'm done talking.
Okay, well, listen, Big Papa Goebbels. Like, what you're doing is a duplicitous attempt at misinformation. Like, that's why it's a lie. So either you
I'm
then hold on,
duplicitous.
I
You're
let you
right.
talk. I let you talk. Listen, it's
I thought this
perfidious,
was for after
insidious
the
thing.
panel.
Hold on, I'm just telling you right now what you're doing, and this is why I called you a liar, because you put
You just
forth
called
a
me
duplicitous.
Goebbels.
Yeah, Big Papa Goebbels. That's what you're doing. You learned from the best. You're using his propaganda right now. You're literally went in there and you picked a quote
Perfidious.
earlier in there, and then what's crazy about that? Yeah, your exact quote was in certain situations, like the United States and or certain European countries like the UK, it could be done peacefully. And then what I did
That was not my exact quote.
Yes, well, cool. I'm paraphrasing. We don't have to go into your exact
No,
word.
so you didn't need to use the
Oh,
word
hold on.
exact quote.
Yeah, cool.
You are
Cool.
lying now.
Listen,
Quite
I'm not
literally.
lying. Listen, you're being
Admiral
bad.
Goebbels
Hold on.
over
Yeah,
here, am I
Admiral Goebbels.
right?
Yeah, it's weaker the second
Goebbels.
time. Yeah, but that's fine.
Manipulative,
That's fine.
duplicitous.
What we have here right now is duplicitous lying from you. It's fake. Now, what I did here was I came in here after you quoted. I was happy that you made me quote it because it was an earlier thing. And then what we did is we went to the final paragraph, the final two paragraphs in the chapter, right? And where he does an overall summary, where he references the thing you said, which was, oh, it could be peaceful in certain countries. And in that circumstance that you described, which, yes, Marx did say, he did say that thing. He says after they peacefully take over, they violently oppress and abolish the other things. So either they do it violently after they peacefully take over, or they do it violently initially, but there's no way under Marx, the inventor of communism, and Engels, the other inventor of communism and socialism, that there's a possible way that it is not inherently violent, because by all means, whether through initial violence or through peacefully taking over, they're violent. So you just gave away the game on this one. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You
Big Papa
literally
Goebbels for the win.
just referred to me as a Nazi because I quoted something different from you.
I mean,
you're a goofball.
Yeah,
That's my only response. You goofy boy. You're a goofy silly boy. Thank you.
Right,
I
so
mean,
Gibbs,
I'm
like,
sorry
on-
that you used the tactic.
On your last point, Gibbs, like the idea of like if we shift any political ideology, would it be inherently violent if the one that is the one shifting the new one because it's doing some sort of revolution because not everyone is agreeing on it is going to be inherently violent? Like, doesn't it have to be baked into the actual ideology and not the fact that anything that's going to supplant another thing is going to be violent because you can't get literally everyone to agree?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. Specifically, though, in this case, and this is the reason why I keep quoting this, he says if they take over, right, by force, they make the change. So that means with a gun to your head. That's one way they're making the change. That's different than say, oh, we all get in office and somehow there's a unanimous 100% we agree on a policy, yada, yada, and there's changes, or 80%. I don't think it, I mean, Fabian might classify voting as politically violent. I mean, I could see how it could be politically violent, you know, but
form of
in this
defensive
case,
violence.
Can
you
I
know,
just
in this
explain?
way, that's
quote
totally different.
You used is from 1848. The quote I gave is from 1872. So it actually is the more recent quote on communism in the first
Is
place.
the Communist Manifesto the definitive book on communism? Yes or no?
Did you hear what I said? I said that
It is-
you
hold
made
on.
the
Is the
claim. You
Communist
made the
Manifesto-
claim.
No,
You
no,
made the
answer the
claim.
question. As a
You
political
made the
theorist,
claim.
What
is the
fuck
Communist
does that have to do with
Manifesto?
anything?
Hold on.
Well, Yeah, I mean, you're saying it's newer. I'm saying, or this is the question.
This
I
quote
would
newer,
agree.
therefore, did he reject
Because
communism?
he did
No,
make
I
the
mean, he-
claim
did he
that this was
reject
the
all of his
final
earlier previous?
He did. He
this
did
is
make the
interesting. Would you
claim
agree that the
that was
Communist
the
Manifesto
final
is the
word.
definitive book?
Pardon me to all of you. We're talking over each other, and that means nobody can actually hear anything you're saying, which I'm sure it's all very important and vital information, but we can't hear you. So let's go one at a time. Admiral, finish your question, then Buckaroo, then to Fabian, please.
Yeah, I mean, this is a ludicrous thing. Fabian was just starting to point it out. You know, you're saying, oh, it's newer. I mean, that means jack shit. I could say something newer based on policy of the time, whatever. However, what is interesting is I think that we can all agree on that the Communist Manifesto, he has communist in the name, it's the invention of communism, basically, the original thought, the original egg, is the definitive book and reference on communism, right, as a political ideology. So whenever what he says in this can still be upheld, even by what you're saying, if he says what you said, cool, which he says something extremely similar in here, it still falls under the headline of this chapter paragraph that I've quoted. So you haven't disproven that. You basically just say, oh, newer, better, when even that doesn't go against what he said in the original definitive document, which he wrote these things that you're saying in defense of the Communist Manifesto. So even Marx thinks that the Communist Manifesto is the definitive document on communism. Thank you for the dub again.
Marx's Marx's perspective is more adequately expressed in Das Kapital. I think everybody here has heard of it. I think everybody here knows
Which
that that's the
volume?
truth. But on top of that, I would like
Which
to know.
volume? 3, 4, like which one?
Sure.
Because they
I would like to
contradict each
note that-
other on economics really bad. Like which volume?
Okay. I would like to note,
Just which
if
volume?
I can finish responding first. All of them. If I can finish responding, a part of the reason I made that point is because Gibbs actually made the claim. He read the paragraph and said, "This is his final comment on communism." Blah, blah, blah. Okay, it wasn't. It was actually decades before some of his some more comments on communism. I mean, he was talking about this for basically his whole fucking life. So that is why I pointed out the fact that my quote is actually from after what he was reading. And I just want to know, it wasn't a book, it was a pamphlet. I just weird mix up to get, but I understand if you've never read it that you wouldn't know that.
I have it right next. I mean, hold on. I have it right here next to me. If I need to get the physical copy out for you,
it was originally a pamphlet.
Oh wow! I mean, I'm sure. Okay, that's the most ludicrous thing.
I really want to get more to the points, Gibbs, because I'm really trying to like dive
Are you
into
arguing
it.
like this is so stupid? Like it's an argument.
Soy, do you want to break this down a little
right.
bit?
A little bit.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I'm still curious on this argument,
Really?
Gibbs. Like the idea of like baking into the idea that because it's revolutionary, it must therefore inherently be violent. Because I will refuse to accept a definition that doesn't involve that revolution. Like if every single society on Earth was a monarchy, and the only thing that people ever advocated for change was democracy, and we said we have to overthrow these monarchs violently to get a democracy, does that make democracy inherently violent, or no?
Democracy is a soft variant of communism.
I want to know from Gibbs first, then you can talk.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that something similar. I wouldn't say it's quite as a soft variant of communism. I would say it's an authoritarian government based off of the constitutional republic.
No. So I'm saying, okay, do you think the current form of American government is inherently violent?
Yeah.
Okay, what form of government would not be inherently violent?
I don't know. We build a bunch of TPs and live in a nice little society where everybody does the best for them, like a tribalist society.
Okay, so
they don't kill each
wait,
other.
if this is your, maybe you do have the same definition of Fabian. If you do, then why are we talking about whether or not the Communist Manifesto specifically points out points of revolution? If you think that any form of government enacting any form of laws,
I'll tell you why, Soypill, because it's been very. I'll tell you why, because it's been very entertaining for me to watch y'all's tactic of trying to turn me and Fabian against each other when we basically had the same definition the whole time, and y'all offered nothing of substance for the last 20 minutes. No, I mean, I
You
put
have
this forth
literally
several times.
described
Hold on.
different
It's been my turn
circumstances
for a
that
while
do
now.
not follow his definition of violence.
Yeah, so it's been my turn for now. So first and foremost, to dispel this myth, I sent him my intro statement. He sent me his. We worked on them together. So obviously we have the same definitions. Second, you still haven't been able to respond to mine. So nevertheless, let me remind everybody where we are at, right? So where we are at is the prompt is not, are Republicans more violent than communists? The prompt isn't, are monarchies more violent than these other political systems? The prompt is it true or is it false? Do you stand, resolved or not on the prompt that socialism, communism, and progressivism are inherently violent? We have argued this entire time that they are inherently violent. We have given historical records as to that. We have given a definition of why it meets that. I even preempted and said that there would be this dumb whataboutism that is completely away from the actual prompt, where you try and subvert and confuse and not actually engage. Neither of you can give a coherent definition. You just keep saying
times. You just keep ignoring it.
No,
they are literally just not listening
and
to
we
what
have
we're
asked,
saying, and then they say that we haven't done what we've said.
I
So
find that
it's kind of goofy.
Yeah, you can keep interrupting me, but until you're
go
willing
ahead,
to give a
Fabian.
definition, I don't want to hear
give it a
shit
fifth
about
time?
it. Yeah, again, you gave a retelling of my definition and then made fun of it. You did not actually give
I said
a
physical harm
definition.
upon another individual intent on furthering political goals, probably excluding anything that is enforcing laws, as long as it's not a violation of some major human right. So anything that is...
so first and foremost, what is a human right?
Oh God! All right. Well, if we're gonna get into the rights debate and saying that,
This is what about is
Oh, if we're gonna debate words, how fucking dare you? Just accept my
we don't
liberal
even
framing on
if we're gonna
everything.
do the libertarian thing, like I said, if we're gonna just say that anything that is
What debate? What the fuck are you talking about?
breaks the
Don't be a
law,
pussy.
it's
Give your
actually
fucking
breaking
definition.
the
fucking
Okay.
boring. It's
That's
like again, if your obtuse
Oh, now
definition
it's
is just
boring.
every government except us all living
Pussy.
in teepees is violent and not why even have the prompt be communism, socialism, and progressivism if you could just say everything is politically violent except for this very specific form of living in this thing where everyone agrees and no government does anything. Like, wow, congratulations. What a fun
I gave
fucking
you a
conversation to be.
definition of political violence. I explained why these systems are inherently politically violent. Then I defined what I believed were the values and axioms of right-wing philosophies and explained why those aren't necessarily politically violent and how they do sometimes
And then when I
co-opt
said,
socialism,
hey, here's how
etc.
this fits
And
into
then
your
what
definition, you
you
said,
Hold on,
well, that
Sheldon.
doesn't count. And then it's like, well, your definition, even though I just don't like your definition. And then we can just go in circles for that. For
Okay,
40
so
minutes.
let's go with your definition. What is human rights?
What do you
No, we
What
don't
are
even have
human
we don't
rights?
even, hold on, we
How
don't
do we
pay-
define
before,
those?
Before we go
Because
into
I
that.
would say private property is a human right. Therefore, I'll accept your definition.
Well,
Okay, does progressivism say that we can't have private property?
Yes, absolutely
Yes,
and
it does.
explicitly.
What?
Listen, hold on. I quoted a progressive leader. First of all, in my opening, which y'all haven't disputed, I quoted a modern progressive leader, and he said to kill the landlords because guess what? They own private property. That's a modern progressive leader. He is a modern progressive.
The media
leader.
certainly
Okay, so
thinks he
wait.
is.
If I go to a modern
So that's
progressive
great.
leader who says don't kill the landlords,
hold on.
does
Well,
this cancel
hold
out
on.
your argument?
No, it doesn't. But
Okay, but yours
hold on,
supersedes
but hold on.
mine, by the
Before
way,
we
yeah?
even need to go down this rabbit hole with the rights, because I'm going to let Fabian take that one. I guess that's more. It'll be more fun. I want to point out that even by Soypill's definition, right, they still, if they go outside the tribalist, we're going to live in loincloths and live happily with nature, whatever, and they have a government come in here and start ordering you around. Guess what? That is inherently violent by his own definition. Because no matter if you define rights, no matter if you define the rights by how Fabian's about to, we can sit here and go, at some level, if you force change on this tribe and put a government in there that makes them change how they've been living and forcefully, guess what? That's violent. Now, Fabian, go ahead and tell us about the rights.
In my intro, I disagreed with that completely, and I said that in fact you can do freedom of association and leave, which Fabian actually agreed. You can do that. You can go live in these communes if you want to. Therefore, enforcing the laws of society that we all agree on when we live here, and by leaving, we can then leave that pact is not violence. If you say, yeah, you're allowed to go if you want to. So that's ridiculous. If you're quoting Justice on Piker as like, yep, that's progressivism. Sorry, any and all examples of the entire democratic progressive movement that is not trying to abolish private property, that's not progressivism. But this guy that I don't like who wants to get rid of landlords, that's
So real quick, Soypill, if I go to your house, Soypill, if I go to your house and I put a gun to your head and I say, I'm going to blow your fucking brains out if you don't leave this apartment right now, is that a choice for you to leave? Yeah, you can choose to leave, right?
Yep.
So by that definition, that would be non-violent if I threaten to blow your brains out if you don't leave all of your property in your home.
Yeah, that's
would
the
that be
exact same
non-violent?
thing as the government enforcing laws and taxes. I agree. Yeah.
Okay, well then chalk up another dub
No,
for
I'm being
me,
fucking
since you're too much of a
sarcastic.
coward to engage
Stupidest
with
fucking analogy ever. Well, yeah, like, okay, I'm born in a place and I can go to any other country with any other set of rules I want, but because I didn't choose to be born here, oh man, oh mom, this is unfair to me. This is violent that there's a fucking social pact that we all pay into and agree upon. This is the stupidest libertarian brain rot ever. I knew this was gonna fucking happen. But
hold on.
Well, but you're not. You're just. Hold on. No. Hold on. Why is it that you're so scared of actually engaging in debate? Is it because you know you'll fucking lose like you have all night?
It's so fucking boring because
No,
you have
but
all
even
of
by
these
his own
hypotheticals,
if you're fucking
libertarian
bored, then
fairyland,
leave.
Where it's like, what do you mean
if you're too afraid to debate and you won't engage in the hypotheticals, you won't engage in the arguments.
How progressivism and socialism aren't inherently violent, but if you want to talk about how like fucking libertarian brain rot, all taxation is theft, everything is a violation of the NAP, it's just fucking boring. It's going in circles, and it doesn't actually contend on anything existing in real life where this has to be borne out in a reality where this fucking works. It's the lamest fucking thing ever. We could talk about these three things. I'm happy.
I don't know. You sound like you're whining and bitching about the format of a debate.
Like, get into like the libertarian theory. It is the most brain rotting, boring thing I ever had to talk about. I'm not.
I get it. You're a coward.
I just don't want to fucking kill myself.
I get it. You won't engage with the debate. That is like without a doubt the most
Wait,
objective
Fabian,
way to lose.
Do you believe the Earth is flat, Fabian?
No.
No, you don't believe the Earth is flat. You want to debate about it?
See?
Because I believe the Earth is flat.
This is what I'm doing for you. This is the world's
I think you should. I think you should stick to the topic
right now. Soypill, like, goddamn.
But no,
bro,
I
like,
don't believe in that.
I've never
Was the
seen more.
topic whether or not taxation is violence.
I've never seen more
More
crying
coke.
and caterwauling than I have heard in the last 5 minutes of Soypill. Like, this is outlandish. Like, you're sitting here arguing. You can't name one socialist country that exists today that is not violent. North Korea, violent. I mean, we can argue communist China, which
Europe
maybe
is
is more
violent,
social.
Gibbs?
Yeah, I would argue that
Yeah,
Europe is
I need
like
one of those
violent. Yeah.
violence.
Okay, like a
Are you
Demsov
are
thing,
you
right?
serious?
Yeah, like you think they're
like-
inherently violent, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know
Okay,
European
why?
history?
No. Current Europe.
Yes.
Like Sockdam, like Nords. They're inherently
Yeah, I
violent,
mean,
yeah?
I would argue. Look at the UK. You can't even sit here and tweet without
That's
getting
not
Well,
what
he
arrested.
did say
that's not what I
Stockdam
said.
Nords,
I said
right?
Stockdam Nords.
I mean, I could just listen. You can point to some random country, whatever, doesn't matter.
Stockdam
Okay,
Nords.
I'm pointing to
Sweetie
Norway, all
pie.
right?
He's
I'm
using
pointing
It
right at
doesn't
Norway.
matter.
It's that
It doesn't
direction,
listen.
okay? I'm
You
pointing
think
Norway.
Norway's not inherently violent? They're a
Yeah.
like a homogenous population. They're partially the reason why they're able to have any kind of socialism. Because guess what? They
Wait.
enforce their homogeny.
Aren't there
through
immigrants
bringing
on like an
Japan?
island right now
Guys,
because they
hey,
won't let them
let
go
me,
into normal
Yeah,
society?
I mean, and then the Falkland
Please
Islands.
allow
That's the other
me
thing, Brish.
to interrupt one more time. Let's reset. Listen, when you're all going, it really just nobody hears anything you're saying. So at least try to be respectful. I know we all want to kind of chime in and go crazy on each other. Are you okay?
Yeah, he'll be fine.
I'm recovering from the flu. Sorry, I told you.
Ooh, I thought you were like puking or something, but please be mindful of that. Okay, pick it back up.
Right. So Gibbs, I was asking if you think these things are inherently violent because you say I can't point to a socialist or communist country that's not inherently violent, and that's why at the beginning I said, well, I can't point to a single government that's not inherently violent if you use the definition that enforcing laws and taxation is inherently violent. So my question is, what makes
then you gave us
Norway
the game.
inherently violent? Yeah, it gives up the game if I use your stupid, obtuse, broad definition that says everything is violence and not, hey,
Well,
like,
even by your
when we talk about
definition.
Nazism and fascism, which you brought at the beginning, like, hey, yeah, they're killing dissidents, they're locking them up, they're inherently like set to expand and get Lebensraum. This seems like a politically violent ideology that is baked into the only way that we can exist and succeed is to take over other people and suppress those dissidents, which is very different from most countries that don't do that. So I would assume that if you're going to
It's a
use
lot
some
of
sort of
coke.
definition, it would have to be something that distinguishes it from literally every government ever. So that's why I don't use your stupid.
Where's the line? Where is
Yeah.
the line in your definition, right?
Well,
Because
I don't
you
know
won't
exactly where the line
engage.
is, and we
You
can
Because
get
there's
into
no
a
line.
Loki's wager, but I'll tell you
Soypill,
this.
stop
I think
interrupting.
Hold
Soypill,
on,
stop
hold on.
going
interrupting.
onto a
Let Fabian-
commune is
hold
not
on.
Soypill,
Nazism,
stop
it's
interrupting.
Let
defined.
Fabian finish, please.
Yeah,
Ask me a
so
question.
no, you interrupted while I'm trying to explain the context of behind the question. So what I've heard from you is a definition, and then I've said I'll even accept your definition, and then you ran away because I said private property is a human right. But now I'm going to try a different avenue of attack. Maybe you'll engage because you haven't all night. Where is the line where the things that you've described become political violence, but lesser acts of force and coercion against people's will are for some reason not considered political violence when they are when does it cross over into political violence for you?
Right. So I think when you're getting into things like suppressing free speech, when you're getting into things, let's just take the Bill of Rights, right? Okay, the Bill of Rights is, I think, a pretty good like litmus test or a template for if you're like strictly violating these things, you're stepping into some sort of like violence, right? Versus, hey, I'm saying you should pay taxes or else you go to jail is very different from the government says you're not allowed to criticize it. And while I might not be able to draw the most specific thick line of, yep, as soon as you step over this, it's politically violent. And I think that's kind of a Loki's wager fallacy of like, well, if you can't draw it, it doesn't exist. I think we can pretty clearly say that the violations of something like, I don't know, Germany today are nowhere close to the violations of Germany in 1940. And then we can kind of break out the minutia and say, okay, well, how would communism, socialism, or progressivism fit into what we would definitely all agree would be like the Nazi government versus something today which is not inherently violent, unless you think that all forms of enforcing laws and taxation are, in which case it would be pointless to talk about it at all.
Okay, so it's pointless to talk about, but here's my problem. We can both agree that a million nails is different than one nail. I can obviously say that, the UK locking people up because they have bad tweets isn't the same thing as like Nazi Germany putting Jews in Dachau. Like we can say
you could
those
say
are
those
two.
things are similar.
No,
Fabian, to
Soypill,
your
stop.
point. To your point.
Soypill, stop. Right. So we can see these are two substantively different things, but it is not a fallacy to demand that you are able to tell me what is the limiting principle or what is the thing that makes it political violence and not political violence. Because as of right now, all you were saying is, I can look at it in extreme and I can name that political violence, but I look at something that's far less extreme and it's not political violence because it doesn't make me feel a certain way. That's not acceptable.
Well, to be clear,
I don't accept
in my
that.
intro, I said suppression of dissidents. I said, oh, what else did I say here? Because I have it all written down here. And you know, if whether or not you want to list this, yeah, excising undesirables, suppressing dissent to maintain order, and like that's why I used fascism and Nazism as these examples, because we can clearly see that's happening. Now, I might even grant you the way that the UK is doing this, although not the exact same as the way the Nazis are doing this, could be like a suppression of free speech. I'd have to look at the examples because I hear right-wing people bloviate about this all the time, and I don't actually know what people are tweeting. Could be something that I might agree is probably illegal, but that is a suppression of dissent and maybe even a violation of free speech that we could agree, hey, this is political violence versus anything else.
First of all, why does it need to reach a certain level before it is the thing, as opposed to the minutia of the thing? And secondly, when does it become, why is that political violence and other acts of coercion not violence? You still haven't answered my question. You've just said, these things make me feel bad and they look real bad. That's not an argument.
Well, can I just jump in and let you respond to both of us real quick, Soypill, because you kind of addressed this originally to me with Norway. Well, okay, before you can include what he said, but I'd also like you to include this. I think you would agree. I know Buckaroo is definitely going to agree with this. That systemic racism and systemic oppression, that would be political violence, right? And I can sit here and point to reports from the UN that say that there's substantial. Yeah, I can't talk to that. I have a concussion once again. There's a substantial amount of oppression and discrimination within the system of Norway's governments. We can look at labor markets. We can look at it's specific with housing. I can look at ethnic discrimination, all through our stuff, specifically racism against Africa. And also, if we go further back into their history, the reason why they're able to be socialist now, partially is because of the oil, but also partially due to their benefits from colonialism. So once again, even in the system you described, they are inherently violent. So unless you disagree about that, then I mean, I don't know.
Well, hold on. So you're using the fact that they're homogenous and might discriminate against people that don't look like them, which is not part of their political ideology. This is like things about in-group preference.
Oh, well, that's what you said about the Nazis.
What? No, the Nazis explicitly make it encoded in law to discriminate, which is very different from a group of people.
So housing regulations is not encoded in law?
Are there housing regulations that say,
according to the UN, there are.
Are they specifically discriminating against people in their housing regulations? Because if so, if this is like redlining, if they have that in Norway, I could say that, yeah, that's treading more into a politically violent ideology, but I don't think that's inherent to it. That's a bunch of people within the ideology who are saying, hey, we have this ideology, we're paying more taxes and doing these welfare programs, and then the people inside decide to be racist, does not automatically attach it to that ideology. In the same way you could have racist capitalism and you could have peaceful capitalism, which is what I said at the very beginning.
How about
you could have a peaceful monarch so long as everyone is on the same fucking page.
Give you a specific government policy from the Norwegians. They have a active suppression and harassment that is endorsed by the government of the Sami people in Norway.
Thanks for the sub, Apollo. I'm not on Twitch.
Well, I mean, maybe you should look this up because you're sitting and putting them out there as a golden child of the socialism that has no political oppression, political rights. Yeah,
no,
really, they were very sympathetic to the Nazis back in the day, if you recall. But hey, let's just ignore history. Let's ignore the oppression that's happening currently. Let's ignore the systemic racism. I know your partner doesn't even agree with you on this.
Your partner doesn't agree with you on this. We had a whole thing about how he thinks it's okay for black people to not associate with white people and vice versa. He doesn't even agree with the Civil Rights Act. So don't get on me about partner discohesion, buddy.
Gibbs, you've given literal descriptions of violence.
Have we brought up the Civil Rights Act at all tonight? Or is that just another form of your fucking cope because you won't answer my question?
You probably don't think these things are inherently violent or not.
Buckaroo, you were trying to say something.
I just remember Gibbs giving multiple descriptions of violence that didn't actually fall of violence and political violence that didn't actually fall into Fabian's description of political violence, which is a part of why we keep saying that actually they disagree.
Name one.
Let me see if I actually have the opening written down.
Yeah, I mean, you can look, but you're not going to find any because they all fit in Fabian's definition. So
No, I mean we already
together
both
it now.
challenged it so many times. That's why it's like kind of annoying. That
well, hold
it
on,
seems
did
like we just have to
Soypill
keep
say-
No, you
saying it
didn't.
again.
I've been asking you to give a coherent
because
definition
even
the
in
entire
Well,
time.
then
Even
Soypill
in
even
my-
said, "Oh God, you might actually have the same definition of political violence." Then, so
Yeah, once
so
you got
Because
both
even-
meandered together and tweedledeed and tweedledummed into each other in the maze.
no, it's more like we
Even
led
in
you
my
by the
opening,
nose to the promised land.
I guess it's just
What was that, a Jewish comment,
it's
bro?
it's like growing amusement on my part that they keep saying you can't even give a definition when my whole opening was, yeah, they won't even be able to give a whole definition that they can completely agree upon, that they both actually express. And then even then, okay, just because you guys think you agreed doesn't mean you've made the same argument. I can't even.
We
I don't
have.
even know what to
We
tell you.
agree.
But on top
We
of that,
sent each other our
but on
opening
top of that,
statements. We
this is
agreed to it.
why
We've
on
said on the
top of
panel
that-
we've agreed to it.
Okay,
You have
sending each
no
other
counter.
opening statements, but on top of that, my opening statement points out explicitly that even when we're talking about political violence, the political violence that every other person on the street thinks is political violence isn't the same political violence that we're talking about here. And when we're talking,
I'm about to
when we're
lose my
trying to
shit,
imply,
Sarah. I'm about to lose my shit. For the love of fucking
you guys
God,
not
if you
listen
think
to my
people,
opening?
if you
It's
think there
literally
are
just like they
opposing
didn't listen.
definitions,
It is
if you think there
unironically
are
like they just
opposing
did not-
definitions,
I
then
was
give
still talking
yours.
when you interrupted. It is
I think he has a point
It is
there.
unironically like they did not listen to my opening, though. My whole
I heard it. It's
opening
stupid.
was about this.
Give your definition. If you think
Well,
that
hold
there
on,
are
I think your
competing
opening's
definitions,
stupid, so you
give
have to give a better
yours.
definition. I
If
don't
you
like your definition.
refuse
I
to
agree
give
with
any
Soypill.
definition and say
He and
we
I
all
worked
just
on this from
disagree,
the
it's
beginning.
amorphous, then you're running like a baby back bitch.
Yeah, but the only way
to
to
borrow
run
Admiral
it-
Gibbs's terms.
Say
Yeah,
My
I mean,
main
that-
statement was
you-
that
you-
Hold
you-
on.
Your argument can't just be nuh-uh. Like
this is
fucking
what
give an
I-
argument.
If they don't want me to answer, I
this
won't.
is why I
It's
used
fine.
we.
They
me
don't
and
want me
Fabian-
to respond.
Hold on. We've been responding
If
for
they
a
did,
minute
they
here.
wouldn't interrupt me.
Hold
That's
on.
what I did.
Listen, it's real simple. Well, the reason why you're getting interrupted is because you're just sitting here either lying or misinformed or
haven't
not
lied.
understanding. So listen, Big
No,
Papa
you guys
Gribbles.
have
Once
not
again,
listened to me.
calm down with the propaganda. Let's go back to what Fabian said. On one side, we've not disagreed. In fact, your partner's even granted that we do have the same definition. Secondly, I've also used his definition and shown, even in his beautiful golden city on the hill, that is Norway, that even then,
Don't have to
guess
scream.
what?
I can still hear
Yeah,
you.
cool. Listen, it's called pizzazz. It's presentation.
It's hurting my
Learn about it.
ears.
Well,
Your
cool. Well,
pizzazz
then,
is
listen,
painful.
it's okay, cool.
This
I'm
is
glad that
violence against me.
Listen, that's
Through a
good. It is.
political
It
means.
is violent. It is
Why?
violence.
All right.
It is violence. But you know what you're
He's
doing here
breaking
is you're
the
trying.
NAP.
Listen, I think it's crazy that you're trying to distract me, but you're not. He's sitting here trying to.
Not trying to
sit here-
distract you. You're
sit
just
here-
annoying me.
Listen. I'm trying to finish the thought here.
I'm
He's
the
sitting here trying.
propagandist.
He's sitting. Yes, you're doing a good job. It's called interrupt and
You
not
are
let
the one
somebody
who's
get
making
finish.
endless
Listen,
accusations.
once again, the golden city on the hill that Soypill is described. Even in Soypill's golden city on a hill that is Norway, guess what? That is definitely going to be violence. In fact, let me just go one step further and use the actual golden city on the hill. That would be the city of God, the kingdom of heaven come down. Guess what? Even in a Christian philosophy, where this theory comes from, where you have the ultimate socialist utopia, you have that enforced by the Lord High God.
Are you telling me God is a socialist?
And the only way it works is because he's got all powerful and he's got
God
all
is
the
a
resources.
socialist.
Well, yes, because in the only way socialism
Okay,
works.
so
Hold on,
maybe
let me-
you're
can I
the
finish?
one
Can
who's
I
wrong,
finish?
considering
Hold on,
you're
let me
the
finish.
Antichrist.
Hold on.
Let me
hold
finish.
On, hold
Let me
on.
finish.
Gibbs,
Alex.
land the plane.
I know I'm not landing the plane because I'm getting interrupted every 2 seconds. It's simple. The reason why it would be socialism in a biblical sense under the Bible is because one, God's all powerful and God has endless resources, and He
Not
enforces
socialism
it
because there's
through
no
his
scarcity.
hold on. Well, yeah. Well, I guess that's an argument. But if there is, He sits there, it forces us through His might against all other powers, right? And then He provides, right, through this. That's socialism in a sense. So even in the most pure theological Christian sense, you can argue this is socialism, and it's enforced by violence. At no level theological or in Soypill's perfect world or in the practicality of every other socialist country is it not enforced by violence, and that's by his own definition. Not to mention it falls under everything that we've said in ours.
Okay,
How does
so
God
wait, no, I need to respond to this, Papa.
how
Okay,
does
so
God
just to be clear, no,
enact
Papa, please,
violence in
Papa,
heaven?
please. Okay,
I
so
was
if
the
you're
one
gonna-
interrupted for him to go on this fucking rampage about how
called
God
a
is a
whooping.
socialist.
I mean,
Okay, so if you're the reason I pointed out Norway was not to say that, oh well, look, they're perfect and they've never done anything violent ever. The point was to show you that if you have a DemSoc thing and you're saying that that is politically violent, as I said at the very beginning, you're going to then say that, oh well, based on the prompt, literally everything is political violence. Every government that's ever existed, that is a completely fruitless, pointless definition. And the same way I could ask you, hey, did the Nazis violate human rights? And you would answer, literally every person ever has violated human rights. Every government in the entire world. What a fucking pointless statement. Are you going to point to the fact, now I actually grant you this, if you want to specifically weasel in the definition of communism to inherently mean revolution, then technically you can kind of get on how that's inherent, but I don't know why you would even bother if you believe the same thing as Fabian, which is that all governments are inherently violent. What's the fucking point? So are you going to talk about why these things, these specific 3 things in the prompt are inherently violent, or are you going to keep jumping back to, well, no, if they've ever done anything violent ever, they're inherently violent ever? Like,
what's crazy?
You just strung together like 7 straw mans. It's impressive.
What's
your
crazy
inability to argue.
Well, Fabian, what's crazy is in this word salad he just put forth is that, we're going to weasel in the literal definition, the literal
revolutionary
policy prescription that Engels and Marx, then every other leader from Mao to Pol Pot to fucking Stalin has implemented communism. Then we can talk about socialism. Go look at like Juche. Every single one, the Nazis. We can even talk about democratic socialism today. I can sit here. I can sit here and go through all these. We can talk about Norway. Listen, I don't have to do that because let's talk. Okay, let's talk about.
Can I answer the question?
Let's talk about a government that's not inherently
Admiral Gibbs, can I answer the question?
Everybody take a chill
Let's
pill
talk about a
and
government
settle
that's not
down.
inherently violent.
Sure. Yeah, let me answer. So I already did when I brought up Prospera, and I brought up the Republic of Kospaya from 1440 to 1826. Those are 2 examples of voluntary governments that are completely not inherently violent. But I also want to point out that when I made my opening statement, which again neither of you are able to contend with, that I said that yes, the right has many times co-opted and used power and violence to maintain their values and their axioms. But my argument against your whataboutism, because you can't even because I knew that you would run away from the prompt itself and instead engage in whataboutism about the right or saying that the definition was too broad, was that these are not inherent to the right wing. It is very simple. And the simple argument is this, is that leftism rejects private property rights. It does. Progressivism does. Socialism does. And obviously communism rejects private property. Now, you may say,
do this?
Absolutely.
No, how?
Well, I mean, taxation is just one example of a rejection of private property rights.
Wait,
it says that some
Prospera,
portion.
Do you think Prospera was inherently violent?
Yes, Prospera was
inherently
violent.
They had taxes?
I told you. I even gave you the specific tax rate, which is 5.4%.
Yeah.
It is a voluntary community. It is not
so as
an
long
involuntary
as everyone
taxation.
agrees that taxes are okay, it's not violent.
It's if people agree to do something, then it's not violent if people voluntarily agree to do it.
So it's not inherently violent because there is a possibility that everyone could agree that it's okay, right?
Well, there is a possibility in
okay,
some
cool.
universe where-
All right,
hold on.
Hold on.
You're not getting the W that
Let
you
me do
think.
the other thing. I win. Also, we won the whole time. They conceded in the beginning. They're totally off the things, and I declare victory, Sarah. We won the entire thing.
This
a
is-
WW.
That's
This
what's
is-
I'm
happening.
putting on
This is
both my
semantics.
other
So-
sunglasses.
You know what? Let me hit the
Oh
bomb.
my
Yeah,
God.
this is-
Hold on, hold on a second.
Yeah, no,
Hold
so
on,
this
let me
is
hit
semantics.
this
No,
bomb. Let me hit this
Gibbs,
bomb.
don't. No.
I'm just gonna hit the bomb real quick because that's the only way what they're saying makes sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, the difference is that when it is non-voluntary, all it requires is for one person to have for 2 individuals or 2 or more individuals, because it needs to be intersubjectively communicated, but that's neither here nor there.
What does inherent mean, Fabian?
I'm not going to let you continue to derail me.
Whoa,
so
whoa!
you
Why
can
are you
get
running
dis-
away from the definition
Hold
of
on.
inherent, Fabian?
Let him,
What does inherent
let him
mean?
finish. Let him finish, and then you can.
What's the
just-
definition
He's
of the
trying
word
to dodge,
is?
Sarah. He's running away.
What is the definition of the word is?
I'm not. The idea that you're accusing me of running away from arguments when you explicitly stated that you
This is me
refuse to
making fun of
engage
you
in
being
several
stupid.
arguments.
Dude, I'm not actually accusing you of it. I'm being you. That's the point.
Got it. I don't know
Finish
why
your
you're
thought,
here,
Fabian, and then
but
we
anyways,
can entertain
so-
the question.
so
to
again,
define.
right. So again, it is true. For example, I'll do it in an example so it makes more sense, right? So Robinson and Crusoe are on an island, right? And they're deserted. Now, Robinson wants to leave the island. So he finds this big, beautiful stick and says, this will be a big, beautiful stick for my raft. Crusoe, however, doesn't think you're going to get off of the island, and he doesn't want to build a stick. So instead, he wants to take that stick and make a fishing pole so that they have food to eat. Now, what you have introduced is you have introduced conflict. You have two individuals that want scarce resources towards opposing means. So any system that is to claim itself to be ethical must be conflict avoiding. It cannot be conflict inducing. Yes, it is true that Robinson could convince Crusoe of the superiority of building a raft. Yes, it is true that both of them could just decide for whatever reason that they both want a raft. But in the event that individuals want to use scarce resources towards opposing means, it is only voluntary exchange. It is only capitalism that gives this conflict a form of resolution. Communism does not do this. Socialism does not do this. Democracy does not do this. Progressivism does not do this. All of these systems say might makes right. That is the claim that you believe, which is contradictory to ethical claims. Now, my argument from the beginning is that these are not inherent to right-wing philosophies, that right-wing philosophies are willing to give private property rights. They are willing to give, to cede that liberty so long as they do not see their values or their preferences in some way, shape, or form deteriorate. It is a prison's dilemma situation where so long as everybody is cooperating, the right says you have the liberty to do what you want to do. It is only when those things begin to, when the culture begins to degrade, when crime begins to occur at high rates, when people begin to demand more and more wealth redistribution, that the right comes in with its philosophy of order-based violence and then begins to impose its order, what I would say, violently against those. But it is not a necessary component to the right because the right is willing to cede private property rights. It is willing to live in a society in which people act freely. The left, progressivism, communism, socialism, claims that that liberty in and of itself is problematic. They claim that when people are dispossessed, that we need wealth redistribution in order to fix this problem. Or in the most extreme example of communism or classical Marxism, they claim that the very concept of private property itself is immoral. That is the difference between the inherent violence of the left and the fact that the right sometimes uses that violence, but that it is not inherent necessarily to the ideology. That is my argument from the beginning.
I figured out why they're confused, Fabian. I figured it out. It's real simple. They've been sitting here thinking we disagree on this. Now, I think it's because they've done panels with me before, and they know that I sit here and talk about might makes right. And in the end, my
you just bite the bullet. Yeah,
yeah, I bite the bullet and say might makes right, and then I say I want my side to have the might, not the other side. However, that doesn't mean I disagree with his stance that these are violent actions. So when you're sitting here trying to like obfuscate. Well, I mean, then you're just confused.
You listened to what you said, and you were saying
well, then you just didn't understand what I said.
What he said.
I didn't contradict what I said. Well, here's
Can you name one?
Yes, for multiple.
We've asked you to name one. You haven't been able to do that yet. So what did I say that contradicted? Yeah, well, you've been looking, right?
Right. I didn't. I actually.
When you asked me to cite one earlier, I had the paragraph ready after a while and the chapter number. Now it's time for you to cite one. Can you cite one example from my opening now, please? We waited about an hour.
The reason it's contradictory is because instead of going with Fabian's definition and then just arguing based on the property value, violations or NEP violations, you started going into the specifics of a specific ideology and the specific things that would make it violent under more of what I would say is violent, which is killing people, subverting
your definition is violent.
That's not a contradiction, you dumbass. That's a contrary.
Okay, well, cool. I'm sorry.
Even by your more narrow definition, I'm still right.
Well,
so thank you. I appreciate it.
Actually, it's not even a contrary. They're not contradictory or contrary.
Now, maybe if you read philosophy, you'd know what it was. But
go ahead. So
I guess nobody here does.
Do you know the difference between a contrary and a contradiction?
Hold on, does you know a contradictory point yet?
Do you?
No, I guess don't.
Do you know a contradictory point yet? Wait, no, you don't.
Hold up.
But I
go ahead. So
got it.
Okay, so first, I don't know if this is like a thought experiment. This is a very phonetic thing, but Robinson Crusoe, isn't that one name? Isn't that one guy? Am I crazy?
Yeah, there's a book where the guy's name is Robinson Crusoe, but
But why did you
Again,
split
not-
them up? Like one guy got like Robinson
Just
got a
for the
stick.
thought
and
exercise,
Crusade got
2
a
names,
stick.
bro.
Okay,
Come
I
on,
was just
move on.
curious. I was very confused with that part. But anyway, the idea that well, yeah, sure, you can
God
you know,
damn, you're
control.
dumb.
You know, you could say like, yeah, I could tell you to do this, and technically it's not like a violence upon you because I'm convincing you. Well, okay, well in your Prospera thing, if 2 people decide, hey, I don't like this, and they want to leave, they can, right? There wouldn't be some sort of violence that would prevent them from leaving. Would prevent them from maybe saying, I don't like this tax rate in Prospera. They would be able to have some associate and go somewhere else. No,
They're able to leave. What does that have to do with anything? Yes, people
you're
are able
saying
to leave
Prospera
Prospera.
is not inherently violent, right?
Correct. Prospera is not
Right,
inherently
because
violent.
everyone agrees on the tax rate.
They agree going in.
Right,
They-
they agree going
they
in.
agree, they
if 2
sign a
people-
voluntary
if
contract.
two- And then 2 people say, you know what, I don't like this anymore. It's still not inherently violent because they would leave, I'm assuming, right?
They've already agreed to
They've
a contract.
they've already voluntarily agreed to be there. What are you talking about?
Wait, okay.
If
so
you work at a
you
job,
can never
if you work at a
change your
job,
mind,
no, if you
ever
work at a
change
job
your
and you get a
mind-
job for $17 an hour, right?
Okay,
And then you've been
so-
working there for a year, and then you want a raise, and then your
Yeah.
boss says, "Actually, I don't want to give you a raise." Like
can
that's
quit,
not
right?
violence all of a sudden.
But you can quit, right? Yeah, it's not violence. I'm saying it's not violence.
Right, yeah,
right?
but
If
in-
they say
in-
I don't
what's
want to
your
live here
point?
anymore,
Land
that's
this
not
plane.
violence.
Soy, I know
Not
why
a
he's
gotcha.
confused.
I'm leading
No,
into
I know
something.
why
I'm
he's
asking
confused.
you want to
Because
leave,
it-
it's not violence,
Well,
right?
well, Soy, the reason why you're confused is because in the contract they agreed to go there. They're moving to a new location, which is Prospera. In the contract, if they choose to no longer abide by the rules, they've already previously agreed that they will leave. So that's the stipulations of the
Right.
contract they've agreed to.
I would
so
just like
it's
to
not
point out that
violent if
Prospera
they
isn't
follow the rules
socialism,
of what they've
progressivism, or
agreed to.
communism,
I'm
by
not
the way.
saying it is.
So
You
I don't
guys
know
are
what
getting
this
hung
is.
up like I'm trying
Yeah,
to
yeah,
sneak
I mean,
you
they
into
don't
a
have any argument
definition.
against
The
their
whole
actual
point I'm
prompts.
saying is that if
Right?
you feel the same way about any of these other societies that you say are inherently violent, like
But
Norway,
I just disproved how it's
I didn't
inherently violent.
agree.
But
I
wait, hold
didn't
on. Are
agree.
you,
So by
are you
virtue of being
saying
one,
that
you can still leave? What do you mean? It doesn't matter
no,
if you
Soy,
agree.
Hold on.
Soy,
Do
if
you think I
hold
had
on,
a
hold on,
choice in
Soy,
my
if you
birth?
agree to a
No, but you have a
hold on.
choice to leave the country, right?
No, but if
That's-
you agree to a
again,
contract,
if I
before
go
you
to your
in,
house and I point a gun at your head and I say you can either leave or I can blow your brains out, you have a choice to leave, but it's not a
Yeah, but he's
voluntary
missing the most
agreement.
That's not even
obvious
what the
part.
government's doing. They're
Soy,
saying, hey,
you're-
if you live here, yeah, this is the tax rate, and if you don't like it, you can leave.
Soy, no, but you're missing the most obvious part that makes this big difference, right? His argument, Fabian's putting forth, right, and this is really the simplest one, is okay, if you're born into a country, you didn't previously agree. If you're going to Prospera, you are assigning something, you're agreeing to the rules. If you decide I no longer want to live by these rules, in the contract you've already agreed to, that you leave. If you don't leave, you're the one causing the violence at that
I
point.
understand that you signed out initially. Do you think hunger is like unfair because I didn't agree to be hungry and I have to eat, and the world is forcing me to eat food? Like, do you understand that it's like you're making this weird fallacious thing where just because I was born in a country which has freedom of association, you can leave
Where's
it
the
whenever you
violence?
want. Because I don't like the
free?
rules. It's
Hold on, are
violent
bugs
that they
free?
have a set of rules because
Can
you
you
now
eat
exist
bugs?
in it. What?
Can you eat bugs?
Of course.
I love how you
then it
blended
doesn't
the
matter if you go hungry,
accusation.
'cause you don't ever have to
Yeah,
go
sorry.
hungry. You
But
can
it's
eat bugs.
unfair.
if you
But
need
it's
to.
unfair. Like I'm being forced to eat these bugs.
This
It
is
sucks.
so. This is you blended an accusation of a fallacy.
still is not addressing the
with
prompt.
with an argument, a communist argument, I might add, that scarcity equals violence, and it's really weird because it has nothing to do with the fucking prompt or what we're arguing. It's like you
No,
just
you're
threw out
arguing
two
that by
random
being
nonsense
born
things.
in a country, it's inherently violent because you don't agree to the rules by being
No,
born.
not
And I'm saying,
being
okay,
born in
is
the
it-
country is not. How are you this incapable of following the argument?
Maybe you're
Nobody
just not
ever
listening to
said
me.
that.
I understand it's hard. and
I'm
you,
listening
like,
to
ignore
you.
half the shit
I'm,
I said, but,
I'm
you know,
listening
like,
to you.
It's
I
a
promise.
pretty common theme
Being
throughout this. I
being
mean, can you even say
born.
why progressivism is somehow incompatible with
I have-
capitalism when there are
I
so many
have
progressive
so
capitalists,
many
or is that
times.
also inherently violent? Because you said capitalism is the only way to freely associate in these things. If progressivism allows for some private property, if it
Progressivism is
allows-
anti-capitalist.
It's literally not. I don't
It
know what to
is.
tell you.
It is.
It's really not.
Okay, so wait, do you think that Norway is not capitalist? It's strictly socialist because it's.
I didn't say it was
Or do you think that
strictly
Germany?
socialist. It depends on. It's a mixed market economy. Now you can make the
Okay.
argument that it is capitalistic, that it has some elements of capitalism, but to make the argument that it is capitalist would mean that it is pure capitalist, that it is laissez-faire capitalist, would mean that it is
Okay, capitalism is only
anarcho-capitalist.
laissez-faire, just to be clear. That's the definition we're working with.
I'm working off of the concept
That's
of
the one he's
voluntary
just
exchange.
presented, to be clear, not just the one we're working with, the one he has presented.
If you want to use capitalism as a definition in the way that communists use it, then everything that is bad is capitalism. Now, mine has some.
No, I mean we're
coherence
having
to
a
it.
non, communist economy where we have, freedom of association and private entities and businesses, which is like totally allowed in every progressive society on the planet. That's what I mean.
Again, this has nothing to do with whether or not these three ideologies presented are inherently violent.
It does,
You have
because
gone
you say
into.
that
You have gone
progressivism is
into. You have
inherently
gone
violent
into.
because
You
it
have
doesn't
gone
allow private
into.
property,
You have
which is
gone
just
into.
not true
You
or
have
borne out in
gone
reality
into.
whatsoever.
You have gone into. You have gone into this new argument, which is an attack against libertarianism and the way in which I am defining capitalism. But again, you are the one that is making the claim that progressivism, communism, and socialism are not inherently violent. That is what you are here to defend. It has
First of all, you're the
no
affirmative, and
bearing
you have
whether
yet
or
to
not
prove
other
what progressivism
political.
is without your libertarian definition, which I'm attacking.
Well,
which is
even
why
by
I'm
your
doing it.
I
definition,
said
though,
to use
exactly
your
what to do with this
definition,
debate.
and then you ran away from debating your definition.
They
Yeah,
really
it's
don't
crazy
like when you
because
point
I've already
out
used your
they're making
definition.
the
and-
argument here.
Hold on. Listen. First of all, maybe his wording right there could be construed, but he's absolutely correct. You can have to also, as the neg, have to advocate and show why they're not inherently. At every turn, Fabian and I have shown by your definition, by his definition, by Fugazi's definition, by Bob Saget's definition, it's still inherently politically violent. Like, you can keep giving me definitions, and I can keep giving you examples of why they're politically violent. You ran when I gave them
you
to
keep
you,
giving
your
examples,
metric.
but when I bring up the reason that
Well, I give
inherent
them
is not
specifically-
tied to these, they have to be inherently this. You can't
Well,
show
first
it.
the reason why I'm not, the reason why I am doing this is because, the reason why I am able to do this is because, one, let's just go look at your example, Weasley, of taking the definition. When I quoted the philosophers who came up with the political theorists who came up with communism in general in the first place, and you're sitting here, Weasel, when that's the standard. Hold on. Then we're gonna go back. Then you describe again. I'm just gonna walk through all these different things. Then you describe trying to frame what Fabian proposed as libertarianism, which was actual national socialism. Hold on, and then we can keep going. Even by your own definition. Then when I come give you examples of specific policies in those countries where they are politically violent, you go, let's go back to them again and argue, they're capitalistic.
That's not what I said.
They're not inherent. Well, you can't name one country that's ever had socialist predominant leanings that hasn't been
name a single
violent.
country that's not inherently violent by your definition, which is a pointless fucking definition.
He's
I'll show you the contradiction, Gibbs. So you said Norway
several.
is inherently violent because they had some laws against some sort of Norwegian, Scandinavian group of people, right? And they're enacting some sort of second-class citizenry, some housing policy that is inherently violent by doing this. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. The reason I would say it's not, and just to be clear, just my position on this is that the government of social DemSoc mixed market thing isn't doing this inherently. There are people in this are choosing through their form of government to do this. That's not inherent. Anyone can choose to do some sort of racist thing. But the contradiction being, Fabian, correct me if I'm wrong, but in your libertarian society where any race can associate anywhere and every white person can say no black people are allowed in any of our businesses, would that be political violence or would that just be freedom of association?
Before you answer, one sentence.
No, let him answer that because I promise I don't think you guys agree on this.
I just want to say one sentence, which is you just said institutionalized racism, if they choose to do it, is not political violence. But all right,
no, actually I didn't. I said it's not inherent to the political ideology.
It's not inherently politically violent. Interesting, cool.
Democracies, propaganda, Admiral
This is my intro, Gibbs. Democracies could vote to be politically violent, and democracies could vote to be peaceful, or they could all just agree to be peaceful. You could have a peaceful monarchy, you could have a politically violent monarchy, and it has to be inherent to it. And that's why we're talking about inherent. That's the carrying word here. You could obviously, I can point to a million examples of socialism.
I've given you the argument.
Political violence.
You have yet to respond to the argument.
Well, hold on. Can you answer my question? Do you think that people that freely associate and say no blacks in our stores is, politically violent or no?
Yeah, it's not politically violent to have a right to freedom of association.
So Gibbs, do you see how you guys don't even have the same fucking definition because you think it's political
because
violence
once again, I listed specific institutionalized policies of the country versus what he's describing is private citizens getting together.
They're just throwing out shit at this point.
It's not political violence if
Soypill,
90% of the population is white and there's no institution, but they all say no blacks allowed. That's not political violence. But as soon as you say that now it's a government, now it's political violence.
Yeah, so I've given you a definition. You gave a counter definition.
You see how you're not addressing my question.
No response. That's what I figured. Pathetic.
It's I find it
You
really
said two
funny.
words.
I really
You said two
find it
words.
funny how you guys just interrupt me anytime I don't give you the exact answer
we're
you're
the
looking
only
for,
ones who've been
because
interrupting
all
all
you
of
do is clip farm because you have no fucking
You're
arguments.
so funny. People accuse me of this.
don't
I
even have
fucking hate
clips.
clips. So no, I don't clip farm. I
Literally
just like
don't
yelling
hate
at you.
clips.
Are you
He's
just? Oh,
talking
I'm sorry.
about-
I'm sorry. I assumed you were clip farming, and I apologize for overestimating your intelligence and thinking that you
Clips
actually
don't make
do
money,
have the
buddy.
capacity.
I'm doing this as a favor to my
Babes,
friend.
I'm
That you
busy.
You think
do
I would
have
endure
the-
this for any other reason other than I care?
What are you
deeply about my
enduring
friends?
except running away
Your
from every
fucking
argument and
retardation
interrupting?
is
Interacting with
giving
you
me a
guys.
fucking
What are you
headache,
talking
dude.
about?
Alright,
This
this is
You
a
just keep
great
calling me a
time.
retard, but you
I
won't
think
respond to any
we're-
arguments.
hold
You're
on.
not responding to my
think-
point.
All
I'm
right.
absolutely. May I please
That was
respond to this
great.
argument very
Hold on.
quickly?
You
Here's
just
what I'm gonna.
responded to.
Hold on. Fabian, go
Mhm.
ahead and respond, and then
Yeah, clip
I
that.
think it's time to move into closing statements, and then we'll do open panel, and maybe some new inquiries can come to the table.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So
Fabian.
to respond, would you like to restate your? Sorry, the civil rights. Why is that? Why is freedom of association not inherently violent if people are freely capable of choosing who they associate with and who they don't associate with? The reason that that is not inherently violent is that if people have the liberty to use their property as they see fit, what you have is you have a system of conflict reduction for scarce resources. So, for example, if a black restaurant owner doesn't want white people in their restaurant, that is their property. Now, there are white people that want to use that restaurant, and there are black people that want to use that restaurant. And now we have a conflict, right? Because some white people want to go into that restaurant and the restaurant owner doesn't want them there. And he doesn't want to be forced to make a sandwich for these white people because he's low on mayonnaise and he doesn't want to have to put extra mayonnaise on everything. I don't fucking know why he doesn't want them there. Or maybe he's racist. Doesn't fucking matter. What matters is that under capitalism, under free association, there is a means of resolving this conflict. And the means of resolving that conflict is that the black restaurateur is the owner of the property and he has exclusive domain over his property. And the white man has exclusive domain over the property that he owns. So there is
What
a
if
means of
60%
resolving
of the
conflict.
country just kind of claimed all the private land and made it so the black people didn't have resources so that they could eat? Would that be political violence?
There is like I don't know the means by which you're talking about. If you're
Well,
talking
right.
about
So they're not
slavery,
stealing
Like-
anything.
like-
They said, you know what? I'm defining my private property to be all of the mayonnaise and sandwich materials, and you can't make any sandwiches anymore. Now you can't eat it all. So they're
I
not.
don't know. This
doing
sounds like a
anything. They're not
socialist
stealing any
government
property.
where
They're freely
60% win an
associated to
election
take all
and then
things
force
that
the
you
other
make
40% to do what
He's
they
not
want.
willing
You're
to
not
answer
forcing
your
them at all.
question.
You're just saying that I've defined my
I think
property
you have to
line
move
over
to
all the
another.
resources, right?
Yeah, we've
don't think
gone
we're
over
gonna-
we've gone over the Blockian proviso before, and I've given you this answer, but you know that you're up against the clock, and you know that you've been
He's
a
not willing
coward
to
this entire
answer.
time.
Non-answer.
Okay, I'll let you
This
go.
is
Go
not
ahead.
a non-answer. I've gone over the
really
Blockian
is.
proviso with Soypill before. It is
I
not
haven't heard a
inherently
satisfying
violent.
answer. Could you pretty please
It
answer
is it is inherently
Yes or
violent.
no? Very easy to answer.
Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up, you cowardly
hold on.
bitch. You are running by interrupting me
Whoa.
constantly because you know
I'm
that I
not
have
run
running
more,
by
it looks like. You and
actively
Gibbs.
Yes,
interrupting.
you are
That's
actively
actively
interrupting so that I
participating.
can't answer the question. Yes,
Yeah,
it is
I thought you
inherently.
already answered
Yeah,
it.
It
That
is
clip
Why are you
inherently.
complaining?
Again, you
Lord
are
have
interrupting.
mercy
You
on us.
coward.
I just
So
answered
again,
this before.
I'm.
Then
I will
finish out Fabian,
again.
and then we're moving.
Yeah,
to closing
I get it.
statements.
I get it. Moderator, can you please mute her?
God.
She's fucking useless. So, anyways, it is inherently violent to engage in encirclement if that encirclement is around an individual that is a private property. Now, we can get into the concept of what is easement rights and what is, like what is considered common property. For that, I would suggest you do further reading on Hans Hermann Hoppe's public, common, and private property and the total rationalization of property. Sorry, the rationalization for the total privatization of property. It's been
All right.
It's been a long day.
Let's go ahead and move into closing statements, and then we can move into open panel dumpster fire, and then you guys can yell at each other for the rest of the
It gets
night.
more dumpster fire than this?
Yeah, surprisingly. Surprisingly, and with more people. You love it. It's your favorite part, Soypill, and then you get all the horse videos you want. Would you like to
Oh,
kick us
my
off?
fucking chat is already begging for horsism.
Go ahead with
I
your
guess
cool.
Soypill, go ahead with your closing statement, please.
Right. So the prompt was whether or not these three ideologies, socialism, communism, progressivism, was inherently violent. I think, if anything, Gibbs made the closest thing to a good argument up for communism. I think there's actually a pretty rational thing there where you can say, hey, yeah, I don't think that just abolishing the private property and having everyone agree is necessarily communism. It is inherent on this book. If that's the case, sure, I would say that maybe in that case, then all the other things that I would define as communism, even if everyone's freely associated to it, would just be socialism. You can say communism is inherently violent just because it's the revolutionary one and everything else isn't. But then we move into why progressivism and socialism is. Getting rid of private property must inherently be violent. Progressivism, because Hassan Piker said he doesn't like landlords, is inherently violent. It's just ridiculous. I mean, you can look at any of these ideologies that have mixed market economies, that totally have the ability to freely associate. All of these things are not inherently violent. There's nothing attached to them that strictly must cause some sort of violence. It's just a silly prompt. But I guess if the debate was, do Nazis breathe air? Yeah, everyone breathes air. Like, cool, we did it. We did a chat. Everything's getting clipped. They're all forming into my big clip farm. I'm making millions off of this. Thank you everyone for the giant shorts money that brings me so much.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're at least making something off of it. Big Papa Buckaroo, to you, please.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Fabian and Gibbs really well expressed exactly what I described in my opening, which was that they do not have an agreed upon concept of violence. Even if they say, we agreed, we sent each other our intros, they actually both described completely different concepts of violence throughout the debate. And they only started playing this weird, like, cat and mouse halfway through when they decided to give up the game, as Fabian might call it. I think it's just silly. I think it's silly to suggest that all leftist ideology are inherently violent. I agree with Soypill on his definition of violence. I also on political violence, and I also think, I think when you look at the numbers, you can see who is advocating more for violence and who actually justifies violence on a daily basis within the current political landscape in America, and it is majority Republican. Not independent, not Democrat, Republican. And in fact, again, might I remind you, MAGA Republicans are 3 times more likely to advocate for violence than even your average Republican, which is still about twice the likelihood as a Democrat or an independent. So when they're talking about what is and isn't inherently violent, and then they come out making all of these accusations about all the leftists being, violent propagandists, I mean, like I said, the call is coming from within the house, okay? They advocate for violence, and then they accuse us all of doing it because they aren't willing to admit that they want to use violence to uphold what they think is right, and they don't care who they step on to get there. So
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Buckaroo. Admiral, to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's really 2 words that can be used to describe their entire case for both of them, and it's confusion and pussitis. That's what we can describe their cases as. One, it's either purposeful or maybe just uneducated confusion. I'm not sure. We broke down simply. First, we went through his definition. Soypill even agreed that we had the same definition. I sit here and put forth the reason why y'all are confused. Y'all didn't even dispute this. Is that anytime we've actually debated, I've argued from the might makes right position that, oh, well, yeah, I agree these things are violence. I just am okay as a Republican with a certain level of violence, right? I'm not a libertarian. However, if we're going to get down to it, I have the same definition as Fabian as to what violence in general is. It's pretty simple. We explain that in depth multiple different ways. What's also crazy is then I use Soypill's definition and I explain it in words that they could understand. They didn't dispute that. And then also when they were asked to explain when I gave a contradictory definition or example, we've asked, it's now been an hour since we've asked. I was asked to cite something. I was easily able to pull it up. I was accused of ChatGPT. I have the website that I have, the Communist Manifesto.
You
right
literally,
here. I have the book next to me. I could pull the book out and pull the chapter up. I could go down to the paragraph, point out the paragraph number if we really want to get to it. It's really simple. And then when asked to cite my example, they couldn't even list one from earlier in the debate. So that really shows the substance of the debate. Soypill gave me the game multiple times with admitting that, these things are politically violent. And this was even by his own definition. And then what they want to say is after I accused them of being Goebbels, they got so distracted by the Goebbels comment that they actually started doing Goebbels propaganda-ish like things, which is reframe something like communism, saying it's inherently violent or saying revolution is inherently violent, and say that we weaseled that definition in there, which is crazy because I quoted Karl Marx in the manifesto at the very end of the chapter 2. I like in depth, and as well as other portions of the Communist Manifesto. I quoted once again socialist Dr. Goebbels, who was a person in power right up till the very end of the Nazi Party and implemented these things. I quoted Hess, who got away from the Nazis basically when he parachuted like a dumbass into the UK, and then he influenced modern Nazi ideology. They never even disputed Hess, which is a person who's influenced modern democratic socialism. But hey, they're sitting here and just gave us the game all the way through on either way you want to cut it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Fabian, to you, please.
Yeah, I'll keep it relatively short, relative in the sense that my statements are usually long, because this was just such a ballpark victory that there's not really much else to say. I gave a definition for the first half of the debate. They accept the definition. Then they want to give a countering definition. I accept their definition. And of course, they want to run away from debating their definition. They can't give the limiting principles or the philosophical argument as to what is or isn't political violence. Instead, they just kind of run with this amorphous nonsense thing that nobody can explain what political violence really is, or it's like the Supreme Court's understanding of pornography. You just kind of know it when you see it. Again, I explained why the left's philosophy, specifically communism, socialism, and progressivism, are inherently violent, and why ethical systems need to be cannot be conflict inducing. Right? I think you could look at any philosopher worth their salt in history. I mean, even Kant would agree, as much as I'm opposed to him, that ethical systems can't be conflict inducing. That defeats the purpose of what an ethical system is. So they fall completely into contradiction. Now, Admiral Gibbs is one of the few people, and that's why I'm willing to work with him on this, that's willing to bite the bullet, that says, yes, I'm violent. I am using my preferences. But the debate isn't, is Admiral Gibbs more violent than socialists? The debate isn't, are Republicans more violent, as Big Papa Buckaroo seems to think it is, by bringing up useless ass fucking biased polls about who's more politically violent because they define it by their own arbitrary characteristics, which they prove because they can't define anything. No, the debate tonight was about doing everything they could to meme about libertarianism, and doing everything they could to interrupt arguments, and doing everything they could to lie and subvert the argument, and run all night. It's actually pretty pathetic, and it's unfortunate because I need better opponents, because then we could have a genuine philosophical debate. But it seems like the two here are just not, they're not able to contend with any arguments, so we kind of win by default. But that's sad because we don't get to have a substantive back and forth where we pick these things apart. Instead, we just get memes. I guess maybe you won the meme war, but you certainly lost the debate. I'm going to go take a piss and be happy for the open panel. Thank you so much, Sarah. It was a great time.
Most welcome.
Thank you, Sarah. It was not
no.
actually that great of a time, but I do appreciate your hosting.
It's always
Sarah.
a bad time when you're losing. I agree.
Oh, sweetheart, I did not lose. I'm not feeling that way at all.
To declare victory at the end. I declared in
so
the middle, but you always have to say at the end that you won and the other people lost.
It's so good to see people contradict themselves all throughout like 2 hours, and then at the very end go,
Were you looking in the mirror when that happened, or?
Oh goodness!
I
All right,
guess
let
you
me
were looking
kick
in the
off
mirror.
with there's not a whole lot of super chats came in tonight. I'm actually kind of concerned about my chat and whether they really want to see open panel or not.
You need Ryan on here. You need
True.
Ryan. He's the super chat winner.
That is a fair assessment. Wizzle says, didn't the Yahtzee party choose red and socialist as a label to mislead people? Admiral
Yes.
Atheist should probably read up on history.
Admiral Atheist. That's interesting. As a ordained minister with 2 doctorates in religion, and a undergrad in political theory. I mean, I'm just saying, religious doctorates. I'm just saying that it's interesting he would describe that, and then he would say I need to read up on history. When I went into depth, quoting exactly from economists and from the Nazi Party members themselves how their political party was running, and there was no dispute from either Buckaroo or Soypill.
There was. I literally quoted. I quoted MIT and MIT analysis against you, and you called me Goebbels in response. Like, bro,
Guys, if it's from MIT, it's always right.
Yeah,
so
MIT is the definitive standard.
Wizzle the Spaz. I would
religious doctorates.
What's that?
I don't like.
It means no. He does not have a doctorate.
They're not religious. They're not PhDs, but they are religious doctorates.
So Wizzle the Spaz. I would say there's a great book to read by Gunter. There's a great book to read by Gunter Reimann, The Vampire Economy, written in 1939, which is by a Marxist economist that fled Nazi Germany and explains why there's really no substantive difference economically between the Nazi regime leading up to World War II.
I'm going to share on Twitter the actual the MIT analysis that goes through the history of the Italian party and the German party. It also goes over multiple different economic perspectives. I will share that on my Twitter.
If you weren't that different, why you needed to flee? I mean, should have just stuck around, I guess.
What?
Fair enough. Wizzle says also criticizing your view through the lens of your beliefs is not a concession that your belief is correct. Is Fabian high? Are you high, Fabian?
Thank you, Wizzle.
I'm on a lot of Dayquil right now, so maybe a little bit. But that still doesn't mean I didn't take the dub tonight. Criticizing your view for the lens of your beliefs is not a concession that your belief is correct. So yeah, I agree that an internal critique is not a concession, but an internal critique falls flat if you are not able to actually showcase any contradictions or showcase why the logic is wrong.
I gave the internal critique. You directly responded to it by being angry, which is seemingly what you and Gibbs both did the whole time that I was presenting.
He was responding to the.
I thought this was open.
Well, he was responding. It is kind of open, but he was responding to the super, and
yeah. So if you're not capable of finding a flaw in the logic, or using the logic to reach a different conclusion, then that internal critique becomes a concession of your belief. If you don't have an opposing belief and you can't point out the flaw of the logic and you can't come to a different or contrary in state and goal.
Yeah, just to be clear.
I already did
wait, hold on,
critique.
Papa. Just to be clear,
that's
we
not
can say,
what I
"Hey
said.
guys,
Jesus
Charlie
Christ.
Kirk died of political violence," and their answer would be, "Don't you know everyone's a victim of that in every government ever?" And it would end the conversation there. And you say, "Well, you got to use my definition because you can acknowledge that Charlie Kirk dying is very different from taxation." But you know what? They're pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what we would say at all.
I mean, it was just such a pathetic response to all of the arguments that we made. That is honestly why I started laughing so early on, is because it was so like weak, so poorly founded, so obviously.
Can you name one?
I mean,
can you name one internal critique where you were able to point out the flaws of my logic, or where you were able to reach a different conclusion based?
I did. This is literally where you complained about how I was making an internal critique that you didn't agree with. This was about where I was presenting the.
You're just restating the question.
I was still speaking. I'm sorry. Did you not hear? This is where I was talking about the defense of the individual because of violent suppression. And if you're talking about defensive violence with regards to Rothbard's essay, which again, where he introduced the NAP, then you would actually be considering this.
So that's what you're referring to
as a part of the critique.
When I showcased that you were lying.
I don't like that.
No, I didn't say meh. I didn't like that. What I showcased was the difference between collectivization of individual rights in the protection of private property rights
Right, you didn't
versus
actually
collective
answer what I
ideologies
said, though.
as a
You just kind
demographic
of
group.
started arguing that I couldn't read, which isn't
You're living in
an
a fantasy
actual
world.
answer. It's just a choice to.
You're just making up shit
It's
now.
just
Like,
a choice to.
you're-
Really,
you're-
because
you're-
I remember you
I think you might
explicitly
be mentally ill
mentioning
at this
that
point.
nobody
Like,
here
this is
read
insane.
philosophy.
got him. Clip it,
I
chat.
do remember you saying that nobody here read philosophy. So if you don't mind my pointing out, you actually were making a lot of claims about how all of us were just too uneducated to argue against you. In fact, last I checked, that was a part of your closing statement, was actually that none of us could provide a legitimate argument against you, despite the fact that you just ran away from all of them and then accused us of doing so. It was very pathetic. Again, very pathetic, very very
So you
weak
can't
and
name
very
one.
Don't forget,
unfounded.
you got the dub,
I
right, Papa?
already
Did you get the
did.
dub?
I literally just
You
did.
literally
You responded
didn't.
to it,
You have to
and
show
then
the
you
dub.
just forgotten.
You did not.
You
you get the
just
one example
responded
that
to
you
what I said.
gave was when you
So one example that I did give,
misappropriated
thank you.
Rothbard and then tried to say that collectivization of individual rights and collectivism are essentially the same thing when they're not.
That's not what I said, actually. You
All right.
decided that that's what I was saying. Again, because you were accusing us of not being able to read, which is bizarre.
And I declare
It's just a
this
bizarre
dub.
defense.
I don't. Did I accuse anyone of not being able to read tonight? I don't believe I've called anyone illiterate or unable to read. I don't think I've made
I
that
would
claim
like
tonight.
I would like to show off my reading skills if you could let me. Wizzle
Yes,
says
ma'am.
you use roads, police, firefighters, water utilities, and benefit from infrastructure. You'd have to live completely off grid to have any standing that taxes are theft.
Well, hold on.
We
No,
handled
he
that
would-
in the
hold on,
debate.
Wizzle. I want to answer this one. Hold on. No, he wouldn't. Because guess what? I'm a Republican, right? And I believe in some force being necessary, right? I'm not a libertarian like Fabian. I just agree with what his definition of political violence is. So, yeah, I would say that, yeah, taxes are theft. However, I'm okay with some theft, right? So, yeah, even by that definition, yeah, we upheld everything we said the whole time. Good try, though, Wizzle. Thanks for giving money to Sarah.
And anybody
this Wizzle
watching on anybody else's end, if you would like to pop on and join the open panel, the link is pinned in my chat over here on Raging Tomato. Everybody's piling backstage for that. You're welcome to join as well. You don't have to sit it out. Okay.
Wait, Gibbs, are you still here?
Yeah.
Can
I
hear
think
you.
he just.
Would you say
Sorry,
a political assassination and taxes are both political violence? Would you say that's a useful definition?
Political assassination and taxes are both political violence?
Yeah.
They are both political violence. Political
Okay,
assassination.
cool. All right.
Hey, real
Okay,
quick,
and if anybody's
would you say that
about the-
raping women and raping men are both evil?
Watch your words.
God,
watch
I
your
hate
Oh,
words.
well then
Watch your
evil
words.
could be just it could mean all kinds of things. Would you say that
Do you think
stealing
do you think I
is
think
evil?
these things are not
The-
equally bad?
Well, no.
give me one second.
The point is
The
that
analysis
by
I-
pointing out that two things are evil doesn't mean that that there is no difference between them. Political assassination is violence. Taxation is a form of violence. Yes. That doesn't mean that it's a useless category just
I
because
think you should have
two
picked
things that
were
are
very
different
not the
can also
exact same
be
thing.
can
If you wanted to show that the evil encompassing
nobody says that political assassinations and taxes are the exact same thing. That's a straw man.
Well, you said they're both political violence, which means your definition.
Yes, they
is
are
also
both political violence. They're also both evil. Does that mean that the word evil is now useless because it can encompass multiple things?
I think if you think taxes are evil, that yeah, you're making evil useless as well. Like, oh, this guy's evil. Oh my God, what did he do? Did he rape someone? No. Did he kill someone? No. Well, he said that if I live here, I have to pay 10% of my income so that I can pay for the schools and the roads. Well, he's evil.
He
dude.
stole.
Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Stealing is wrong.
Well, you don't have to pay it. You can leave.
In case anybody's curious
I
about
wish.
the MIT analysis that I referenced, it's from 2023. I posted it on Twitter. It's called War, Socialism, and the Rise of Fascism, an empirical exploration. And it goes into how fascism was often developed and historically rose as a response to socialism in an attempt to
Why are you bringing up
quash out
old shit
socialism.
again?
Oh, goodness.
Talking about
I was just telling the viewers in case they wanted to
again
read
for
what
like
I
the
was
50th
referencing.
time, the only study or piece of
No,
evidence
I
you
just-
referenced all night. Just say
I
MIT like 10
referenced a
more
couple
times, and the
things.
magic words will make you win.
I referenced a couple
Alright.
things, but I was just trying to let the viewers know I'm sorry if you took it personally. I didn't think it would offend you, but apparently it did. So in case anybody who's not Fabian
I'm not
likes
offended.
to
It's just
read.
annoying that you
I
keep
would
bringing up
like
the
to
same
respond to- I would
random
like to-
ass study
If
over
you
and
don't
over
mind,
again.
this will be quick. I would actually like to
I'm just
respond
sharing so
to
people
what
can read
Buckaroo
it.
just said. I actually quoted several books as well throughout the debate. One of them being the 1941 German Economy by Gustav Stolper. Another one being let's see if I have it right here. Doing Business, the Vampire Economy, Doing Business Under Fascism by Gunther Rahman. All these people come to the same conclusion, that fascism at the time is extremely left-leaning in nature. It's a socialist in similarities. It's also but socialism in name. They go into in depth how this is an authoritarian left-leaning dictatorship that takes on some traits of a right-wing. Yeah, like so. So yeah, listen. My head is not there. We got to catch it. But that's the book. That's the book.
My bad.
All right. The point is though, right? Even by what she's saying, the modern definition, the one that they're trying to push, is a perfidious lie. And I mentioned this in my opening, that they are going to use the Goebbels tactic of reframing and rebranding what is essentially exactly what we're describing. And this is why Fabian and I keep coming back to what we're saying with our definition, and why I even explained it under Soy's definition. By our definition, yeah, I am agreeing that sometimes right-leaning countries have authoritarian and are politically violent. I'm just okay with some level of that. With him, he's saying he's not okay. However, I'm sitting here having the same definition. When I'm talking about under our definition, it's very easy. Then when we go to Soy's definition, and I explain how under fascist countries in the 40s and 30s and before, they were all following this left-leaning ideology, which is essentially socialism, or basically we could rebrand it as now what the modern term would be progressivism. All these fucking ideologies are inherently violent, and they never even dispute that. And then when one time they try to sit here and reframe it, they do the Goebbels thing and call it Weasley definition, even though we quoted the originators of it. Crazy stuff.
And speed of crazy, Steve is crazy to send $10 just because it's Raging Tomato. Thank you so kindly. Call Me GL says, just take a moment to appreciate the suit. I do. I noticed this earlier. I was like, dude, this is a straight up pimp suit going on. I wanna just give full extension to this. This is lovely. Very well done, sir. Do you use your pimp hand when you smack around everyone, or?
I actually have baby powder right next to me, so if anybody acts up.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Anthony says, is it the beers versus the training brawls tonight? For what? For the tomato tax. Thank you so kindly. And Ben Riley has 3 questions. Let's be concise with our answering, please, so that we can get into open panel. Fabian, when is a material implication false, and how does that demonstrate the difference between a necessary truth versus a contingent truth?
I'm too sick for this shit. I'm too sick and stupid for this right now. That's my answer.
All right.
I don't want to
Question 2.
get that much into philosophy right now.
That's fair. Fabian, how does libertarian Marxism differ from Marxist Leninism regarding personal versus private property rights?
Libertarian Marxism is a contradiction in terms. I don't know if they're talking about like libertarian socialism or something, but you'd have to DM me what you mean by libertarian Marxism. One thing I've ever heard of is like fucking Has trying to claim like MAGA communism or libertarian Marxism, but I don't know what that contradictory philosophy even entails. So I couldn't answer the question because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
All right. And then he also says, Fabian,
Again?
why
All
don't
right.
why don't respected modern political scientists, economists, and philosophers take anarcho-capitalism seriously? Why hasn't it ever worked?
The first answer would be because this is a political ideology that was created in the late 1950s on Rothbard's couch, and we already have a president that has been elected of our ideology. So as far as ideologies go, this is an extremely young one, and we're making great strides. The second of why hasn't it ever worked? I mean, it like define worked. I mean, it's certainly every time it's been tried, it's certainly worked better than communism ever has. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, how many satellites did libertarian anarchists put into the orbit? Huh?
Yeah, I would say 0. I don't know. What the fuck does that matter?
Okay, hey, look, if we have more trash in orbit, that means we're a country. I'm speaking on behalf of the USSR.
Sure.
Nate's Dumb Vid says, one issue I have with your arguments is when Soypill pointed out a free society with the ability to restrict resources, and this is an example of economic violence against individuals, anti-freedom.
Is this to me or is this to Soypill?
I think it's to either Gibbs or Fabian.
Is when Soypill pointed out a free society with the ability to restrict resources, and this is an example of economic violence against individuals. And
I know the answer.
What's the argument?
The answer is the contract, right? This is what Soy kept pushing out, right? Like the idea that once you live somewhere, they can take this away. The problem with this is, like it was Prospera specifically. If I agree to live there, I'm agreeing to a contract. In the contract that I've agreed to before moving there, unlike when I'm born into a country, it says if I decide I no longer want to live like this, I have to leave, and I've already agreed to. That's a contract. That's not violence by the non-aggression principle, because it's not self-defense. You've agreed to this already. There's no aggression at all. Like, that's the difference here. It's a pre-agreed upon agreement. That's the confusion, I think, that you're having there, Nate's Dumb Bids.
How would we avoid
I don't know what the
like,
fuck
should
he's
we
saying.
have all
Like, the
babies
statement's
like kind of
nonsense.
like exist in a kind of a limbo before they go out and choose which country they want to be in? Like, how would you even avoid that?
What?
Well, because babies are inherently born into political violence because they don't get to choose to be in the like which country they're in, right? So, like, should we like have some sort of like upper level society where all babies kind of exist? Boss Baby. Have you seen this movie?
No,
like they all exist here, and then once they are old enough to choose,
babies
they
aren't
can then
born
pick which
into
country
political
by, like,
violence unless
contract.
the country is involuntary. Like, I understand the concept that a baby is born and therefore the baby doesn't have the capacity to enter a contract, but that's what a parent is. A parent is a guardian or custodian of their rights until they reach the age of majority. But to your point, I think the Amish do this very well, right? The Amish have a voluntary society, following their religious principles. And when a child reaches the age of majority, they have Rumspringa, right? Like they say, go out, leave, experience experience the modern world out there. And if you like that better, stay. But if you don't, come back. And when you come back, that is the choice you are making to live by our society's rules and in the way that we live, right? So, yeah, I guess that's how you would avoid it.
When it comes to Amish people, that's under threat of complete alienation from your whole family if you leave. That is like a part of Rumspringa, is that you are cutting yourself off from the rest of your family. So I would say that is quite literally coercion. No?
That's not coercion. To deny somebody something that they aren't owed is not coercion.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's meet our panel, and we'll be able to crank out some real fun in chat. You only have 1 hour to complete those donos. I wouldn't fuck around tonight.
Shit, I didn't realize it was
All right. Most of you are very familiar with how I operate. Some of you may not be. This is open panel dumpster fire. It's called that for a reason. You're all going to get crazy, and then I'm going to yell, and everybody goes to hell. The chat does have the rule of the roost, though. They can choose to boot anybody on the bottom half of the screen. Anybody who is an original panelist gets to stay as long as they want. You cannot boot them. However, anybody below, for a measly $10, can be booted to the back. And waiting backstage in line, I still have Kinetic Kel, Animated Effigy, Tied Up, and Nate once he cams up for me back there. Once you get booted, you can go wait back in line, and we'll rerun you back through the cycle. Outside of that, why don't we go ahead and kick off? I believe, Clay, you were first in line backstage if you want to prompt something. And somebody
Cool.
has like allowed either a fan on or something, but I can hear.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Yeah.
I think it might be Jacob.
Jacob. Nope.
Yeah,
Yep,
it is.
there it is. Yeah. Cool. Just mute up whenever you're not talking, bud. If that, I mean, I don't want to take over Sarah's panel.
No, it's fine. You're fine.
So my question, I'd like to kick it off with Gibbs. So my question is for you. You know, defining the term violence, it's very important. I feel like that's one of the complications here on the panel tonight. And you mentioned that you're kind of a Bible scholar. You've taken Bible courses and that sort of thing.
I've dabbled once or twice.
Nice. You know Psalms pretty well. Fair enough. Good enough. So in Psalm 11, in verse 5 and then 7, it talks about violence. It says that the Lord examines the righteous, but the wicked, those who love violence, he hates with a passion. And then in 7, it says, for the Lord is righteous, he loves justice, the upright will see his face. What I'm gathering from that is justice and violence are diametrically opposed. And the reason I bring this up is because when we look at the concept of defense, self-defense specifically, in the justice system, we recognize that defense is justified. And the reason is because it is not violence. It is a defense. So is that a fair definition of violence?
Well, it's interesting because if we look at the Old Testament, and then we can also look at the New Testament. The Old Testament, when God talks about violence, he's very inconsistent. And, you know, one thing he does admit is that he's a very jealous God. He doesn't always do things for just purposes unless you prescribe that, hey, only the Christian or the Jehovah of the Israelis is just, which is a Christian argument, and so therefore he could not be unjust. Okay, now following this logic, we can look at what he does with the plagues of in Egypt. We can follow forth about going forward on a lot of different examples where, like, we see the fall of Babylon, we see Israel being taken into captivity. We can look to the Philistines, lots of examples. Let's go to the New Testament, because as a Christian, if you say you're a Christian, then you admit the New Testament supplements the Old Testament going forward. Now let's look at this. All right, let's look at the last chapter. Now, you know, Buckaroo earlier said the last thing's the most important thing. So following this logic, we can look at Revelation.
I actually just commented on it because you said it was the last comment made on communism.
I'm answering his question.
Bro, it's just a joke.
Don't lie about my claims.
That's what you said. Anyway, Revelations 21:8 says. Now, in Revelation 21:8, before I read it, there are some things that you would argue, yes, are unjust or evil, like murder and you know, some other things. However, he lists things that would not be inherently evil or unjust, like, for example, the cowardly, the unbelieving, those wouldn't be necessarily unjust unless you're just a Christian. I mean, cowardly, even then, that's questionable. The vile, the murderers, the sexually immoral, those who practice magic arts, the idolaters, and all liars, they will be consigned to the fiery lake of burning sulfur. This is the second death. Now, this takes place after Jesus takes power. So, I mean, it's pretty simple that even by this definition, God, you know, could already be unjust, and he's just using his power to enforce his idea of justice, and thus his might makes right, because if you're the only one left, then your idea of justice wins.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that.
You both are verbose as fuck with that.
That's the Christian theology.
You are describing
Jesus was a socialist.
God in the Bible as if he is a violent person, but can he hate himself?
Flood, was the flood violent?
Can God hate himself?
Was the flood violent?
Can God hate himself?
Was this about God?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't about God anyway. So yeah, I mean,
this is about violence and the definition of violence. And you being a Bible reader and a believer in God, I would assume that you would.
Do you think that everybody here looks to the Bible for the definition of violence?
Gibbs does.
Yeah, but even then, if we go into it,
can he hate himself?
Wait, guys! God is speaking to me directly right now. He says, "I don't want to talk about
I wouldn't pretend to know
the
mind
right
of God.
now this is a boring topic
because
God is a socialist. Just a reminder.
It says, guys, both of you stop talking. They can't hear me, but you can hear me. So I tell them to stop.
Right here.
Yeah, I mean,
he's right.
Socialism is God. All right. Enough.
One last sentence, and I'll be done with this. It's easy. Yeah, if you're a Christian, then you know the quote. You know, for me to say I know God would be like God would be a lie, like, right? Okay, so nobody can know the mind
Just
of
read the
God.
scripture. If you don't agree with the scripture,
that is the
say,
scripture.
I don't
That's
agree
in the
with the
scripture.
scripture.
No,
You
I
as a
agree with the
Christian don't
scripture.
agree with the scripture. It's
You're
fine.
asking if God can hate himself. I'm saying that I don't know what God does or doesn't think, because
says
who
it
am
right
I
there in the
to
scripture. If you don't
know
agree
whether
with
or
the
not God
This
knows?
is weird Christian on Christian violence right
Wait,
here.
wait, God's telling you right now
It's
he hates himself
super
when he has a
weird that a
whole
Christian
pint of Ben and
wouldn't
Jerry's
agree
with no
with the
other scenario.
scripture,
He's
but
just
hey,
told me
if you
that.
don't agree with the
God,
scripture,
God
don't
and I
agree
are
with
so
the
alike.
I mean, I agree with it. I mean, you're
Both
not. You're, hold on.
left-leaning and eating too much Ben and Jerry's.
This is why people don't like Christians who aren't Christian, because you guys weaponize your religion to try to force your own personal perspectives on things. Brick, good job for turning people away from Jesus.
I'm just reading the scripture.
Yeah, I mean,
That's-
I am as well,
that's
and you just
exactly
don't
what
agree
people-
with the parts of the scripture that I'm quoting.
If you don't want to agree with the scripture, I read it to you.
Hey,
Just say I
Brick,
don't
where's
agree with
your
it.
Pope hat?
I don't have one.
I read three
I have
different.
a
I
mask.
didn't quote the exact verses. I can find the exact verses.
grab a mask.
We're gonna do the citation game again. But I quoted famous Bible stories, and then I quoted one exact citation, which is from the New Testament. If you're a Christian, agree something. But this is dumb, because who is to know the mind of God? And if you say you know the mind of God, you're a false prophet and an apostate. So I guess he's an apostate. So, but anyway.
Hold on. I want to get this real quick. Hold on.
Are we doing a photo op? Hold on.
Next time I'll come in my full
Actually-
reverend gear. Yeah.
I actually also have this one, but this is for formal occasions.
Yeah, I actually have the full ministers out as a reverend.
Oh, bless you. And I'm gonna go ahead and bless the audience, so you don't need to. I got this.
Amen.
Taking over this.
Let me hold on. Let me hold on. One more last thing.
Oh.
Holy water, guys.
Shit.
There you go.
Here, I got some holy juice. There we go.
Communion.
And the incense.
He's got some communion.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Oh, I do
I
have
just
the
had to entertain that for a second.
Do you feel
Hey,
blessed?
Soy with the hat, bro.
Yeah, I was a little tired of not having.
He's
a
actually he's actually the closest to God, because he's the highest with the hats.
That's true.
Did you buy like a 50
That's
pack?
lovely.
I don't have a hat.
Girl, we cannot hear you.
Oh goodness, Kel, you
Yeah,
gotta
Kel
turn it
is-
up or something.
It sounds
I
like
don't
your
think
microphone is
you're-
actually in the bathroom somewhere.
Wait, is it connected to this mic?
Oh, it sure is.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm good. Jesus, sorry. So, the irreconcilable prince. Why is it echoing? Sorry, I'll shut up until I figure this out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like you've never done this before.
That's the best argument I've heard all night.
Testing?
Damn.
Is that better?
Not smoker coming in hot.
All
Yeah, we
right.
can hear you.
Non-smoker, did you want to add something to the?
Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize we were debating on what the definition of violence is for 2 fucking hours. Jesus Christ, guys, come on.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm in.
it's well, I thought this would go into the Charlie Kirk thing. I thought that was the whole point of the debate, right?
Gotta go
Like,
there.
and you guys managed to avoid it for 2 hours. You know, I don't know. I just wanted to make this statement, I guess, like let's just put all the historical stuff aside for like 1 second, focusing on present day. Can anyone seriously argue that like the radical left in America exists as some coherent thing such that it can even exercise violence effectively? And can we also all agree that this kid who shot Charlie Kirk was probably not politically motivated? He was like a lonely, angry, bitter weirdo. And yeah, that was kind of my whole argument going into this.
Why would it matter if it's effective, non-smoker? Just because they're ineffective at producing violence on a mass scale doesn't mean that their beliefs aren't inherently causing them to be violent.
It means that we don't need to worry about them, right? You don't worry about chihuahuas fighting.
I also feel like the whole inherent violence thing is like just typical like Twitch poll bullshit, purity testing. Like, you have secret beliefs of violence and you won't admit to them, and I'm going to prove it by pulling out this quote from the evil Marx. It's really stupid. Like, dude, people who, first of all, politics implies a level of violence because it deals with power, and power is supported by violence or the threat of violence, ultimately. So, of course, there's the implication of violence within all political movements. But Western Marxists, Western leftists as a whole, they're so ineffectual and so unserious. I could say this. I've been in 2 communist parties, so I could speak from experience. they are not able to effectively wield any sort of organizational skill or power, coherence at all, such that they could ever effectively utilize violence.
They're so
So
messy.
they're non-threat regardless.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't even get out there to vote for Kamala, right? So I think there is some merit to what you're saying, right?
Domestic
Like,
violence is
Well,
effective.
Kamala Harris is a fascist.
Messy violence is
yeah, but
effective.
fucking it's a two-party
Useful
system.
idiots.
So it's like, what the fuck are we about to do?
I love
Like, would you rather
commas.
have Trump or Kamala? Like, at least you fucking.
Accelerationism for the win.
I can't argue with stupid. What am I gonna say?
I do agree. I think a lot of leftists, especially radical leftists, are very bad at collecting, especially because a lot of them are even. I mean,
what do you mean by
there's nothing wrong with
accelerationism?
decentralization, but I think the fact that so many leftists are like big on
So you don't actually mean it.
decentralization,
Okay.
they are actually just bad at collectivizing at that point.
I don't mean like Nick Land accelerationism or any particular definition. What I'm trying to say is like the lazy internet definition of like conditions get bad enough such that the
I
system
don't think
breaks
anyone
down and
gave
then it's
stipulations.
Whoa,
like
hold on. Let me just engage that real quick. This will be fast. So, non-smoker, you said that we argue about the definition of violence. Here's the problem I have when you frame it that way.
There's a goal to fill people, by the way.
First, Fabian put forth one that I agreed on. They tried to do the play it against each other side thing, which I don't think worked. And then two, when they gave a definition, I said, okay, even using your framework, I agreed to his definition and they gave examples. So no, not all of us argue about the definition of violence. Some people were duplicitous and kept trying to, make something a molehill out of nothing. But hey, whatever.
It's just so nonsense that you refuse to even hear my opening. It's like you guys all.
Is it that hard to just have a good faith agreement on what violence is and just like move past it? Like
I tried.
I feel like you could probably like Big Papa Buckaroo. I was on a panel with you once before, and Soypill. Yeah. You could probably just agree with Fabian's definition and just move past it and build towards a different argument or something. It wasn't even that limiting of an argument. I didn't think.
Is all violence comes from every government. What's the point? It's a pointless definition. Why would we agree to that?
Well, I think, couldn't you build on the fact that, okay, if that's true, then what makes socialism any more inherently... I thought you were trying to say that, actually. What makes it inherently violent any more than any other organized political movement or system or anything like that?
Yeah, we got to that several times.
That is what we got to multiple times, but this is also what we presented in our openings, and they just kept lying about what we presented repeatedly over the course of the whole debate.
Yeah,
which is a part of why we kept running
nobody's
around.
lying, dude. Like,
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know
maybe
if they
the rest of the audience heard it differently. Like, I felt like you guys were, I don't know, there's a lot of like quote cherry picking and like Googling and like, look at this study from MIT that says you're wrong, which is like, why don't we just
I'm
push
reading
past?
my own notes on it, to be clear. The whole time I've been reading my own notes and writing notes to Soypill. He and I have been taking notes because we've been working on this together from the beginning. But which is, a part of why I kept saying I agree with Soypill. Instead of just repeating exactly what he said.
Papa, I gotta admit, I actually worked with Gibbs and
we-
Fabian before this panel, and we all agree on the same.
Yeah,
definition.
right.
We all have
Can
it in
we?
the Discord.
But
listen, I feel like we beat this
they were,
dead
like,
horse
throwing all
for
these
2
random
fucking hours. Like,
accusations. They equated me.
I'd
to
rather
Nazi,
engage with
and
non-smokers'
they
argument.
lied about what I said.
Can I pose
like
a
there were so many
question?
bad.
like you're bitching a lot.
There
Can we
was
move
so
past the
much-
bitching and like
There-
get
when
to substantive
They wanted to let me
conversation?
talk about it. They spent the whole
I'm
time
sorry.
bitching.
I'm
Hey,
hosting a
wants to
panel,
fucking
and
post
I
a
would very
question.
much like to post a question to the panel. Where's the solution in this? If socialism, progressivism, and communism are all inherently politically violent, what is the solution to make that not be that way? Like, how do we fix that? Or is there a fix? Is there a change? Is there some type of potential solution to any of this anywhere in the making?
Anglo-says war.
This would have to be something that they answer if they're on the affirmative of this position.
Yeah,
they would have to be the ones to answer this.
I'll bite this, right? So there are 2 options. The first option, none of you are going to pick except me, right? Which is anarcho-capitalism and liberty and get rid of that system. The second, I think, is, a step in the right direction, I would say, is to bite the bullet and recognize that what you are arguing for is trade-offs and preferences, instead of hiding behind this belief that your system isn't violent is admitting, no, I'm forcing people to do what I want them to do because I believe the material conditions are better, or I believe the outcomes lead to more human flourishment, or whatever it is. And like, I'm willing to accept that because at least that gets us to a place of more truth about what it is that these people are representing. And I can fight that from my perspective, and other people can fight it. But what I hate is I see this often between liberals and the actual revolutionary left, is that like the revolutionary left will admit it, and they'll be like, yes, I'm willing to engage in this force because I believe that the capitalist class or the billionaires are doing this, or this is happening, etc. And then what you end up with is this liberal kind of wishy-washy bullshit that always just ends up sucking corporate dick and working for corporations as they manage the state for this like Marcusian situation. I think communists would be happier with that position, and I think ANCAPs that are arguing against that force itself would be happier with that position. So that's what I would say is option two.
Can I ask through what process anarcho-capitalism resolves violence?
I've already talked about it in the.
Can you please answer my question now? Through what process? I did
Yeah,
not ask
I don't-
this
I don't
question
owe
during
you
the
a
debate, so I don't know
repetition.
how you answered it.
Can
I
you answer it for
specifically
me?
talk-
Because I never actually heard it.
Okay, so
didn't answer.
I Big Papa, Jesus Christ, girl. Take it down. Okay, so when I was explaining conflict inducing and why private property, from my perspective, is not conflict inducing, that is the means by which there is a resolution to potential conflicts. And I described conflicts as when different people, I said 3 or more because it has to be intersubjectively communicated, but we can go with 2 or more, that's fine because it's simpler. When 2 or more people want to use scarce resources towards opposing means,
You're a
you
yapper,
need
bro.
a means of,
This is not an answer so far.
if
No,
you're too
I'm
stupid to
listening.
follow,
Go
it's an
ahead.
answer. I don't know what to tell
I'm
you.
able to follow. Keep
Go
going.
ahead and
Keep going, bro.
finish.
I mean, just to land the plane, like the system of anarcho-capitalism is one that allows for a conflict resolution.
Resolution?
through
What
establish-
resolution?
That the private property owner or the first user principle is the one that has exclusive domain
So
over
it's
their
private
property to use.
So I have a
Well, yeah.
question in regard to the private property
How?
thing. So no, hold on, because I actually have a question. So the private
Didn't
property
answer anything.
is based upon social doctrine. That's actually where
disagree.
private property is established. Yes, actually, no, that's exactly where it's not from anarchy.
It's not from the Bible?
No, it's not.
I have a question.
But it is in the Bible, though.
Yeah, that's
Give
just
unto
wrong.
Caesar
Still
what is
hasn't answered
Caesar's.
the first question. To be clear, he still
That's
not has
not possible.
actually described the process. He
man
just says
speak.
that there is a process.
I described
That's
the
what he
process,
said.
absolutely.
That there
of a
is
plan.
a
Hold on.
process.
Let me try to
Do you-
steal man. I
like-
think what he said is if you own the property, you can defend the property essentially, right? Like
If you have if you have private property rights, then that means an individual has exclusive domain or exclusive rights to utilize that property as they see fit, so long as it's not aggressing upon another person. That
you're talking about
resolves the
land,
How
right?
conflict.
does
The
anarcho-capitalism
enforcement mechanism-
resolve?
I'm talking about material,
problem.
right? So like it doesn't necessarily need to be land, but it would not be intellectual property.
But
I
is
think
there an
intellectual
enforcement
property is a
mechanism?
It's
contradiction.
not an answer.
How does that work? How do
Is there
you
an
None of
This
this
is
is
absolute.
answer. Hold on.
You
Go
not
ahead, Flora.
understanding
Let
the
Jessica
philosophy is not me not answering.
describing
You
the
are
the
not
question.
describing a
idealization is
process.
not
Hold on,
You're
saying
just
how it
not
actually
saying that one
Please,
exists.
please allow
Hold
Dusty.
on. Go ahead, Flo.
But we've already.
She's asking about the enforcement I believe she's asking about what the enforcement mechanism is underlying supporting the philosophy.
I don't. She didn't say
No, we
anything about
have.
an
Hold
enforcement
on, Fabian.
mechanism.
Hold on, Fabian.
Well, I'm
We have
interpreting.
explained this. We have explained this. Fabian's
what-
explained it.
you
Hold on,
have-
I'm going to. Fabian's explained it in depth in a philosophical way. I've explained it several times in a much simpler way.
Not a
which is-
philosophical question.
Hold on. I've explained it through 1. He's arguing self-defense is not going to be the non-aggression principle violation. 2. I've explained how contracts that you've agreed on with enforcement mechanisms written into the contracts
You're
is a
dancing.
way. Hold on, no, hold on.
You're
You're asking
hold on.
how it
If-
gets resolved, and you're
I
saying
totally, can I
this doesn't
finish?
happen
Hold on,
through
let me
this
just finish.
method.
In the
Hold
contract,
on.
Hold on. Go ahead, Gibbs.
in the contract, there are enforcement stipulations that are agreed upon beforehand, such as we can forcibly remove you if necessary, right? That is something that's agreed upon. It's in there. And then there's a provided way to do that, whether it's through physically throwing them out, whether it's however that's agreed upon beforehand,
Wait,
which
Gibbs,
is not violence because
now
it's
one
all
party
real.
says, actually, this is not the real contract that I signed. How do you resolve that dispute?
Social
Probably also agreed upon
contract,
it. You have a third party
social
that arbitrates.
document.
None of this is actually describing the process. Like, how do you explain if
This is
three
exactly
people
how it-
all want if three people all want different things and they won't be violent towards one another? Like,
What? Call
how
that
does this
social
become
doctrine.
anarcho-capitalism? Do they just agree not to be violent? Is that it? That's the whole
Contract
process through which
law.
it is
It's like
realized?
voluntary
I'm not.
association.
I'm not gonna
Alright.
like try.
So
and
there's no
walk you through
enforcement.
this.
So when they say
Moment
enforcement
to reset
mechanism,
the
what they
panel.
mean is agreement. And when they say
Stop,
there is a
stop.
resolution,
Well,
what they
it-
mean
Stop,
okay,
is
stop.
in
there's
Listen, you
Can I
clearly
try to
don't
say
understand
something? Oh,
this
love of
philosophy,
Christ.
and that's okay.
You
But
keep
like
accusing
you
me of not
aggressively
understanding, but
telling
you
me that
are
I'm
not
wrong, but
actually
not understanding what I'm
answering the
saying is just not
question.
helpful.
Not a-
I have answered the question. What the fuck?
This message is sponsored in part by.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
Wow, that
shout
was a
out.
great change of pace. You should put that back
Thank
on.
you. Yeah, so
You wanna see
listen,
mine?
I know everybody would like to talk and interact and engage, but we can't do it all at the same time. So please, I'm going to kindly remind you to keep your interruptions to a minimum. Let somebody finish their fucking thought before you actually try to interrupt and get to your point. We'll all have the talking stick, I promise. Okay, and I want to kindly remind the chat, you have only 30 minutes to finish that goal. You still have 13 more to go, and I have no issue with shutting this shit down and going home or to bed or whatever you want to say and however you want to say it. Kazoom says both ANCAPs and communists believe in things that only work on paper. Neither can work in reality. Anybody want to add a thought to that?
Communism works really well in China.
It's pretty good.
It actually didn't work that well.
Can I
That's
say
what
something about?
They
Yeah,
have
it's working pretty good now. But wait, can I say
The more
something
that- the more
about
that they make
the
science
whole
work.
ANCAP thing, quick?
Yeah.
Like, so just to clear it up for Buckaroo or try to. So, and Fabian, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's all sort of based on like voluntary association. So, like, that's kind of the principle of anarchism, right? Like,
Right.
people
I
voluntarily engage in this.
understand
There's
that
no
part.
enforcement in that sense. But wait, let me just make a point. A good way to push back on that might be, why do people not voluntarily choose to associate in such an organized model? And it's because doing so limits you really to possessing just really your own, at most, I would say, you know, property, which in theoretically is somehow evenly distributed, like land, which is somehow evenly distributed. And then everybody would produce only commodities that they make on their own, or commodities that they could trade with someone else in some sort of perfectly equal bartering system. It's just not something that really can exist in reality.
Right,
In
this
this
was what I
perfect
was trying to
civil
ask.
way. I
This
know,
was
but a lot of it was like yelling, and it just sounded like a little like it wasn't
yelling.
making
Well,
sense in
most
here.
of it was yelling over me.
And
I
you wore
was
a lot of
literally just
sunglasses.
explicitly
Yeah, and the name
asking the
calling's
question
really
while
not
people
super
spoke
helpful
over
either.
me until they couldn't hear me anymore. And
I
then
don't
they
know,
all
Fabian,
said
what
that
do
I
you
didn't
think?
understand philosophy.
You know, I think
So,
that's I
really,
think that's
can I just
think
ask
that's
a question, please?
I think that's a straw man of my position, right? I don't
What?
think that anarchism requires.
I had a drink for every
in-
time he said that.
I don't think that. Well, I mean, there's a lot of straw mans of my positions. That's not really my fault.
I want to hear it.
I don't think it like I don't think that there is this. I don't understand where I'm just curious, so I'll turn into a question. Where are you getting the belief that individuals have to like produce commodities on their own as opposed to collectively for some reason?
Well, in so I guess in a strict Marxian sense, like I'm going on the assumption that what you're saying is commodities, like, so commodities contain exploitation. That's like sort of one of the main thrusts of Marxism, right?
Right, but like set that aside. Right? I'm
assuming
trying
that
to
the
set
means
my
of
shit aside as well.
Well, I'm just saying I'm coming from that lens. That's probably why it's appearing that way. It's like,
I mean, you can moralize it all you want, right? Like, I don't care if you moralize it right now. I just want to know why you believe, from an internal critique perspective, why ANCAPs believe or would agree with the concept that commodities need to be made at an individual level as opposed to in any other form of communal level or in a co-op or any of these other systems that we believe are commiserate with
No, to be
anarcho-capitalism.
fair, I probably overlooked that, honestly. I mean, because I'm coming from a Marxian perspective. I sort of just baked that into my analysis. But no, I'm sure an ANCAP would say, well, if there's voluntary, I guess what you're trying to say is ANCAPs would argue, so all commodities could be voluntarily produced in some sort of collective ownership model. And again, I would argue that, okay, that would require like a voluntary agreement and association at a level of such sophistication that it could be mutually self-sustaining, like in a way that I just would argue is not practical or possible.
Well, no. So I'll give you an example, right? Like we don't believe in communal property, but that doesn't mean that an ANCAP society couldn't have an ESOP, right? Like there's no reason that you couldn't have an employee that is given dividends or stock options or voting options on the direction of a company, and then that, you know, bakery or that, you know, factory or whatever that could be an ESOP. It's just we believe in the liberty of the capitalist owner to own a factory A, and factory B might be unionized and be an ESOP model or whatever. And we'll see who produces the, you know, the widgets at a faster, cheaper, higher quality rate. It doesn't matter. Like do what you want to do.
I know this is very Marxian, but I would say like commodities are produced for two reasons. It's for use and exchange, right? To just put it really simply. So if someone is going to produce a commodity, they're going to go through the effort of making something. It's because they either can use it or they can trade it. And so in your model, from my perspective, which you don't have to agree to, I'm just saying this is my view. From my perspective, I would say that you can't you can't have some scenario where all commodities are exchanged on an equal basis such that someone's labor power isn't exploited to some extent. Someone isn't monopolizing trade in some way or dominating trade some way or winning in trade in some way such that they acquire more commodities or more collective labor power than everyone else, because just the incentive to try and I guess succeed or well, I want to be careful in how I say this. The incentive to outproduce your contemporaries in such a society, if there's not a basis of like equivalent communal equality spirit, you know, like there's too much.
Yeah, like
do you see what I'm saying?
I know them. I know the Marxist position fairly well. I would, if we were just you and me debating, which we're not, and I want to get other people in here, I would reject the theory of exploitation, and I would reject the Marxian analysis that it leads towards a monopolization of the labor market or of that, like economically speaking. But I get what you're saying. I think is that if my system were to come to fruition, that the inevitability economically, like just in a realistic position, eventually leads towards the monopolization of the labor market and things of that nature. I disagree with that just fundamentally, and that's like a separate debate. But I get where you're coming from, but I would just prefer that if you're going to internal critique my system, that it doesn't come with the conclusions of a Marxian analysis, because then that kind of stops being an internal critique.
Yeah, it's hard for me to debate on this.
Can I just say my last piece and then I got to skedaddle?
Sure, Soy, go ahead.
Yeah, Fabian, do you think that the state-mandated age of consent is political violence?
I think that the state-mandated age of consent will always be an arbitrary number. So yes, I've always argued for this. I think that what we should have is 2 ages of consent as far as I'm concerned. I think the age of consent for sex and certain things should be around 25 without parental permission. And I think that what you should have is you should have parents be able to co-sign for their children. I think it's ridiculous that an 18-year-old can go into debt for student loan debt. I think it's ridiculous that I do view 18, 19-year-old girls and boys, for example, as children in many way. And I think it's fucking creepy when 35, 40-year-olds are able to have sex with them and go, oh, they turned 18. Isn't that magic number? I think parental involvement should be involved there as guardians.
That? That's crazy.
Well, we already enforced the age of consent. We already. I knew
you were gonna like his answer.
We already enforce the age of consent.
I don't know what Soy. Thanks for the
So, hey, see you, Soy. So we already
Not-
enforce the age of
oh.
consent currently. So the concept that it would be difficult to do so I think is silly because it would just be a movement of the number, which is already arbitrary. But what I would say is that what we should or what we ought to do is we ought allow, let's say 18, 19-year-olds to either get parental permission for emancipation where both parents agree and they go, yeah, this person's an adult, we'll sign it away, they're an adult now. Or I think they ought to be, or I think that people ought to be able to utilize, or I think that people ought to be able to utilize the judicial system in some way to fight for their own emancipation and prove that they are of sound mind and body to make rational decisions as a full.
You defended your point really good, Fabian.
No, that's not libertarian. I got a response to that. And
I think I know libertarianism more than you.
I don't think that you do. That's very authoritarianism to not give people the freedom to have sex until after their sexual reproductive prime is over. Is fucking crazy.
Segues perfectly into the question I want to ask.
I think it's about rationality in your mind, not about your body. I think viewing it as your body is gross.
Speaking of rationality, chat, you have 20 minutes to complete that goal. Or I'm going to take my rationality and go to fucking bed.
Yeah. Yo, Fabian, you did good in defending your case. Big Papa, you shut her up. Even though Fabian, I wouldn't trust you to be on a plane with me, you did good on defending yourself. Big Papa actually asked
plane
you a
is
question.
wild,
She
but
said
all right.
she didn't answer it. You actually did answer a question, and what she kept adding. So you did answer
What is
a
the
question
then?
But she was
Stop
so
nut
much of a
sucking and let's
feminist
get to the point.
that she couldn't even accept your answers. So
Why
she
don't you
kept
just stop nut
asking more
sucking
and more,
and ask a
and then
question
said
or
that you
something,
didn't
get to a
answer.
point.
Yeah.
Big Papa, you're like an extra from the movie Hocus
You're
Pocus.
doing a
Hyde up just
You couldn't even
comes in and assaults us all with his fucking main
I don't even
character.
feel like
story.
that's an insult. That feels like a
Such a
compliment.
compliment. You're an extra from
Yeah, I know
Hocus
it's a
Pocus.
compliment.
All right,
Hell
hang on.
yeah.
Let me ask my question because I've been waiting for quite a while, and it segues perfectly
more than
into what
Tyler
Tyler just
Telling
said.
you I
Shut
look
the
good
fuck
as
up,
hell.
Tyler. You just got here.
Stop. Go ahead, Effigy.
Okay, so if we can look at the left wing and say that these ideologies are inherently violent because they try to take away property rights, why can we not say that right-wing ideologies are inherently violent by the way they try to create or maintain purity in racial, ethnic, religious, or social purity?
It's real easy because that's not what this debate is about. Thank you. Come again.
He cooked
Wait,
you up.
I didn't
He's absolutely right.
understand.
He cooked you up, and let's keep it moving. He just answered you and cooked your ass up. All right. Anyway, Big Papa, you were still.
Well, no, I'm answering something he said in the debate.
Well,
He
you
said
ain't even
right-wing
seen
ideologies
it.
are not inherently violent.
Why
Why
you
would
like
you just
Julia
repeat
Child's
it? I missed
nephew,
the question.
all right? I'm just saying, he answered your question. You said
When
he
you
did
wore
what
3
did.
sunglasses, it looked real cool. That's what inspired me to put one on.
You definitely
Tied
don't
up,
look
you're
cool.
annoying as fuck.
You look like a rapist pilot. Get the fuck out of here.
I would.
Yo, this horse thing has got to go.
This message is sponsored in part by
Tied up. Watch your words.
I ain't gay, but I'd probably
My
fuck
bad,
you
my
if I
bad.
got you to
forgot
shut
that.
up.
YouTube argument.
Yeah.
Number the professional duty with Dusty, whatever. You are the biggest loser of everybody on the panel. I could tell right now. Your
How's that?
insecurity is like bleeding through the screen. Every time that someone has
feel
a
like I
debate,
just
has
went back to
anything
middle
good
school.
to say to you or any rebuttal,
Roast battle.
you can see your
You're
body language
stinky.
change. I'm
All
dead
you've been
ass.
doing
I'm dead.
since you
You
all
look
you've
like
been
you
doing
still
since you got up here is
bowling balls.
I'm going
recapping.
All right,
to
go ahead.
turn your
I can see
backpack inside out.
My dad.
No one even heard what you said, Avril Lavigne fan. You got to repeat it again.
You're not coming to my birthday party, dude.
That is also
and it's
not
not
an
just because you're
insult.
black. It's because you're a douche.
What's wrong with Avril Lavigne,
Fabian, I got a
man?
question.
I feel like we're getting white
I would
violence
come to
now,
your
man.
birthday
You
party
know?
butt naked just to fuck shit up.
You
I
was
would
a
not
straight
never want to
boy.
come to your birthday party.
He said,
You look like
"See
a
you
butt naked.
later,
Well, good,
boy."
because you're not allowed to.
You look like you wanted Donald Trump to make Dick great again. Or you wanted Donald Trump
Okay,
to make
this is
Dick great again.
perfect timing. I'm actually going to head out. I hope you guys have a great
I
night.
know you will
Thank you
because you
guys
never
for including
you
me.
lose an argument.
Thank
That's
you.
what women
Tied
do.
up
When
is
women-
very
when feminists
annoying.
She's
lose,
making her
they win.
fucking
They win.
exit. Tied up. Enough.
Thank you so much for having me.
And
It's
make Dick
great.
great again.
Feel free to check me out, Big Papa Buckaroo on Twitter. I did tweet.
We're not going to go there.
I did tweet my links. I did tweet the links for all of the references that I made. If anybody wants to argue with me there, feel free. I always say I'm happy to be proven wrong as long as you can share your information so that I can learn too. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Buckaroo. All right. And let me add...
Sarah had to get the fucking the baby powder out there and smack him. Get him out.
Well, he always does this, and it just gets on my nerves because he just like
Tied
no,
up as a request. He wants
no,
he wants you to dom him.
yeah.
He comes
I also
out
have
here
a
and
request.
out so that you'll put your high heels in his ball sack.
I also wanted to declare victory again. Both of our opponents have run again early.
Right?
I think that's
Gibbs
fair.
has got a concussion. I got the fucking flu. We're still here. Like, what's
Gibbs,
up?
how do you have a concussion?
Oh, I totaled my truck taking somebody to work Friday. An illegal immigrant pulled out in front of me, and with no lights on their trailer.
I gotta add the illegal immigrant part. Like, I feel like that was unnecessary, but all right.
I feel like that's not true, but.
That is
Dude,
true.
you guys
No, it
are all
is true.
playing with handicaps.
I know.
I
it's
know he totaled
true.
his truck. I'm not saying the totaling was not true, but.
I actually, here's the worst part about
Fabian, you hear that cough?
it. He still
Fabian
managed
has
to file an
half
insurance
dead.
claim from with a Mexican insurance
Bro,
company.
the
It's crazy
struggle's
stuff.
real.
It's a whole mess.
Fabian, how old were you when you
Okay.
lost your virginity?
Wait, so Raging Patriots kicking me off again. Can I say one thing? Because it is my birthday after all. I feel like
Oh,
yeah.
happy
16?
I feel
birthday.
like
You know what? I
Yeah,
will
I'm 16,
veto.
yeah.
I will veto for 10 minutes, and then you'll give you the boot since it's your birthday.
Taste. Thank you
Happy
so much. I appreciate
birthday.
that, Sarah.
He's
I
joking.
really I don't have like too much to add here. I probably would one of the reasons I didn't take this debate prompt when I saw you guys were seeking, because I'd probably just like bite the bullet that we were talking about earlier, or I think that non-smoker was saying earlier, or I think that like probably all political ideologies have like some innate violence to them to some degree. And I get that's just like kind of how reality works. I guess I was told I've seen Fabian answer the question before. I just want to confirm if it's true. Is it true that you like wouldn't steal a penny to save like the entire human race or whatever?
Yeah, I would not steal a penny to save the world. It's a ridiculous analogy, but yeah, I'll bite the bullet.
It's epic.
It's wrong to
That's
do
epic.
that, and it's
Thank
wrong,
you.
and it's wrong to try and justify theft.
What?
Okay.
It's wrong to kill the whole population. It's more wrong to kill the
It's not.
population.
It's not killing the whole population. Something else is killing.
Yes,
the
it
whole
is.
population.
If you have the fate of the world in your hands and you choose to not save the world because you personally are so self-involved, you don't want the guilt of stealing a penny, that, sir, is immoral on several levels.
There's
Well,
no
I
sacrifice.
can tell you,
I'm not a
who's gonna be
consequentialist in that
guilty.
domain. Sorry.
The chat is going to be guilty in about 14 minutes because they're still not there. You need 11 more. I gave you guys 3 whole fucking hours. 3 whole
Dude, you have
fucking
so
hours.
many
Can
more
you
viewers than
believe
me, and
that?
I've made more money in super chats tonight than you. This
Oh,
is fucked up,
shit.
boys. Get them out there.
Give her money
Give them
right
some
now.
money.
They should be
What are
sending
you
those super
doing?
chats to me for
I
my birthday.
appreciate being
Socialism.
brought on here tonight.
Socialism for the panel. Socialism for the panel.
It might have something to do
Yeah,
with
send her.
yes.
Send her.
I agree with
send her
that.
Bro,
text pay money.
don't get me to agree to that because I'd be making a lot more money from some of the places I go.
I'm a
Tonight's
capitalist,
a
sir. I'm a
fluke.
I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist. I want people to make money. More money. You know.
True.
More problems. I guess. I don't know.
I feel like money solves quite a lot of
I'm
them.
glad If
Yeah.
Fabian, if you're at least making money, I'm glad somebody is off of this evening because I'm
Yeah,
going
it's
to.
wild.
I'm gonna just in 13 minutes now. I'm gonna just shut down and go to bed, and then no more entertainment for anyone, and then y'all can kiss my big fat ass. So
Do you have a fat
yeah.
ass? Is that true?
I have a nice bubble butt.
Oh, okay. All right.
See, now you're inviting people. Pay up for that bubble butt.
What do they need? What do they need?
By the way, if you don't donate to Sarah, you are committing violence against the panel. So
Yeah. Political StreamYard violence.
Yeah, but to what you were saying, Ryan, like I'm gonna be real with you. I went into this under the assumption that they too would bite the bullet, and then we would just move into a conversation about whether the right or whether the left was more violent or something. Which is why, like, the second half of my intro was about, the inherence to violence on the left. Now, it isn't necessarily required on the right, but that the right does adopt this. I had all my notes were about, about defining right wing and why right wing doesn't necessitate violence, because that's what I thought the debate would go into. Because I agree with you. It was like, isn't any form of political. Isn't it? Oh, there you go, Admiral Gibbs.
Ooh, look at that.
Spread love.
Yeah.
That's not happening to me. All right, I've been out of work for a week. I've been
You
sick.
do have
all
a
right.
concussion tonight, don't you, Admiral Gibbs?
Yeah, I mean, but when you win big, you share big.
Oh, thank
Admiral Gibbs,
you.
you're a better man than I am because you're not seeing a dollar from me.
Yeah.
See, that's the capitalist mindset right there.
You know, it's called paying
That's the
down.
objectivist. No,
Well,
that's
I'll-
the objectivist in me. I am purely here for my rational.
Okay,
self-interest.
Iran. Okay, Iran. I understand.
Well, I'll remember
It-
that
oh.
when people want more debates, I'll remember who helped pay.
Yeah, it's called
Stuff in the ballot box.
investing. That was a cheap investment for Papa, right? You know what I'm saying?
Fabian and
All right,
Gibbs,
you know.
can you guys for my birthday, can you do me one favor and like give me a Steelman? I didn't actually watch the full debate, so can you like Steelman like Soy and Big Papa Buckaroo's position?
Yeah, I
throughout the
can.
night?
Yeah, I can. It's called confusion, purposeful obfuscation, confusion, and Poseidus. That was the steel man on their side. That's actually the substantive portion of the debate, and really all they offered the whole time.
Buckaroo's. I would say her predominant position is that the prompt itself is confusing under the domain that it's difficult to define what is or isn't political violence. That no one will agree on what the definition is. Now we tried to force one, and that went how that went. I would say that Soypills is that there are certain elements that kind of almost like from a rule utilitarian position that these things he would define as political violence. But when I tried to get into what those things were, he wouldn't give me those things because he didn't want to, quote, get into libertarian brain rot. So, like, I can't really steelman his position because he wouldn't adequately give it to me.
Okay.
Are you okay with that, Ryan? It's all good, Ryan?
Yeah. Sarah, I'll accept my boot now, but I appreciate you having me on for a little bit. I'm gonna keep streaming in the night, so
Happy
if
birthday.
anyone wants to come over later. Yeah, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Happy birthday, my guy.
Birthday to you.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. It was very sweet. I'll talk to you guys
Aw.
soon.
I'm
Yeah,
sick. I'm
Ryan.
not singing. That's just not happening right now.
I don't want you to sing.
I'll put this gonna go the whole way.
I was
I'll
a pretty
sing
good
the whole-
singer before I ruined my voice.
Oh. Wait, what happened to your voice, sir? What happened to your voice, sir? Never mind.
Too much cock.
Years of smoking, not smoking cock, smoking cigarettes, and don't smoke cigarettes, boys. Years of smoking cigarettes, and then improper screaming in metal bands when I was younger. Those two things. But I was like I was in like show choir. I won like best solo at Showstoppers and Fame, which are like national competitions. Like I used to be a pretty fucking good singer, but improper screaming, improper vocal techniques, not learning how to use my false vocal cords, and instead, using my real vocal cords and smoking did that. So don't do either of those, kids. It's bad.
And here you are today on a panel talking about libertarianism and all that. Like amazing, right? You go from
full
singing,
circle, I guess.
maybe oval shape. I don't know.
Yeah, Nicola. That's one of my viewers, by the way.
Nicola says on behalf of the anarcho-capitalist, money for the excellent moderator. You guys
You
actually
do a great
weren't-
job
It was
as a moderator.
you guys weren't too bad though. I mean, of course you were all very interruptive, but it wasn't like hostile and vicious. It's when it gets hostile and vicious was when things go AWR.
Yeah.
But thank you for that, Nicola and SB getting their new memberships. Powder Dusty's coming right back. He just had to do a quick reboot. I do have Azveron, Kinetic Kel, and Samantha X Savage hanging backstage waiting, but I want to give Flo an opportunity to fix his computer real quick before I put anybody else up.
I'm gonna bounce out, guys. Good seeing y'all.
Who was that?
Nobody saw you. Your name is Vandal
Me.
Black.
Nonsense.
That was not me. That was not me, by the way.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Whatever. Sorry. This one was
I'm
on
the
the
British
camera.
dude. I'm British.
That was me.
Oh, fuck
I'm
England.
leaving.
Fuck the Brits. We need to be xenophobic to all people with British accents because they're going to come here
Aw.
fleeing their fucked up country, and they're going to try and vote just like Californians after they get their citizenship here.
Wait,
we need to
wait,
remind them. We need to
Wait.
remind them when they flee the UK and
Wait,
all that fucked upness,
libertarian-
not to vote for that bullshit that ruined the fucking
Libertarian.
great country of England. All right,
Here
so we
we
must be
go.
xenophobic to all people with British accents. Fuck England.
Libertarian.
Hilarious.
Just a
Wait,
question.
Wait, what happened?
Fabian.
I came up here to talk about communism and socialism, and here comes this goddamn Fabian guy saying "F England."
Keep that in England.
I mean, right now, England looks kind of like North Korea. They're arresting
If-
people for tweets.
If
so,
you bring money, he'll approve.
if you say I'm bacon, arrested.
And to the chat, Gibbs spared you quite a bit, but you still have 4 more to go if I add it all up. All right. You still have 4 more donos to go, and I'll count it as complete, but you only have 6 minutes to do it. So do it. It's not that hard.
Let's get this as Varun guy asking questions. He just woke up. He's here to ask a question.
Hey, Fabian, if you think I'm English and have to be deported, now you talk to an Indian from the British Empire. Go ahead, Varun.
I did a whole interview with the Libertarian Party of India. You should check it out. It was wonderful.
Okay. No, I believe in capitalism and libertarianism too, but I just feel that you can't have good things going on forever. Like capitalism and libertarianism, it brings prosperity, but no one can stay rich and prosperous forever. So that's how communism eventually comes, and it will be one of the causes for destroying the prosperity of the kingdom or the empire or the nation. So how much ever you try, just like in Kondratyev's wave cycle, you can't offset depression and boom and bust as well. Same thing is with communism as well. You can't change the shift when it comes to collective ideology coming back knocking on your door once the individualistic phase is over. That's what I wanted to say.
Varun, if I may, can I reply? Varun, I believe, me personally, I'm an African that lives in the UK. And I believe capitalism is the way, is the future, correct? And you're right, because it can't be unchecked. There has to be a limit. So Varun, socialism, I believe socialism starts from home. Your family should look after you. The community should come together, right? Pull some money together. If you work and you get fired, yes, the social safety net should be a community, Varun. That should be the net. That should help you get back up again. But in the wider society, I believe as an individual, Varun, you have to go out there and compete, because nature is naturally capitalistic. You have to survive. You have to go out there and survive. There is no safety. However, you need family. I think, and I hate the word socialism, but I think socialism at home is the perfect.
Yeah, to piggyback off of that, Vanta Black, a couple of things as Varun, and I apologize if I'm getting that wrong.
No, correct.
I would say first and foremost that the boom and bust cycle of the economy is predominantly driven by misallocation of resources from fractional reserve banking and in forced monetary inflation from the state spending, and that the appropriate way to understand the boom and bust cycle is to recognize that it's actually anti-capitalism that causes the boom and bust cycle. That when you do not have fractional reserve banking from a fiat currency, but instead you have competing currencies, commodity currencies, and you do not have the state regulation trying to, with post-Keynesian and Keynesian economic theory, trying to, reinvest resources in different places, that you don't actually get that boom and bust cycle. Now, of course, sometimes businesses fail, sometimes there are natural disasters, but I would say that it's predominantly the misallocation of resources from those domains. Furthermore, just because your house is on fire doesn't mean that you refuse to put it out because in the future the house might catch on fire again. Right? The idea that like our house is on fire. We have socialism. We have, market disruptions. We have all of this theft. We have all of these immoral anti-capitalist things. Just because somewhere down the line communist revolution might occur doesn't mean that you go, well, I guess I just leave my house let it burn down to the ground. No, you put the fire out and you attempt to rebuild. But yes, in the future, a house fire might happen. So I don't think it's actually an argument against liberty, to reject liberty in any way or capacity, because in the future there might be agitators or things of that nature. I would say, however, that an anarcho-capitalist society that is free to flourish, I believe, would be more effective at stopping socialism and communism for a variety of reasons. One, it would be more effective. It wouldn't have the economic calculation problem. You would see more prosperity, more technological innovation. That liberty and freedom would create better social safety nets, as we saw in the turn of the century in America, where mutual aid societies were far better at taking care of the sick and the elderly and the poor and health insurance than Social Security ever was. The progressive era only came to fruition because the state did everything they could to punish mutual aid societies and fraternal societies, mostly because they were able to negotiate doctors' prices down, and doctors and the elite had to fight and use the government to stop them because healthcare costs were too cheap. So I think you will see a lot of flourishment in that regard. But lastly, anarcho-capitalism is not pacifist, right? If people come, I think, you know, there is this kind of like belief of like non-aggression that leads towards these like God, guns, ganja, gays, kind of libertarians, libertine people that misconstrue the prescriptive or the descriptive for the prescriptive. And so they go, oh, well, since it's not a violation of the non-aggression principle, therefore it's good. And that's not the actual truth. The truth is we should get rid of all the fucking communists from our society the moment they try and enter any of our private property and go, no, go fuck yourself, commie. We don't want your kind around here. And we should kick them out. And we should have a society that doesn't have a communists in it.
So I have a counter for that.
Yeah, but isn't justice in an anarcho-capitalist society a commodity as well?
I guess effigy had
I feel like that's like kind of like a Lukács way of looking at commodity or commodification. No,
Meaning, would it
restitution?
Favor the people who have more money, like expressly though?
No, it would not favor the people that have more money. No, but not any more than fines.
But you don't have the
rich because they have less relative income.
Level out justice, though.
I don't know what you mean by level out justice. Justice would be restitution and retribution.
Real crimes. So when people commit real crimes, you need.
I mean, if you commit murder, the ultimate price of murder is your own life, right? So it doesn't matter how much money you have.
Who do we pay to do that? Who do we pay to do that? Because people ain't gonna do shit for free.
The victims.
I'll
shoot criminals. Like why would people?
I'll
I mean, like.
for free.
This is kind of an issue of. This is kind of an issue of describing libertarianism where people don't realize that libertarianism is descriptive, not prescriptive, right? So it doesn't necessarily posit the perfect answer. But one example of how it could work, right, would be you have an insurance company like Geico or Nationwide or whatever. They represent your rights. And anybody that lives in that society, it's a requirement that you have some type of insurance in order for you to move to that society, et cetera. And so just like a car accident, right? If I bump into your car, I call Nationwide, you call Geico, and they figure it out. The same thing would happen with property crimes.
Yeah, you would have
like
private defense
and then there would be
private court agencies, which
Yeah,
means just like our society now, capitalism leads to there being higher levels of lawyers and lower levels of lawyers, right? So if you can afford the best lawyer, you will always get the justice you want.
That's silly to
Money
think that
rules
you'll
the day.
always get the. That's silly
Money
to think that
rules
you'll
the day in
always
that.
get the justice you want because
Well,
of money. But
why-
I would
why
say
would-
that like we live under
Why
that
would-
current system
it
where
happens
like
now. Yeah.
well
Why
equality
would-
is
and you're
equality is
taking
a
away all the
myth.
things that try to buttress against that, though.
No,
all
I'm
the
not.
rules that are tried to institute it on that thing to harness in.
I
the
completely
negative
disagree.
aspects
I
of
look
capitalism.
at the justice system that we have today, where large corporations are able to are able to engage in regulatory capture, and they
talk
no
about real
no
crimes against.
no. I am talking
individuals.
about real
I know
crimes
you're
against
skipping
individuals.
over the
What
individual crimes.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying
you
is
are.
that the current
Yeah.
system that we have today is one in which the
Who's gonna fight for
wealthy
the little
elite,
guy?
Clay, you're interrupting me because you think that I'm not answering your question, and I'm answering the question.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that the current system that we have today, where there is a monopoly on power and violence, means that there's only one institution that needs to be bought for the wealthy and the rich to be able to game the system. And we see over and over and over again where the wealthy and the rich are able to game the system that
agree.
we currently have.
That's
And
fair.
that what I'm saying is that, yes, equality is a myth. Yes, if you have more resources and you have more power, you will have more opportunities no matter what society you live in, be it socialism, be it capitalism, be it, mixed market economies, it doesn't matter. But the system
state
that
and the
I
bank are just
propose
more
is one that
companies.
is not inherently conflict reducing in that regard.
So did you hear me? So the state and the bank.
We agree on that, yeah,
don't
because it would
understand
make it absolutely
is
worse.
that's just another.
No, it wouldn't. We don't agree to that. You just said we agree, and you didn't even engage with what I said.
The state is just a company. essentially. That's what that is. You might not
You can
understand
say
that, but the government is the company. It's the company. In fact,
so-
when you look at
I mean, that's a semantic argument. What is your argument? Then?
it is a semantic argument, because what you're basically saying is that my private security force now becomes my force of whatever crime I say is a crime. And that's what the state is doing now, except for we vote on that. That's social.
And what I'm arguing for is for competition and the regulation of the market. You're arguing for regulation. If you argue for the state, you're arguing that you believe. What do you mean? What about real crimes?
Like real crimes, like people getting hurt. What do you do about that? Because somebody ain't. That's not.
I already gave you the answer to that. Like, you're just saying, like, what are you talking about?
The same people that regulate the business are now going to punish the red rummers.
What?
Clay.
It just seems almost as pie in the sky as the people who say we can share everything, right? Like the idea that we're all just gonna like live in harmony with our money and with our capitalist natures, and not have people who have.
Nobody's making that argument, though.
But that's what it seems like. You seem like you're not understanding, just like the people who make the opposite argument, the human nature that we see every day.
No, my ideology is more in line with human nature, without a doubt. You're saying that I have this.
You have
pie
none of
in
the
sky-
safeguards against it.
No, I have
Hold on.
more
Protect us.
safeguards. Anarcho-capitalism has more safeguards. It has the market. The market is a superior mechanism than the government, which can
My
be
man,
bought
the
as it
market
has
will
been.
sell human beings to human beings if it gets a chance.
Your company gets to hire on a private security company to come and force upon my private security company.
Hold on.
Just a question.
Hold on.
Yes, that is a superior and less contradictory system with better checks and balances. than the
No,
state.
hold on. Before y'all dive into the Taco Bell wars, hold on. Let's look like example.
Taco Bell wars.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, let me just before we dive into that argument. Okay, one. Even if what you're saying is true, Clay, right? That doesn't negate the argument about the prompt, right? That we made, right? Like, I am not a libertarian, right? I'm accepting that there is some force, right? That has to be required as a Republican to be in charge, whatever. But however, you and I both agree, if I put a gun to your head and say you're paying taxes, that's going to be force, right? Whether it's a company, whether it's a government, whether whatever, or if I come and say, oh, you're this ethnic group, we'll kill you, that's force. These are all forces. There's undesirables, all these different things. Enforce a border with like drones, force, right? And right now what Fabian's arguing, the monopoly of who has the monopoly on that is the state, right? Regardless of that point, it doesn't matter, because even though I agree with some of this being forced, that proves that these left-leaning ideologies, socialism, communism, progressivism, are inherently violent, because even if we keep the status quo that we've established, or like we have now, they want to overthrow that with a revolutionary system of violence. Or once they're in charge, do it eventually. They want to suppress us using force.
Early on, how the right ideologies are inherent.
It's very simple, which is his system of governance, the other systems of governance in the topic of the debate, require force no matter what. My system that I advocate does not require force, but that does not mean that force will not be used, right? It is when something is voluntary, you are in a position where you can agree to disagree, or where you can agree on a conflict resolution. But when you have, let's say, for example, the existence of public property, conflict is baked into the public property.
Yes.
So this is what. So
Could I ask
I
something?
understand what you were saying, Gibbs, but this is actually why I was arguing about the anarcho-capitalism as his position, because he was bringing it up. But what you're saying is that force is not inherent in that. No, it absolutely is. It is your private security force that forces the contract, enforces the contract.
Yeah, but
that's a defense mechanism. In the event of aggression. That is a defense mechanism of
debt.
No.
We write a contract and I don't pay it back. What are you gonna do about it?
There you go. If you don't pay it back, then the force kicks in. There's a difference there. If you do not agree to the contract, you agree, no, I'm not. I'm going to fuck you up. If you violate the contract, then I fuck you up. What is different? No, absolutely.
One arbiter,
It's
you
not
make
a
everyone
pacifist.
the arbiter
It's
of
not
force.
pacifist. It's not utopian. The difference is that the state by its nature requires force. The voluntary contracts do not require force. They only have the option of force if you aggress against that person. That is a difference.
Capitalism, it does. Now, I would argue.
No, you're just
that
positing.
In a
claim.
social doctrine,
you protect yourself then,
right? A contract. If we write it up, and then there's no enforcement mechanism, that's kind of similar to what we have right now. Where when you got debt and you don't pay it back, there's no debtor's prison. Now we put it on your credit report, but you don't go to prison. You don't get fucked up. And guess what? That's
you don't go to prison, but your life.
I just reject social contract. I only accept explicit
That
contracts.
interrupt for a quick logistics interruption. The Crucible has officially raided. There are now it's 2,800 of you watching, which is awesome, amazing. But that raid just saved the chat from me shutting down because I was just about to literally just about to have everyone do closing statements.
You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Just
But
for
now
everyone,
we have.
just for the record, I am pro debtors prisons. All right, fuck off.
Okay, that gives me an idea of your mindset. Now that's interesting.
We don't need
I want to rebut.
The debt stuff only applies with like.
I did set another goal, so you guys have another hour of saving grace. Thanks to the Crucible crew for sparing you.
I'm definitely not
streaming
streaming tomorrow.
goal. You definitely have to hit the goal if you want to keep going from there. Okay.
I love
that.
How much time
I feel like
should
not going to debtors
Make
prison
some
is like
money,
only
Sarah,
for
make
private debt. Like if you don't pay like your credit card or your whatever the fuck balance, right? However, if you don't pay the IRS, you are 100% going to go to jail. After
Yeah,
that,
you
like,
do
enough
2 years
time.
on it. Yeah.
So like that's different. We do have a debtor's prison when you're indebted to the government money.
Yeah. It's,
correct?
well, if they catch you and you leave, you can actually fight that pretty well too. Just so you know.
Okay, I mean, sure. You try that. I've tried it.
I have a question real quick for the panel. Like, I understand what Fabian's saying. Like, why are we allowing the state? Like, why are we, being cocks for the state? I can't stand it. Everyone's like, oh yeah, the private.
Fanta Black, you're one of the good ones.
The good ones.
You're trading one state for another.
By that I mean one of the good Englishmen.
You're
not
trading
one of the good
one
blacks.
state for another. That's all that is. You're putting your trust in one group of men over another group of men. That's security force over that security force. That's all that is.
Clay, understand. I get the ANCAP argument. I understand it. I'm not fully bought in, but I understand it because you can have your own private community, private security. I get the ANCAP argument. There's some weird echo going on.
Yeah, it's Vincent.
Okay.
Vincent, you either need to get out of a room that's very big, or put some headphones on.
I don't like this to myself. I hate my voice. But yeah, Clay, I'm just saying, Clay, I'm with Fabian. Probably like 70%, roughly 70%. I'm with Fabian on this one. I have to say.
Listen,
Because I'm
my
listening.
channel name, you as a British person, right? You will understand my name better than most of the American audience.
The Fabian Society.
It is an inversion of the Fabian Society, right?
Amen.
Like, listen,
Yes, sir.
listen. I understand you guys. When I say we should abolish the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, and every 3-letter and 4-letter agency, I understand most people aren't going to be with me because they're like, well, who's going to track down the pedophiles, even though they're clearly not doing a good enough job? Set that aside, right? Like, I'm not asking you guys to get rid of all these things. All I'm asking for is this really simple thing. Somewhere in Georgia, somewhere in Alabama, somewhere in Mississippi, somewhere in Louisiana, somewhere in Texas, okay? I want a small town to say, you know what? Let's try a private corporation to use as a police department instead of the local police sheriff. We'll keep the state police, right? We'll keep the county sheriff's office. I just want one private company that we have a contract with that says you're going to police our streets, you're going to protect these rights, and you're financially you have to pay us if you violate rights, and et cetera, and then just see what happens. Okay, let's just see what happens. And then all I'm saying is what happens when that works well? Will you try it again in another small town? And will you try it again in another small town? And then will you try it again with the state police? And then will you eventually realize that that's better?
this is a bad idea because right,
No,
you're gonna have small communities that have like a small subset of like whatever normative morality they could have, which could be like detrimental.
What
to,
the hell
like,
is
our
normative
society.
morality? What does that
I
mean?
think like having a bigger government that has like a broader normative morality that we agree upon as a
Wait,
society and enforce things. Hold on, chill. Just give me a sec. The quickest way to shut me up, just let me finish my point. Right? If we have a larger normative morality that we can enforce, like pedophilia bad, right? I don't want to have like some weird fucking town be like, actually, no, it's not, and then like we just cope because that's
not my claim.
Thing. We wouldn't do that.
Hold on, Samantha. That's not my claim,
though, Fabian.
No, that's not my claim. I'm not saying that they ought be able to then that this private police force would then make all their own laws. Literally, just hire them to enforce the laws that are already that the state already has set forward, and that the federal government has already set forward.
Like local police departments that we already have.
Local police departments that are fully privatized, as opposed to having
So not
elected
a
sheriffs or
government,
appointed
yeah.
sheriffs.
And
that don't have qualified immunity, that instead work.
Enforcing
Thank you, Fabian.
morality upon our society.
Can we not
So
assume
you
how
won't
they
let
would
it happen
behave
in
just
one
from
small
watching
town and just
private
see how it
prisons
happens?
behave? Can we not assume how they would behave?
Private prisons is such a nonsense argument because all of the same shit the private prison
Can you hear me?
lobbies
You're
the
putting
government
a profit mode
for,
on policing people.
the same thing unions do. Unions are almost 1-to-1 in the lobbying that they do for government that private prisons are, and private prisons are a very small minority of federal and state prisons. It is it's a fucking meme.
Wait, wouldn't it actually do the opposite of what you just said? You said it was going to put a profit motive on policing. Actually, yeah, that would take it away, right? So if you have the private company being paid, these people are paid, X amount of dollars to enforce something. They no longer need to fund the revenue off of like speed traps or like, et cetera, enforcing petty crime and fines. So that would eliminate the profit motive right there. And which would lead to probably
Admiral. Thank you, Admiral. Well said.
But how do you think people in those jobs now would get like raises or promotions or things like? What would be the metrics they have to do that, right?
Where does the
Speaking
peace
of-
officer certificate come from?
Speaking
job,
of,
job well and good at good
speaking of doing a job, I have a job, and it's to read the people who send money for me to say what they want to say on screen. Anthony says, happy raid from the Crucible crew. Got to work in a few hours. Keep the super chats up to support our content creator warlords happy. Not one step back. Thank you, Anthony. Nectarios says, Smoky Man sent me here. Here's for the grift. Thank you so kindly. From Far From Pukin says, Fabian, have you ever seen RoboCop?
Yeah.
And Captain Planet says, I did my part, not one step back. Thank you to the Crucible crew.
Captain
Keep up the...
Planet, he's a hero, gonna save the pollution. I don't know. I forgot the whole song about
Down to zero.
There you go. Thank you.
Yo, fuck Captain Planet. Captain Planet was telling us not to breed and that we were
I
having
know.
a
It was
population
propaganda.
crisis.
It was
Fuck
propaganda,
Captain
bro.
Planet.
Propaganda.
It's watermelon propaganda. Green on the outside, commie red on the inside. fuck Captain Planet.
So with the private security putting their hands on people, this is the problem with that. You're going to actually have to get a state to agree with you setting up a town like that, because there's a little thing called a peace officer certificate. So when people are putting hands on others to put them in a cage, that actually is required by every
Yeah, I don't
single
care.
state.
I don't
Well,
care if the
hold up,
private
hold up,
company
though.
has to
Hold
go
up,
to the
though.
same 6-week
Well-
fucking
Well,
cop course.
No,
Like,
even at
fuck.
that, you could argue the same case because we have bouncers inside of bars who put their hands on people and they're just paid cash under the table with zero contracts and guarantees.
Fantastic counter, because I was actually I'm glad you brought it up, because you would actually have to buy the entire town, call it all private property, the entire town. And that means that there's no government.
Man,
there.
you're just going outside of the fucking analogy. Shut up.
No, that's
You're being silly.
understandable. No, that's understandable. But you're going to have to get a state on board with that. So it's
no
just
shit.
really wiser to become a
No
government.
shit. I have to get people on board with it. I was just saying, like, hey, let's
Hold
try an
on,
experiment.
This is not true at all. Like
the
you-
legislature, you're going to have to get the
Okay,
legislature.
and fucking obviously, I would need permission of the state to supplant the state in some variety. I'm simply saying, let's try it out, man. How are you trying
I'm
the
sorry.
same way?
Isn't
The
a
same way a lot of
fairy
other
tale.
political.
You have the
I mean, hold
billionaires
on.
are trying
He
to do
doesn't
this
actually. Hold on.
anyway. Elon Musk
I
did
don't know
this
how
with his
much
rocket
business you
town.
need to get there.
Hold
Fuck
on,
yeah,
hold on.
dude.
You actually hold on. We already do this though, but we just don't do it for certain services like
Silicon
policing,
Valley.
right? Like,
Yeah.
well, hold on. Like, if you look at things like TxDOT, they do that here in Texas. They have private companies that are contracted out to build roads. We do this all the time. It's not like the government themselves are building the buildings. They're hiring companies to do this, and the reason why do they do that? It's more efficient.
Sometimes the Army Corps engineer builds shit.
Yeah,
but it's
maybe the
super
Army
rare.
Corps. Yeah, but sure. Yeah, right. But like for the most part, they do this already, and there's only certain things they're not. So I don't see why policing should be any different in this regard. It's not
I
a
agree.
special case.
I agree. In fact, that's actually why I said
Well,
earlier
you don't
that-
agree
No,
because you just said they'd have to own the whole town.
I said earlier, the state is just another company. And if you view it from that viewpoint, you realize that the laws are actually just bylaws. So get involved.
But that's just a semantic
Well,
argument.
well,
like I don't
people are
necessarily
trying to get
disagree with
semantic,
it, but it's like
but it's
doesn't mean
accurate.
anything. Yeah, but it doesn't really mean
accurate.
anything.
Yeah, it's a distinction without a
you're,
difference.
You're arguing from a position of utopia, and I get that.
No, I'm
but
not.
You have to vote for it in the company.
I'm not arguing for utopia.
The company is the state. Oh my god.
Clay, wait a minute, Clay. You're saying Fabian's utopian. It's actually being more practical, to be fair.
It's literally what it used to be called.
Yeah, but I'm
by the
arguing
way.
the
It
same
used to be
thing, and I'm
the state
not
used to be
arguing
called
from
the company.
utopia, and we're
Oh
both
shit!
arguing
Fucking, we're
within
getting
the frame.
sovereign citizen arguments up in here.
Hold on.
In
Uh-oh.
1812, they switched
Hold
to
on.
maritime laws. The company of the state. It doesn't fucking matter, bro.
But what he's saying is not accurate. Hold on. I'm arguing the same thing as Fabian, and I'm not arguing from a utopia. This is how I know Fabian's not. He proposed within the current United States, not utopia, not Ancapistan. He proposed in the current United States a small town doing this, right?
Yeah.
And then
They're already-
explaining it if it's good.
They're
So like this is
already
in the
doing
current
that
system,
in
not
Arkansas.
in utopia. Well, cool, exactly. Then we can see.
Oh,
the
yeah. I
expansion.
saw the Arkansas.
Do they really?
Go ahead.
Send me that information.
But
I have
did
not
you
heard
guys forget about a little thing called the Pinkerton Company?
Oh yeah. I'm very familiar with the Pinkerton company.
Yeah,
The private police force back when Carnegie
Pinkerton's
was.
isn't. Pinkerton wasn't technically a private police force, but yes.
And they're brutal, bro. They're brutal.
Yeah,
They're
when
still
they
around
put
today,
hands
by the
on,
way.
they put
They
hands.
just
They put
fucking-
hands on.
I thought they were detectives. Like
So the Pinkertons started out as a private security firm, and then they very quickly became a security force for corporations that were running like company towns or trying to break up unions and black
Carnegie, the steel company.
protests.
Yep.
And then the Pinkertons basically when you have the whole history of Labor Day, after that, after the Pullman riots and things like that, the Pinkertons get sent in to stop a riot after they've been infiltrated by like communists. And they just fucking flatten people. And they killed a bunch of people. So, and then after that, the Supreme Court stepped in and was like, hey, I know that protesters took over your factory, but you're not allowed to kill people in your factory because like they have a right to unionize and take over, which the Supreme Court should have ruled in the opposite way. If you refuse to get out of my fucking factory, I have every right to fucking kill your ass. And
Fabian, if I may, real quick, the reason why I'm very familiar with the Pinkertons is because they even go to people's houses that use, counterfeit trading cards. What Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, whatever.
Pinkertons went to fucking investigate people that had counterfeit MTG cards.
Yeah, they come to your house.
Fucking insane. It was like that shit happened in like 2020, like 2020. And people were like, the Pinkertons are still around. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they storm in. They storm into your house, get your shit, beat the shit out of you, and they walk off. Done. That's crazy. That is insane. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I was just pointing that out because you get a private force, eventually that's what's going to happen.
No, I completely disagree.
Private means power. What are you going to do to stop?
Not really, because
that's nonsense.
Terms and conditions, it depends on the. Oh yeah.
I like the fact that I like having a government-controlled force because we have more power over that with voting and legislation than we.
Vote. You actually believe in voting. You believe in voting.
Then that's fine. Yeah, you can go fuck yourself.
You believe in voting.
You're a foreigner. We vote over here.
Are you an adult? You're a child. You
Welcome
still believe in
to
democracy. I
America.
can't believe it.
But yeah, no, I like having like the government control the force because we do have more power over them using the government as like our hand over them, right? More so than a private company, which is well, this is how we do it. If you don't like it, hire somebody else. Like you really can't without having the government control that private entity.
Oh
yeah,
do anything.
stepping into this pragmatic argument.
Now you're adding
right,
like another layer
so,
of bullshit, red tape,
so-
and bureaucratic fuckery to something that we can just do, having a government fucking strong long arm of the law.
Yeah, so I'll first and foremost, I would say that the pragmatic argument is unnecessary. I think the ethical argument is all that is necessary. But if I were to step into the pragmatic argument, as I would say that I completely disagree. I would say that the competitive market has a far better system of incentives towards proper behavior and towards non-aggression than does the state. And I would also say that our control over state institutions is extremely limited. Now, maybe if you were to make the argument,
How do you have
of
a free competitive market without any legal framework to keep it that way?
nobody is making the claim that there would be no legal framework. So what I would say is that our current system, the idea that we have like control over, let's say, policing, because that's what we've been talking about. First and foremost, you are voting for representatives. You are not voting on issues. You may be an issue voter when you vote for a representative, but again, you are voting on a representative that may or may not just completely lie about everything and then vote against what they said. I think we see that more often than not in our current political system. Then on top of that, you are talking about something that's under the executive branch. So you're voting for your congressman, presumably for a majority vote, which still is a whole ethical quandary for the 49, 45, 40% of people that lose that vote. But even still, even if we accept that it's okay if the majority wins, and we accept that pragmatic argument, I would say that we've seen the expansion of policing and the way that policing, has gone away from its intention and gotten more and more power and less control from people over time. Over and over again.
Power and more control when they've been
I've got a
defunded
question
through to
for Fabian.
BLM throwing a shit fit for like 5 years straight. We've seen like massive amounts of defunding and police not being able to do their job because like on top of having people that in positions of power in the government that can like control them or control their funding, literally cuck them because a bunch of people got upsetty spaghetti as some people that committed crime getting fucking capped.
Yeah, so I don't disagree that NGOs putting in, prosecutors that won't prosecute people so that criminals go right back onto the street, or NGOs, working anti-democratically but supposedly democratically to defund police or move resources over to other areas doesn't defang certainly does indeed defang the police department's ability to engage in certain actions. But what I'm saying is that you have two factions of the state that are both undemocratic and that are both, lacking control of what it is that the people desire, fighting against each other to determine what the police do. So on one aspect, you have defunding of the police when communities actually want more policing. You have, movement of resources over to places that never fucking work, like in Baltimore, where they move police departments' money over to like counselors and community leaders, et cetera, and they do nothing for crime. And then simultaneously, what you have is the Supreme Court just over and over and over again giving more and more leeway so that the police are less and less accountable.
That's
a
not
private
accurate.
company.
No, that part is
we have more. We have more than politicians.
What's
We have
inaccurate
more
about
than
what I
politics.
said?
We have more
The
so
Supreme
what we're seeing is
Court
these politicians
always
are
rules if
And
governed
the
the legal system.
pseudo
That's what I
master
stated.
chef asked Fabian Liberty, so what happens if it turns out that those private police make it look like they actually cut down on crime, but instead cooked the books?
I know this is the
Well, that'd be
Fabian, but I
fraud.
want to answer this real fast. We have the same situation that we have with what the dishonest Dems are doing now, where they relabel things crime, or they'll not prosecute crimes under $1,000 in San Francisco, or they're going to sit here and say, "Oh, crime's down," while they're not out there actually policing. Of course, crime's down if you don't charge anybody for anything, or do other things like that.
What happens when things happen that are currently happening, bro?
Yeah, that's the issue. So yeah. God,
Yeah,
hey,
I like Admiral guy. I like Admiral.
Yeah.
But like, yeah,
I
but, like,
dropped
Oh,
one
yeah,
article about
I was
that
just saying,
town
like,
in the back
like,
chat.
they're so cut that they not
Whoever asked.
enforcing
That
any
was me
laws
that
that are
asked.
already in
Appreciate
place.
I've got
And
a quick
then-
question for Fabian. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. And then a Black Flame Nova says none of these suggestions will fix the issue, only bandage it. Modern day problems are a problem of secularism. Welcome to the world made without God.
Well said. Well said.
Secular.
Well said.
I'm an atheist. I don't think you need Christianity.
I'm agnostic, but
I think Christianity is what led to
in the
this.
classroom and taught a fucking one single moral framework across all of society and have them working off the same one. But since we took God out of the fucking classroom, guess what? Crime and fucking immorality and fucking single parent households and all this shit fucking went rampant.
And
Yeah, I
while
don't
there's
disagree
Still
that-
there's still a whole bunch of you watching. If you could at least do a kind favor and just hit the like button for me.
Yeah, at the very least, hit the like button.
Yeah,
At the
lazy
very
bastard.
least.
Come on.
One click.
Like,
Thank
share, and
you.
subscribe,
Bye.
and soon hit that fucking hype button. Jesus Christ, another
Oh,
fucking
I
button for us.
Hey, what's the hype button? Please break that
Hype
down.
button. Hype button is like a like button for channels under 500,000 subscribers.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
By the
And,
way,
like, you get
Gibbs,
hype
hi,
points.
Scott, long time no see.
You get like hype points based off of like the ratio of your subscribers and your current viewers, etc. So like the bigger your channel, the more hype you need in order to get hype points, and the smaller channels get more hype points. And it's supposed to boost small creators into the algorithm, you know,
Yeah,
based off of their
YouTube's getting
engagement.
messy, man. YouTube's getting diabolical. God damn it, YouTube.
So Fabian, let me make sure I understood you correctly from before. You were saying that the police are actually gaining favor from the Supreme Court.
Yeah. So I'm saying things like, you know, like expansion of egress, or, you know, expansion of, you know, I'm not an expert.
Yeah, I mean,
on
you can be
policing,
arrested
obviously,
for anything at
right?
this point.
Like, I mean, like, you know,
Literally anything. Traffic
I mean,
ticket,
you've seen
guess what?
some.
You can go-
You've seen.
you can
What
go
was
in the
it?
back
There
of
was
the
one
car.
state recently
Yeah.
that repealed. Oh God, I have the flu. It's getting late. It's whatever.
I've just got a question for Fabian, real quick.
All right, it's fucking my panel now, Sarah. Like, what's up?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
What do you
this
think
happens
of
every time.
Out to everyone then.
You have
This
the
is
most
out to everyone.
positive position.
It's okay. Well, because
Was you-
but you're also very, you know, vocalized, and you're doing a great job with it. So yeah, you defend your stance all you want. I won't get in your way.
This
Was you talking about
can be out
qualified
to anyone as
immunity?
well.
Yeah, one
I'm
state
just
got rid of
wondering-
qualified immunity. Yeah.
Wouldn't the majority of you be proponents of direct democracy?
I'm not a proponent of direct democracy. No.
No.
Why not?
So,
Very
well,
good.
here's why not. 9 out of 10 people agree that gang rape is good. That's direct democracy.
Wait. Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
See,
10 people
he's
voted,
right.
and
That's
9
fine,
were
that's
really
fine.
for it.
9
You know what I
people-
mean?
Now
Like,
there's 9 people to take that one person and put him in a fucking wood chipper. Fine with
No.
me.
No. He's saying the 9 out of the 9. I said that, yeah, they're okay with that. That's direct democracy. So then you're gonna put wait a
Oh,
minute.
sorry, I heard it backwards.
I don't think
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
argues
It's
for
fine,
direct
yeah.
democracy. It's,
Okay.
it's this weird straw man that people like to bring up, but no one argues for direct democracy. We use referendums in certain instances, but not as an overall system ever.
I'm
ever.
a monarchist, Fabian. I'm a monarchist in the UK.
I hear more
If
people
we were a
actually
direct democracy
arguing for
society in the United States,
authoritarianism.
we would be off the
I
rails right
think
now.
democracy. I think
Crazy
democracy
leftist
is
retarded
cancer.
bullshit land.
Yeah, that's that. I think
No,
democracy is cancer. Period. Democracy is cancer for the Western world. I stand
As,
on it.
as much as I love liberty, bro, like liberty actually so this is my view of it. Maybe I'm wrong. Liberty sits in the middle.
You're wrong.
Liberty
Of
actually sits in the
fucking what?
middle. Like there is no left or right in liberty.
Okay, so you're a fence sitter. You're gonna sit on the fence the whole
There's
time.
no fence
I-
there. No.
yeah, I
It-
disagree, but that's fine. I don't I don't
because-
know that I want to
because
get
you
into
have
it
a
to certain degree.
choice in the matter. You have a choice to do good or to do bad. Now you can be punished for what you do if it is bad.
Okay.
That's what liberty means. Literally, there's
I don't
There's
know that
consequences for your
that doesn't
actions.
necessitate
I
that it's
disagree.
left or
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue a Hoppian perspective that to maximize liberty, you need a functional society, which demands
Yes.
order-based politics and structure, which would mean liberty requires right-wing thought and philosophy for it to be functional.
Yes.
But that's a
Absolutely.
separate argument. I don't think liberty sits in the middle. I think it's just a different thing.
Well, the Hobbesian
It's a rejection of that power.
Mixed with the Locke philosophy, which is just liberal, the ability to.
That is the most
make
monstrous political ideology I've ever heard. Is the
That's
Hobbesianism
literally
mixed
what we
with the
have.
Locke sounds so
Oh my
gigabad.
Exactly. No. So these
What
guys,
if,
right?
What
these
if you
guys,
only
these
took
original
half of
guys,
Second Treatise on
Locke,
government?
Hobbes, Montesquieu, some of the greatest philosophers, in my opinion.
Sure.
Montesquieu, Locke, Hobbes. These guys were what the founders were really looking at, and that's what they tried to implement. That, in my opinion, that's
I'm
my
with
opinion.
Fabian. I think I hate the Leviathan. The Leviathan is the enemy.
I
That's
mean,
what Hobbes
Thomas
said. The
Jefferson.
Leviathan.
Thomas Jefferson originally wrote that we were Jesus Christ, land, liberty, not land. What the fuck was it?
Life, liberty.
Life, liberty. Sorry, it's late. Life, liberty, and property was what he originally
it
wrote.
was-
Right, it was a
yes.
direct quote of Locke. Right, the only reason he changed it is he was worried that using property would give a form of justification of slavery in the long term.
I agree. And in all actuality, liberty already gives you that concept of private property.
I agree.
Yeah, but not all
don't
of
need to
human
write it
life.
in.
Not all of human life. Like, come on, man, we're in the modern age. Like, are you saying tomorrow ANCAP society we're gonna? Oh yeah, that person's property. I'm gonna take him as a slave. Come on, man. That's juvenile.
No, that's not. No, I was saying the reason he didn't directly quote John Locke's "Life, Liberty, and Property" and said "Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness" was because Thomas Jefferson was worried that using property would give a justification for slavery.
Understood.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough. Understood.
Not just
Hey,
that,
guys,
which is ironic,
But even just possession of anything at all, private property. Once I have it in my hand, like now I've got the claim for it, but there might be another claim to it, even though I have it in my hand. It could be stolen property, right? So private property as a quote unquote right in the Declaration was
No,
not.
you're just making up shit now. You're making up shit.
I'm telling
he was not
you.
worried about stolen property as a conflict with private property when he didn't quote Locke.
That's the
No, he
idea
wasn't.
of private property, that once it belongs to you, it's yours. It can't be stolen. It's private property. It's the opposite. It's stolen property. That's what.
But you can't steal private property.
Well, you can steal private property, but it doesn't become your private property. It's just stolen
Right.
property. It
You're a
has nothing to do
criminal.
with why Thomas Jefferson.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. You
What?
say it's yours. I say it's mine. It's in my hand.
That's a platitude. That's not a
If
fucking
you guys
argument. What are
don't
you
mind,
talking
you
about?
might have asked you a question to see in regards to.
Well, hold on.
Ask Gibbs a fucking question. God damn. I'm
Well,
getting
hold on.
tired.
Let's examine. Let me just examine what. Yeah, let me just show. But let's examine what Clay just said.
Gibbs, hold up. Gibbs paid his dues, so he gets to sit quietly.
I'm chilling, no, like, no, I just want to examine what Clay said.
I either
though.
pay or
No,
I
it's
work for you as a slave. I see how it is, Sarah.
If it's in your, yeah. No, let's just look at what Clay just said. Okay, you said it's 9/10 law. It's in your possession. All right, cool. That's great. That's cool. That works when you're the most powerful in the room. What happens whenever I'm like, yeah, it's in your possession, but me and my boys are gonna whoop your ass and take it, and that's mine.
It's like might doesn't make right, but might does make
And
reality.
that's why in liberty it's already built in, because that is social.
Bro, you're just saying
must be
words.
social.
Yeah,
I'm saying words, but you don't understand them. Cool. Okay.
No,
I understand them. I'm just saying they're not an argument. Like using liberty. Like, yes, did Thomas Jefferson believe in a concept of a social contract theory? Yes, they did believe in a limited concept of social contract theory. But even under that domain, he was an anti-federalist, right? Like, he argued for the Bill of Rights. He was arguing for constraints on the government because the social contract theory isn't enough to constrain the growth and the might and the power of the state, and therefore we needed certain rights enshrined in our Constitution if we were going to adopt that framework to try and stop the encroachment of the government, because social contract theory isn't enough to stop the abuses of the state. Like,
Right.
so
Yeah, I mean,
just
you
no.
can also look at
Specifically-
you can also look at the government they put in place beforehand. You know, they obviously wanted something with less power than they ended up with. But the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah, but
that government
fucking
was just a
Madison
failure.
was a sneaky motherfucker.
Yeah, so like, I mean, but to the point though,
Madison
is,
was
you
like,
know,
I can
obviously
fix
wanna-
this. I have this whole paperwork ready to go.
Sure, I agree. With your assessment. However, it looks like they tried to implement something lighter, and then they go, well, this isn't going to work. You either got to go way lighter, which is what Fabian's proposing, or do what the founding fathers did and say, well, we're going to make some compromises and we're going to use force and inherent violence in order to get our way done. Just like these fucking leftist ideologies that we debated against tonight: socialism, progressivism, and communism, all leftist and inherent
I
violence.
like this Admiral.
Goddamn
I
right.
like
Not
Admiral.
against
Thank you,
liberal
Admiral. Thank you,
liberal
Admiral.
ideology, like
Thank you.
liberalism, liberty.
None of it matters anyway because we already agreed that all politics involves violence inherently. So it's
I just have a question for Sarah. One
fucking
question for
splitting
Sarah.
hairs to pick individual ones that are violent, right? Because they all are.
One question.
We've
for
said it
Sarah.
multiple times.
I mean,
tonight.
there's a difference between like slapping you on the face and bashing your head in with a hammer. You know what I mean? Like, just because two things are violence doesn't mean that we can't like compare them. I mean, as the great Lil Dicky said, "Bitch, why can't fruits be compared?"
Lil Dicky, oh my god.
So liberty is defined as the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life behavior.
If I may,
Bro, I don't need you to fucking look
Go
at
ahead,
Webster's
Just like
right
I
now.
fucking said.
What's up, Vanta?
Sarah, I just want to say I want to hear from this lovely lady next to me, Samantha. Samantha has been quiet all the time. I just want to hear from other ladies in the goddamn panel. Samantha, do you want to get involved? I think she's muted.
That was
Oh no, I was listening. Like a second ago when Clay said like liberalism is about liberty, it was like liberalism hasn't been about liberty in a long time. In from my viewpoint, they have been pretty anti-liberty, and having like a.
Yeah, but we can differentiate between modern liberalism and classical liberalism.
I mean,
right?
yeah, it's
like, I
definitely
think that's
changed
what he
over time,
means.
yeah.
I think that's what he means when he says liberalism. I don't
Yeah,
think
I talk
he
about the
meant like
founders
the Democrats
constantly. Yeah, I don't talk about the.
And
the
I would love it
weird-
if we were going by founders, that'd be great. But we don't do that anymore.
we are
Like, a lot of the founding-
I mean, hold on. We act like the
Lauded.
founders were like some kind of like every unified thinking. I mean, we have devout Christian founders, and then we have Benjamin Franklin writing essays about how to pick your mistress. So, when I'm sitting here in this, like, no, obviously not all the founders agree on all sorts of shit. Like, there's a reason why we have the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers, right? Like, it's not like the founders even agree. Like, I find that argument to be a little bit.
I would
weird.
love
the
to go
found- the
back
founders
to where
had-
the
the
only
founders
tax
had
was property
foundation
taxes
of
and the
basic-
fucking. You know
The
what I mean?
founders
Like,
had a basic understanding before they even started the society. So they agreed on, like, these are the fundamental things that we need to agree on before you build a society. The little things you can disagree on, but they needed to say, well, this is what's good, this is what's bad, this we need to follow Christian values, and then they build the society.
They set up a
I mean,
system.
like-
They didn't define what's good and bad for people. They gave you a structure. It's a
That's what the
mechanism.
Constitution is.
Tried the Articles
I mean,
of
setting up a
Confederation,
system
budget, nothing
with
worked.
moral
Tried to
claims in
better.
it is.
like the way things work.
More everybody talking at once does no good.
What's like our normative morality throughout like society as like America has progressed has
What
changed.
the hell is normative?
Normative morality. So like that's kind of what we codified in law. What like kind of we decide as a society what is good and bad has changed over time. That's what normative morality is, right? So we have changed sort of our ethical framework over time as we've seen things change.
Does everybody agree with that saying?
I
don't know, but,
changes. There's been
and
people
is
that agree
that-
with the changes and the people that don't agree with the changes. I mean, like abolishing slavery was a point where we changed our fucking normative morality within society to say, hey, this bad. And some people agreed with that change, some people didn't.
Can you just say morality, man? What's this whole normative? I hate that word.
Normative morality. It's a concept, right? So as a society, we make things normalized. We have a normative system, right? Normative morality is what we as a like broader society within the United States consider good and bad based off of a shared moral framework we've decided upon. Does that make sense? Or should I speak it in some accent for you?
Yes, in an accent.
The accent, please.
Yeah, do an Italian Super Mario accent, if you may.
Italian what? No,
No, I mean
Italian.
listen, Vanta, like your critique is a little silly, right? Like
but
yes,
to be fair,
normative morality is a bit of a redundancy, but
Yeah,
like it's
because
fine.
normative can change. So normal can change.
what I was
50 years
just
ago to
saying.
today.
That's what I was
definitely
just
can change.
5 minutes ago, buddy.
That was Sam's whole point.
Yeah, that's literally what I was just saying. Thank you, sweetheart.
Yeah, I reject legal positivism. Like I think it's a silly
a lot
thing.
of the beliefs
Hold
and
on, one at
values
a
are based
time.
off of a Christian moral framework. And a lot of things have changed as society in America has become more secular over time. It had changed for the better. Maybe personally, I don't agree that it has changed for the better in all ways.
And who are the violent ones today? The Christians or the atheists?
I don't know. I don't know what that certain demographic of society, their personal religious beliefs.
I live in the UK. The
Trans, gay.
You know how many people in prison are Christian?
Yeah, I was about to say,
You know,
those prison statistics, buddy.
We can talk about statistics of violence if you want to go on.
I tell you from experience, most people in
other
prison,
demographics.
including the violent offenders, are
We're not
Christian.
even listed in
Christian.
anywhere
No,
near 15 or
not
12.
recently.
Okay, not recently.
Not in your bubble. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
They are. I've been there. They're
Now,
Christian.
you guys know that there's a big case that the Supreme Court is trying to figure out if they're going to take up or not, and they're supposed to give the answer in October. And the case is back to gay marriage, whether they're going to reverse the original decision that was made in 2015.
There's no fucking question at this point. After what they did yesterday or today, was it today that they overturned that 90-year precedent? Yeah, there's no fucking question. They're just doing
What they overturn?
They allowed him to fire the one of the FEC people, which was like an enormously long precedent that they're going to overturn. So, like,
I just want to say, I know this is a little off topic though. If we were going to go statistics by what group of people is causing the most crime, as a Hispanic, and a proud legal Hispanic, I just want to say that if we charge 11 million people with an actual crime and prosecute it, the statistics are going to skew dramatically one way suddenly, and it's going to be illegal aliens that are going to be the largest group of criminals. So just saying.
And Gibbs, when it comes to violent crimes in the United States, what's the demographic predominantly responsible for that per capita?
I believe where's Lactoid yell something about 13, 40 or something.
Let me tag Lactoid.
Yeah, where's
I don't know if I can say it because it may or may not have gotten Charlie Kirk shot. So
I can.
Yeah.
Criminals. It's young, male, fatherless people.
Hey, Dusty, just say 1350, bro. 1350.
I mean,
not
Christians are the
Christians. It's the ones that deviate from Christianity. There's a difference.
Christians are certainly not exempt. It's the biggest religion in the country. Most people in the jail, therefore, are Christian.
Per capita.
Natural.
No, they deviated from Christianity. There's a difference. They didn't stick to Christianity.
Oh, here we go.
So you get to this guy gets to decide who is and isn't a Christian. You think you're God, sir?
Christians make bad choices
No,
all
the
the time. Christians make bad
Pretty
choices.
Luciferian
They're not
perspective you've got there.
Luciferians should be banned from America.
Look, Vincent.
Lucifer got kicked out of heaven for wanting to be God. This guy decides
And
who's
it's like
Christian
that's
and
like
not.
male
No, I'm
fantasy,
going to
but
ask
like
before. I think the left in America have labeled Charlie Kirk a Nazi racist. But he's not a Nazi racist. He's just a Christian. So if you've got the left that label everybody that disagrees with them are all over the political spectrum, there is no political spectrum. There's the left and then anybody that disagrees.
I agree with Vincent. I agree with Vincent this one. I do agree.
I also do.
Listen,
like there was a tweet the other day
they
that says
started reading.
there was a tweet the other day that said they don't kill us because we're Nazis. They call us Nazis so they can kill us.
Yeah.
Everybody's a Nazi. Everybody's a Nazi.
yeah,
Everybody's
exactly.
a fascist.
Grow up.
So they just
Everybody's
justified
You were
their
calling
violence.
George W. Bush fascist. The right was calling Obama fascist. Trump last
I
week
never called
called
George Bush
left-wingers
fascist.
fascist.
I love
No,
George
he
Bush.
didn't.
Everybody uses the fucking
Can we
term.
go
No,
one at a
no,
time, please?
The right don't use the term fascist.
Oh.
Nuts, yes, they do.
Wait,
Crazy.
I have a question.
Not mentally ill, but not fascist.
Vincent, I have a question. Does anyone know the actual
this
term
here.
such as Fabian? Help me out,
So,
Fabian.
hold on. Who's got
Oh,
some
sorry.
music?
Yeah, that was my violin.
Gibbs was playing the tiny
Yeah, they
violin.
were crying about people getting called fascist and when it started. Listen, we've had incendiary political comments for years. However, if you're going to pretend that the incendiary comments now are not way worse and much more maliciously used than before, then you are just being dishonest. And once again, I would say to my perfidious and duplicitous opponents that left early.
Gibbs again, 10 out of 10.
I'm just saying.
Winterside says with a big 10, I don't have much extra cash. Well, thank you for sharing. But I thought this was a worthy question. Before intersex marriage was a thing, what was wrong with civil unions? Was it just unknown, or was there something wrong with it?
I got it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Flo.
The issue is that marriage is a social contract, and it always has been. It predates Jesus. It predates any religious claims to it. It's always been a social declaration. Now, we in the U.S., well, most of the world, we want certain benefits and rights to be bestowed upon spouses, and so there's no point in unraveling marriage as an institution that predates Christianity to just make more work. So instead of having a marriage that sweeps everything, you've got to go now get power of attorneys, wills, all that stuff. They're just, what's wrong with having marriage?
Marriage is a term defined by Christianity. Before marriage in Christianity, it was concubinage, betrothal, or formal union.
False. False. You
not
can look
even
up
close.
Tacitus. I can give you a reference. You can look up Tacitus. Tacitus describes Germanic marriage before Christianity, and he uses the word marriage.
I want to rebuttal Dusty right there, because the whole civil union initially was meant to be for the gays, lesbian, etc. However, it came to a point where, again, call me tinfoil, whatever, but I generally believe they include them in the marriage process to undermine Christendom and the concept of God, man, and woman, because now is
that concept, or there are sects of Christianity that are fucking okay with it.
Hold on. Actually, I have a problem with that. Like, okay, listen, you believe in the Bible, right?
No. I was born a Muslim.
Okay, okay, fine. You believe in the Talmud, so you know the story of Abraham.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right, who did Abraham worship before coming to Yahweh? He worshipped the moon god of the city Ur, right? And so he was married under the moon god. So if they can have a pagan marriage under the moon god of Ur, that's predating Christianity. That's even predating Judaism, which is the founding of Christianity. Also, if we go further, back, it's just within our own Christian doctrine.
They didn't have the sacred vow, though. They didn't have the sacred vow, marriage till death do us part.
Yes.
God recognized it. God recognized it. Apparently,
Noah and his wife and his 3 sons and their 3 wives. You
Wait a
that
minute.
part?
Wait a minute. You just bamboozled me real quick, because you said Abraham, moon god. Can you chill out, man?
why don't you go back and listen to it on slow mode?
All I'm saying, marriage is between God, man, and woman. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
In the Christian
And
doctrine,
I'm saying the current system is trying to undermine the concept of
Where
God.
in the Bible does it define marriage as man, woman, and Jesus watching you?
Again, I don't use the Bible, sir. I'm not speaking on Bible. I'm speaking on.
It's in the vows. It's under God in the church. Under God in the church, that a man and woman be bound together forever, where women serve man and man serves God. That's what marriage is.
You can write your own vows.
Secularism destroyed that.
You can write your own vows.
They made it a social contract and destroyed it.
Secularism destroyed it. I'm sorry, who is most of the divorce rate in the United States? Because last time I checked, it was evangelical Protestant.
Most of the people that stay together are Christians, are religious based.
No, you're wrong. Evangelical Christians make up by far the largest demographic of divorces. By far.
That's capita.
That's 50%.
That's capita. Of course, the larger population will have the largest.
Hold on.
Divorce rate.
Yes, per capita as well.
Hold on.
No,
Christians
don't give divorce. If they do, then they're deviating from it. I'm talking about the proper Christians.
You're Luciferian, you know that, right?
Hey, excuse me. One at a time, please.
Praise God.
So Christians, listen. If you want to make the claim that someone that gets divorced is not following the Christian faith, that's fine. right? Like I don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm an atheist. You know, I want Christianity to fail eventually, but like it's like on the list of problems I have, it's like all the way at the fucking bottom. I have bigger threats here, but
I mean, black.
But yeah, but one of the reasons the divorce rate is so high amongst individuals that identify as Christians is because of serial monogamists, right? So there is a small subset of the population that what they will do is they will date someone, then they will marry them, then they'll be married for like a year or two, then they'll divorce. And then they'll go on their second marriage, and they'll go on their third marriage, and they'll go on their fourth marriage. And so these serial monogamists kind of like pump up the numbers of both the divorce rates nationally as well as the divorce rates amongst Christians, right?
The serial monogamous is contradictory. It can't be a monogamy if you're doing it serially. You do it.
I mean, like you can take issue with the term, but that's just what the researchers call it, right? Like I don't care. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just explaining the data. When people look at the data and they go, the divorce rate is so high amongst Christians, or you know, oh my God, the divorce rate's at 50%, et cetera. It's like there's a subset.
Do you think no fault divorce was a mistake?
Even if that monogamy defined is the practice or state of having a sexual relationship with only one partner at a time, you can be a serial monogamous. That actually does make sense.
I would also argue that divorce rates have climbed because of like the country's turn and like being okay and normalizing a bunch of secularist ideas. And turning away from Christianity. Like that's the
no fault divorce is a huge step in it.
Then why is it only one specific sect that has such a spike in the divorce rate, whereas like Catholic's divorce rate is like half that?
The people who go to church every Sunday and practice Christianity don't use divorce.
Say it again.
No fault divorce in the 1970s was a big problem.
One at a time.
So like this still goes to the point. Even in the Catholic Church that's operating in America are still being flooded by like what's being taunted around in America with these secularist ideas and turning them away from Christianity as a whole and having them water down their shit to be acceptable here or face ostracization from like broader society because everybody's
I agree with that.
Like,
I agree with that. See, the church is
like
separate from the state, so they have no authority anymore.
But even Vincent, even in Islam, the more developed, like I think someone said about developing countries and secularism, the more these Middle Eastern countries are being more developed, the more people are, they're making money, they're working, capitalist mindset, to the point where marriages are decreasing, child rates are decreasing, because the more you develop, the more you focus on yourself.
It's like the less desperate you are, the less you develop fantasies to get you through your miserable life.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Hold on. That's really interesting because there's a famous quote from Warhammer 40K. I know we all like Warhammer from Erebus. And Erebus says there's a reason why religions prosper in the desert, and that's because all you have to do out there is contemplate your misery. And I feel like that's kind of where you're going with this. It seems.
No. See, the difference between Christianity and Islam is Islam stay very strict to their religion, where Christianity's turned into this include everybody, and we've broken down our pillars.
Everybody in prison who's been divorced out of Christianity. You just kicked everyone out of Christianity.
That's the Vincent, like as someone who grew up in Islam, that's the veneer, that's the outside image of Islam. But inside of Islam, trust me, bro, it's so degenerate. Like all these, women with
Islam has Islam has the Nikah Muta, right? They have hourly marriages so that you can go fuck whores, right? Like, and then they don't count those as divorces.
I like it.
They also have Thursdays. Don't ask about Thursdays. No,
he's right. It's called. You know what Nikah means? Nikah means a fuck. It means a fuck.
Is that
contract.
like a sabbatical?
It's a fuck. No. In English, Nikah means fuck contract. So the Nikah is the engagement. You sign it. You have the right to fuck the woman, and then instantly when you're done, you can say I divorce. Done. So yeah, Fabian is right, 100%.
Fabian, what do you think about those hourly contracts to have sex for people under 25?
I think you need parental permission. That's what I think.
Oh, you bet.
You know which religious sect has the lowest divorce rate in the U.S.? It's the Hindus.
For mom and dad to have sex, I guess. I don't know.
What the Fabian thing? The guy that tried to build that town in Indiana. the concept of the.
I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought you was based upon that guy that tried to create a private town back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. I'll have to look.
You're talking about Pullman? That was near Chicago.
I mean, if it makes you feel
No,
better,
it was
I always think he's
Indiana.
talking about David Koresh, so hey, it's okay.
Memory not so good sometimes, but he was there.
Also,
Let me see if I can find it.
You know what you've done, Fabian? You just
And
allow
while
people
you're
to
finding that, just a reminder to the chat, you just need 3 more dono goals, and you have about 10 minutes to do it. If you want to keep going, this time, the last round you got saved by the Crucible raid that spared you, but this time, if you don't hit the dono goal, I go to bed. So
Sarah,
I'm about to go to bed myself.
I feel like I'm in the pub, like last round, guys. Last round, pop, ding, 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 ding. Last orders.
That's
Send
pretty
your
cool.
super chat.
That's cool, Vanta. That's interesting.
But yeah, Fabian, you have converted a lot of people to hourly Islamic contracts. People
Yeah,
that
there you
convert
go.
to Islam, they're like, yeah, I just want that hourly.
Could you imagine what happened to our population replacement levels if you had to have a contract until you're 25?
How about
Or parental
Islam-
permission?
How about Islamist anarcho?
Hey, don't get
I
me
mean,
started.
but if you think about it, like
that
a contract isn't the
Islam-
worst thing in the world because you still have to go through that process. So you're still not doing impulse casual sex. Like you actually have to go through this whole like line of things to do, and then at that point, it's like, was it
They're
worth
prostitutes,
it? I don't
Yeah.
know.
They're like
Incest
prostitutes
sex is
that
worth
like
baby
have
shit.
people that do the paperwork.
In my business, I have contracts ready printed out for what I do for business.
Right.
And this shit can be signed in 3.5 minutes, and then you're in doing
Amen.
whatever. This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
not
yeah,
some long-
yeah,
this is
yeah.
not some long process. This is actually quicker
Imagine
than
you
having
go
to
to-
fucking actually go back and forth on Tinder. For
Imagine you
I
walk
mean, y'all
in,
remember Dave
you know,
Chappelle, the fucking contract that he offered up? You know, that way, that's what we're gonna be going to if y'all keep pushing.
But by the way,
If any of y'all need notaries on your sex contracts, I got you.
It was Harmony or New Harmony, Indiana. When it originally started, it was Harmony. It was a breakaway group of Lutheran people, and then they had a tycoon that.
What was it
bought
like
the
living
town. But what's that?
It was Waco before.
What was it
Waco.
like living there?
I'm thinking Waco.
That's plenty of different things where it's a breakaway from whatever group. I think Mormonism was a breakaway from a different group as well, or religious group as well. Actually,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm an atheist here, guys. I'm an objectivist. I don't really have much. I will agree with a lot of what you guys are saying in terms of the. I won't agree with the concept of secularism infecting Christianity. I think that's kind of a nonsense thing to make the claim.
The foundation would have to be shaky for something like that to happen, right? So it's internal just as much as it is
They're
external.
a contradiction. Like how
Well,
you
hold on,
can't,
baby.
you can't
You're already
infect.
starting
Hold on,
off.
no. You can't infect Christianity with something that is antithetical to Christianity. But I will say that there is a. Hold on, you guys are getting triggered. Listen to me for a second. I do think that there is leftist philosophy watering down, kind of like that, as Christopher Hitchens described a cafeteria religion, right? I do think that you do have a watering down of Christianity to fit within a secular society more and more. But I don't think it's per se. I think it's somewhat inaccurate to say secularism. Also, I think secularism is too broad, right? Because like secularism just means not religious, right? Like, and so by that domain, it's like, well, objectivism isn't fucking infecting. Isn't infecting Christianity. Like
let me
they're,
ask you a question.
you know what I mean? Like I think it's I know it's a bit of a semantic argument, but still.
Well, let me just ask you a question because I'm sure you've seen the thing with Bill Maher and I guess Ben Shapiro, or was it Charlie Craig? I don't know. It's one of the two where they talk about how he's starting on third base from the like the Christian standpoint, right? Like you're a product of like liberalism, which stems from like the Enlightenment, and all this has a lot of religious connotations, and it comes from Christianity. And I feel like you propose, like, I know you look to Locke and some of these other people, and even they are influenced heavily by Christian morality and like Christian.
Oh no, I'm a huge fan of Aquinas, right? Like I'm a huge fan
I
of
guess
Aquinas.
my question is, I guess in simpler terms, is you agree that you're already starting on like as an atheist, you're starting on basically a secular moral third base based off Western Christianity. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that liberalism and even my own ideology is certainly built upon a structure of philosophy that came out of Christianity, that came out of other influences, etc.
Sure.
But I just don't need it for my ideology.
Right. I just, that's why I was kind of pushing this.
It's like it's an
you argue a lot of
unnecessary
things.
thing.
Well, yeah, it's not necessary, but I'm like, when you're arguing these things, I think it's important to note that the secular argument that they're making, a lot of these things, like when we're looking at like the idea of the non-aggression principle in general, right? That's kind of looking from the Christian morality of like, we're like, hey, like eye for an eye, but it's kind of like like doing good business. It's like contracts, all these things all stem, I think, partially are.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of I think Christian influence is way underplayed in our discourse, and a lot of people have like no concept of where a lot of these ideas come from. Like the idea of like innocent until proven guilty is probably a Christian concept from Lot and things like that. But again, like I'm an objectivist. I don't need that shit.
Sure.
Shout out to Texas Grown to tell me I'm a monetary terrorist. Thank you so kindly. I will happily take that title.
That's all she ever wanted to be.
I know.
Who's Mehdi
Neat
Hassan?
kicked off Vanta, and then Joe Smith says win host and win mods, and you guys hit the goal. Congratulations.
I think
You sound so excited.
I'm glad Sarah's making money, but I hate you.
I don't think secularism invaded Christianity. I think it gave Christians an excuse to pull away so they wasn't under the rules of the church anymore.
Well, Fabian really said this good though. Right? I think like when he
know.
talks about the watering down of Christianity, like, and in fact, I actually want to go to Dusty right here with his point. He said all these people are in the prison are Christians. I would actually agree with that statement. They're like Christians in name only, right? Like, and they probably are Christians. Hold on. Let me finish. They're also Christians in the sense if they've accepted God, then they're in. I'm not the one to judge who's actually a Christian or not. But I think Fabian kind of hit the nail on the head where they're practicing like a watered down Christian. It's like they only go to Easter or Sunday, like, or whatever. But I don't think that makes them any less of Christians, but I think it does let them pigeonhole into
That's
like
not right at all, though.
definitely
That's
does.
not accurate at all.
Disagree?
You will never meet anybody who has spent more time reading and studying the Bible than a long-term inmate. I swear to God.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm saying that how they got there, but it's probably not because they were following Christianity.
I mean, Christianity is all about redeeming the lost, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
the whole premise of it. So, so for anybody to say you're not a real Christian because you did
I didn't
something
say they're
bad,
not a real Christian. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that I think that
you're alluding to
No,
it.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think Fabian hit the nail on the head with this watered down Christianity, right? Like where you have people that like don't practice regularly, right? They don't practice regularly. They don't follow the laws. They basically are like, oh, my parents are Christians.
But you're attaching that to being in church. They're in prison.
Still doing the no true Scots.
I'm not saying they're not any less Christian. I'm not saying that in the guise of God they might still be true Christian. However, they're not practicing the traditional Christianity.
No, they
right?
absolutely are. That's
No, they're not.
more than most. They're not.
Most of the people who are in jail that are Christian, they
I'm not talking
convert
about
while
idiots
in
in jail.
jail. So I don't even know why you're bringing this point up.
They what?
He's just
They
piggybacking
convert
off
while
of
in jail. They
How do you?
don't-
How the
both-
fuck do you know that? Many of them do get their relationship
What do you
strengthened.
mean, how do
You're
I know
Yeah,
that?
where's
You're
the
speculating.
statistics at?
You literally
You're
gave a reason
speculating.
Why? No, you gave a reason why. It's about redeeming the law. So why wouldn't they convert it while in jail?
Cool ear.
Zombie,
you have no
Zombie,
idea.
you can calm down if you want.
Pretty sure I do.
Vincent says Christians are often higher than the national average and exceed those of many non-Christian religions. They are typically lower to the rates among religiously unaffiliated individuals. So yeah.
But
He's
here's
talking about
here's my
divorce
point. For anybody to sit out here and go, well, they're not real Christians, or they're less Christians, or they just converted because they were in trouble. All that shit, that's the antithesis of Christianity.
I
Y'all are
agree. No,
Luciferian.
I agree with you, Dusty. I agree with you, Dusty. Pascal's wager is an absolutely valid way to become a Christian, and I'm not saying this watered down version of Christianity is any less Christian. Only you know whether or not you're.
I don't know
God
what
knows.
is, I don't know why you think it's watered down.
No. When I'm talking about watered down, I'm talking about like not necessarily the belief in Jesus itself, right? But these people that are not sitting here living like through Christ, they're not going to go out here and be like, oh, I'm following Christ's code. I'm not following any denomination's degree. I'm just my parents are Christian. I'm Christian.
Hold on. I want to say
that's a
two
watered
things,
down
right?
Christianity.
Like, so there is absolutely an invasion of Christianity, from people that are very clearly subversive, right? Like, I mean, we have Catholic
false
schools. We have like children in Catholic schools that are learning that like Jesus is actually both genders and shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's absolute yes.
That shouldn't be a stretch though. He's his own dad.
You're
Be a
right.
stretch,
So,
maybe
so
thinking that he's
like
white.
there's absolutely leftists who have adopted, because they lack a certain religious element, have adopted Christianity and then go and teach things that I would say are antithetical towards what is, a rational interpretation of the Bible, insofar as that there could be one. And are teaching their philosophy as a means of undergirding, subverting what the Christian belief system would be. But I kind of want to step away from that because this whole conversation, it reminded me, have any of you guys here ever read Franz Kafka's Letter to His Father? So
No.
Franz Kafka, I don't know, maybe he was gay or something. He gives me that vibe. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But like self-hating kind of situation. But he writes this letter about his father being like a very abusive man, but he's not like physically abusive. He doesn't beat
Sounds
him
more
or
like
his
you.
sister. I don't know who you is, but sure, whatever.
Not you.
But anyways, so cool. So when he's writing this letter to his father, he describes how his father wanted him to be a good Jew, right? Like he wanted him to hold all these Jewish values, but his father never took them to synagogue, right? His father was instantiated with his faith from his parents that took him to synagogue and like followed the traditions and followed the rituals. And there was this kind of like weird like interplay, like almost this metaphor of how religion begins to break away in society, because the father expected his children to have that faith whilst not giving them the structure that leads one to have that faith. And he kind of like comments on like, well, how the fuck was I supposed to be a good Jew when I was never actually given the opportunity? I was just demanded, that I kind of have that. So he kind of, like he gave them the beginning of the wisdom is fear of God kind of situation from his father, but he never actually gave him the structure or the institutions that gave him the kind of like the means by which to gain that faith. And I kind of see that a lot within Christianity in the Western context, where there's so many just on Sunday Christians or Christians that don't go to church very often unless it's holidays. And then they have this weird expectation that their kid, that they kind of like pass Christian values to at the dinner table and then let them go to a fucking Marxist indoctrination camp for 8 hours a day, also known as public school. And then they're like, well, why are my kids not Christians? And it's like, why the fuck do you think they're not Christians, man? Like you put them in this structure that has indoctrinated them towards leftist ideology 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And then you took them to church like on fucking Easter and Christmas. What'd you think was going to fucking happen? I don't know.
And it's because like in our debate, a major tenet of the evil communists, socialists, and progressives is to take over the education system, and in order to brainwash your kids, partially because many of them can't have kids.
Yeah,
and
critical
so they want
pedagogy,
yours.
essentially. Yeah,
I feel
Just
it's more
like
along-
Christianity did before them. Just like Christianity did before
I
them.
was going to go down that road too, Dusty. It's just the thing is it's funny that Christians actually believe they need to get involved in politics. You do realize that the kingdom of God is not part of this world.
What does I got to do with anything?
So why are you getting involved in politics as a Christian?
Hold
you
on,
claim to
man.
be
Like that is
Christian.
there's a
How much-
long
hold on, how much
debate.
have you smoked?
There's there is a
What
long debate.
strain are you smoking? It's puffed up fast.
Specifically, especially,
offend you?
we can, like, look, this is
Yeah, it just makes
this is
no
a
sense.
debate that I think you need to like
It must
maybe
have
like
offended you,
you should probably watch some Christian apologists,
bro.
for
I've
this,
read
right?
the Bible
Because like
through
You
and
can
through.
explain it to
Okay,
him, but
yeah,
you
but
can't
like-
understand it for him.
Okay, hold on, but listen,
why do you get involved in
okay, read
politics?
the Bible
You're
through and
alive
through.
in the world. That's why you would get involved. Like it's
Right, like
The Bible
you
is
can
the
listen.
history
Same.
of the Christ. And the funny
Okay,
thing about it is,
Clay,
he himself said, "My kingdom is no part of this world." Why are you involved in
Clay,
politics?
Clay, but also
would that matter?
Okay, but Clay, Paul
getting
wrote
involved in
several letters
politics as a Christian,
in
or you're involved
Romans
in
telling
politics as a
them
About Paul. I'm talking
specifically.
about Jesus himself.
One at a time,
Jesus
Right,
please.
and then
said it, not Paul.
okay, but then there's also Samuel 1:8 when Israel asks for a king. Just because you're
Samuel
talking to a
now?
fucking atheist
What did
doesn't
Jesus
mean that
say?
you I don't know anything about.
What did
Okay,
say?
so Jesus also
What
said,
was
"Render unto
Jesus?
Caesar what is Caesar, and render unto God what is God's." Like, what the
That
fuck are
was
you
Paul.
talking about? Like,
That was
Again,
not
Paul,
Paul. That
quoting
was
Paul.
Jesus. That was Jesus.
that was Jesus.
Yeah,
the
Jesus
Pharisees
was
and
Now,
yeah,
one
yeah.
could argue,
literally go into
that
stories.
Jesus was actually being handed like a drachma, and it's tongue in cheek, and he's actually making fun of the Romans because like people are watching him, and so Rome, like Caesar, is claiming to be God on the coinage, and so he's like
That
tongue
is
in
how it
cheek
works.
saying,
Yes, that is
saying,
exactly how it works. Yes. Yeah,
But
that
you
was
also have to
that
hold
was
on,
Jesus.
hold on. That's
I
not.
know.
but
yeah,
you
he's
have to-
piggybacking
it
off
was
what I'm
Jesus.
saying.
It
And
was
I'm
Jesus.
feeding you your arguments
Come
against
on,
it.
please stop.
Gentlemen.
Stop,
right.
Clay.
You were
The
right.
atheist
It
here
is
clearly
Jesus
knows
who
way
said
more
that.
about Christianity than you do. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Fair enough.
offended
You want to
Fabian.
give your final thoughts or anything,
Nobody's
Fabian?
offended. You just gotta make
Check me out,
mistakes.
Fabian Liberty. You can Google me. I'm on YouTube and Twitter. Love you guys. Appreciate you. It
Have
was
a
a
good
fun
one.
debate. I gotta get some sleep.
Big win,
Thank you,
boys.
Fabian.
Yeah,
Have a
Fabian.
wonderful evening.
You too.
So sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
That shit was getting retarded. I had to get out of there. It was too much. There was too much just there's too much nonsense going on that. Ouch. Rock Lee, I hope to see you around more. Talk as much shit as you want. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate the support and the love. Yeah, I'm not coming back tomorrow. It's fucking already 1:51 in the morning. I gotta rest up and rest my voice as well. And I'm gonna make some shorts tomorrow. So if you found some cool shit you want to clip, put it in the stream clips portion of the Discord, and clip it up, and I'll make some shorts tomorrow. It's mostly I'm just gonna rest and make some shorts, and throw something in media recommendations if you want me to react to it Wednesday. I don't know. We might look at the Charlie Kirk shit. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. This whole week in politics has been really, really dark and weird, and I kind of just don't know where to take it. And then I have another panel, one of Gibbs's panels, I think, on Thursday. I don't even know what the hell it's about. I'm tired. I gotta take a piss. I'm gonna read some manhwa. I love you guys. I appreciate all the support. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Oh, and I gotta go feed my mom's fish tomorrow. Forgot about that. So yeah, I got shit to do tomorrow. Deuces. No, thank you guys for being here for the stream. It was fun. Even though I was sick and had to push through it, it was still fun. Good night, guys.